I call this meeting to order. Welcome to our council meeting for June 23rd, 2023. Virtual participation in council meetings are available on your computer or smartphone via Microsoft Teams or your telephone. You can learn how to participate virtually by visiting our website at www.clermontfl.gov and search for Attend Council Meetings. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring everyone who wishes to address the council to give an opportunity to do so, following will apply to all comments made by the public in person and virtually. Each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. In an effort to be respectful during the meeting, please make sure your cell phones are set to silence. Thank you for participating in the city government. Today's invocation will be given by Father Mark Wade. Okay, a blessed Sacrament of Catholic Church. Please rise and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you'd like to bow your heads and pray with me. Loving God, we give you thanks for all who are gathered here today. We thank you for your abundant blessings, for allowing us to be involved in useful work, and for the honor of bearing appropriate responsibilities. Thanks for the freedom to embrace you or the freedom to reject you. Thank you for loving us from your boundless and gracious nature. We pray for all who are experiencing the effects of war, lawlessness, or lack of suitable employment. During this season of unsettled weather, we pray for the unhoused that they will find shelter and food. We pray for first responders and all who will work tirelessly to keep us safe, to keep the power on, and to keep the roads cleared. You have said that citizens should obey the governing authorities, since you have established those very authorities to promote peace and order and justice. We ask that you send your spirit of peace to all gathered here and throughout our state and country. We pray for our mayor, Tim Murray, for the various levels of city officials, and in particular for this assembled council. We pray for the agenda set before us today. Give guidance to what would please you and to what would benefit those who live and work in and around our beloved city of Clermont. In your most blessed name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. This afternoon, we have two presentations. The first is the recognition of employee. Yes, sir, Mr. Carlos.
Hi. Good afternoon, Brian Foreman, Parks and Recreation Director. Recently, the city manager received a message about a very heroic action by one of our rangers who performed outstanding service. So the message in part read that I wanted to highlight one of the park rangers for, I believe, a life-saving action. During an event, an 85-year-old woman fainted and face-planted at a full run down the hill at Waterfront Park. She was very badly injured. Park Ranger Carlos Cuevas made a good decision to get her to the paramedics using the ATV. Carlos drove her while supporting her to the paramedics at Waterfront Park, saving huge amounts of time. I think her outcome could have been significantly worse if not found by Carlos. So these are the kind of actions that we really appreciate from our employees. So we'd like Carlos and Corey and Corey's Carlos's supervisor, if we'd like them both to come up and be recognized.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Well done, Carlos. Second presentation is the legislative update from Chris Camardi. I know I saw him somewhere. Oh, okay. Chris.
Set a stopwatch here. Good afternoon. Chris Carmody with Gray Robinson. I know you have a packed agenda, so I'm going to do my best to keep my presentation as brief as I can. Obviously, we'll answer any questions you all have. First, I'll state the obvious and most self-interested statement. It's a true honor to represent y'all's city. We love doing your work on your behalf in Tallahassee and bringing back results and helping represent you. My marketing team does that slide, so when you get these copies, don't make fun of me for all these accolades they throw in there. I didn't write that, but it's, you should read it. It's great. Okay, I'm going to skip over some of these slides because you know these folks. But again, if something, hey, I don't know that person, I want to know more, feel free to stop me. But it always helps to know who's the players in the room. Not to quote Hamilton, but you get it. But I will focus quickly on this and then move to some of the other stuff. Is Senator Trudeau and Representative Yarkowski. They both do awesome, amazing work on our behalf. Frankly, the entire Lake delegation looks out for the city, not just Representative Yarkowski, who represents us specifically in his district, but they all look out for us. So when you see them around town or the county, you should thank them. But we're blessed to have great representation in Tallahassee in the House and Senate. Whenever I've called them on your behalf, whether it's something they want to hear, right? Like maybe we're opposed to something or not, or if it's an appropriation, they always say, yep, we're on it. What else do you need from me? What can we do? You have a great team there, and we're proud to work with them. And then so here, setting the scene, property tax reform, I'll get into that some. This was going into session. We knew this was going to be something that was going to dominate the conversation. Turns out it dominated the special session conversation. And congressional redistricting. We're experiencing a little bit of that, obviously, with Congressman Webster deciding he wasn't going to run again. Not so much that his seat was redistricted, but he was decided it was time. But you're seeing those effects across the state as they went through that process. And then, of course, budget building. Since COVID and even pre-COVID, after years of growing the budget, they were making very much an effort to have this year's budget be less than last year's budget for fear of future expenses coming down the line that would outpace the state's revenue. Now they've been saying that. I've been in this process for 20 years. They've been saying that for 20 years. And so far, 20 years, that has not happened. That was me knocking on wood. But they wanted to make sure that the future leaders that are coming in, both the new governor and new president, new speaker, would be left with a well-kept pantry, if you will, of reserves that they could take care of the state, should that actually be the case, that expenses overreach. These are the ones I meant to say I was going to skip over. You can read them. You can see what passed and died. A theme this year was a lot died. And, even though the governor went out swinging, he didn't get everything he wanted. This was a little unlike sessions from a couple years past where he was expected to run for president and did, and he was kind of getting whatever he wished for. This was a little different, as the relationship, frankly, between the executive branch and the legislative was more like how you would expect an executive and legislative relationship of give and take. Senate President, unfortunately, all his major priorities died, but he does have 2 more years. He's not termed out, so he can work on some of these. And you see Speaker Perez, some of his passed, and we'll get to that one on sovereign immunity, and some did not. But those 2 that are passed obviously will have some impact on cities and counties. So the budget, we will get into some details here. So you could see they didn't finish up their business during regular session. This is the second year in a row that's happened. They held a special session May 12th through 29th. And what they came in was a budget right around $114.5 billion. In fact, as I was driving here today, I got notice that the governor received the budget. Sort of expected. He has to act by July 1, or we're going to have to do some emergency funding. My guess is he'll act by Monday-ish of next week on that, both good and bad, right? He'll veto some things. It's expected, but they did get it done eventually, and they did send it to him today. This is what it looks like in a pie chart, $114.5 billion, as I said. No surprise in a state Florida size, health and human services, one of the larger pieces of that pie. Education, that's K all the way through university college system, that 27%. And then transportation, economic development. What I'd point out on that is the governor's job growth grant fund was also funded, not at the same amount it was in previous years. Again, some of that little push and pull between the House, Senate, and the governor's office. The road fund was fully funded, though. That's obviously extremely important for an area like ours where there's a lot of growth. And then in the K-12 system, for what it's worth, that was still year over year, and they've had it for almost 15 years, higher, even when you take into account inflation and some of those other things. Here's some highlights. I covered a couple of those. You see the infrastructure funding, the targeted increases in public safety, and then some of the shift in funding priorities. Okay, this is the appropriation we got. Again, it was a tough year. They literally took $1 billion less than last year, and last year's was $1 billion less than the year before. So they're not going in the direction we'd like them to go as far as for funding projects, but we were able to get one through, not to mention all the other grants that we will have access to that will go live come July 1. So we're excited about that. We're bullish that the governor will approve that. He's been pretty good on water projects, but we obviously made a bunch of calls and will continue to make calls until he acts on it, likely next week. All right. Property tax reform. Hey, anybody hear about this? Yeah, okay, got a laugh in the back. All right, so this was the worst kept secret that they were going to do something this year. It took a special session. It was sort of the surprise special session. I say surprise, we knew it was coming. We just didn't think it would come until later this summer, but they did act on it. You can see some of the highlights up there. The big one is it in the first year, should this pass, and that requires 60% approval from the voters, it would move the exemption from 50 to 150,000 for homesteads starting January 1. You all know this, but maybe more for the folks behind me that are following along. This would eventually affect the trim notices going out in summer of 2027, right? Based on when this goes into effect. And then, of course, the next year you can see goes to 250,000, January 1, 2028, which would affect those trim notices in late 2028. And then you see it indexed to CPI thereafter. You're going to see a lot of articles in the next month or so about the constitutionality of some of the provisions on this. It's already been challenged on ballot summary, whether that was concise and done right, and also some of the provisions. This is one of the first where you'll see some challenges that could come to fruition. There is one argument that you can't do something like this, index it to CPI in the Constitution. It would have to be done by the legislature through an act that would eventually have to go back to the voters to keep doing it. Because you can't. There's no prediction of what the CPI is. The voters would have to affirmatively say, no, we want it to go to 300,000 in 2029 or whatever the number might be. We'll see where that goes. I mean, they can change the Constitution, so I guess if they want to index it to CPI, they could. But that's one argument. You see schools taxes are exempted. If you recall, if you're following along, the governor originally proposed to have all of the taxes be exempt as far as that homestead exemption goes. But after 2 days of discussion, right? This all happened very quickly. They eventually pulled that out. No one had said clearly why it was, but some of this is some math, right? If they didn't exempt it, that would be about a $5 to $10 billion hole in the budget that the legislators would probably have to make up. If you're a future budget writer, i.e. a future Senate president and a future speaker, do you really want to try to make up $5 to $10 billion in required local effort if you took it out here locally? Probably not. That's my best guess of why that went away. Also, I think they were feeling a lot of pressure from moms, dads, school, anyone that's touched by the traditional K-12 system, charter system, whatnot. People who rely on those funds were heavily questioning whether that was smart. So that got pulled out. And then, as you also know, it talks about the uses of your, and this is another area that I think is going to get challenged. It talks about the uses of local cities and counties of what they can do. Some obvious ones, police, fire, EMS, infrastructure, roads, and they kind of, by the way, the original version didn't equate for water and flooding. This is a state with a lot of rain, and we have an aquifer below us. Flooding's kind of something we all deal with, no matter how high or low you are. I know we're in the high country of Florida, here in the Clermont area, but they did add that in. But they added one last section regarding administration, right? Like sort of the theory of you can't have Parks and Recs if you don't have a Parks and Recs director, right? You can't have a city if you don't have a manager, right? But some are reading that clause in there to say it's anything you all, and I'm pointing to you all, meaning in the hypothetical, a city commission approves would be okay because it says language like if approved by the council. Some are reading that as a catch-all. It gets anything that goes before your body. Others are reading it as it's purely just for administration, i.e. you can pay for your Parks and Recs director, but you can't pay for Parks and Recs. That's not necessarily something you can do with ad valorem. That's obviously going to be tested. I think it'll come up in the case. What'll more likely, assuming that language survives, it'll be something where maybe not this city, but a city will have to challenge it and say, well, we think it should be spent on this, and a judge will start to weigh in and it'll work its way up the court system. The other thing on there is you may have noticed that there's these homestead assessment exemptions do not apply after January 1, 2027 to anyone who hasn't been here 5 years. That is another area that's going to get a constitutional challenge. This Supreme Court, obviously different members, threw a similar language out, I want to say 15, 20 years ago, that tried to do that under the United States Commerce Clause, saying you can't treat different folks differently under the law. We'll see where it goes. It was an attempt, obviously, by the governor and others to not create a floodgate, i.e., hey, it's free for everybody, and so that we get a massive population swing, which we don't already have right now, to Florida. But there's some questions of whether that could constitutionally pass muster. And then the last one, which many viewed as a kind of an attempt at an olive branch to the non-homestead property owners that are expected to feel some of the brunt of this should it pass, is it goes from 10% to 5% on the annual increase on those properties' assessment. And that was with the presumption of this group is believing that should this pass and homestead owners are no longer eventually paying taxes, this city and every other city in the state and county will either have to choose to raise taxes, and if they do, it'll be on the backs of non-homestead commercial apartments, what have you, or do nothing. But if they choose to raise taxes, it'll be on the backs of this group that they're trying to protect. So that was why some of that language was put in there. There was also in what they called the implementing bill, there was some language in there that dealt with the rollback rate. And I bet y'all could teach me more about it than I could you, is because you have to write your budget every year. But basically it changed the formula for the rollback rate. And that's statutory, by the way. The governor got that piece of legislation today. We expect he'll sign it. But that takes some of the personal income qualifications and the max millage rate in the equation. What it essentially will require that if you want to keep your budget exactly how it was last year, the new rollback rate will actually be lower. So you would need a supermajority of this council to just put it to where you were last year. Whereas in previous years, the way they adjusted it, you just needed a simple majority. So some folks are going to have some tough conversations later this year once that's signed of how they get there and what they have to do. So that is that in a nutshell. There's a couple other local bills that I thought would be worth putting on your radar, and then I'm happy to get out of your way and let you continue your business. Net zero, some of these were in the headlines, so you know a little bit about it, but it prohibited net zero policies, official actions of local government, also known as sovereign immunity. The state hasn't raised the sovereign immunity caps in 12 years. So this is the 12th year that they since they did it. The good news, there's good and bad, right? They've passed if the governor acts on it and favorably. The bad news is that they've raised the caps, so it could, in theory, create cottage industry type lawsuits against cities and counties. The good news is that at least they took the Senate version. The House version had a much more aggressive increase on caps and a more aggressive tie to CPI and such. The Senate kept it about what it would be over 12 years if you were just, stair-stepping it up naturally. So around 400, 500,000. So it's unclear what the governor's going to do. He has this bill. He needs to act, I think, now within 7 days. He's had it 8. As you all know, he's not been trial bar friendly. He's been pretty aggressive on tort reform and passing laws and signing laws that kind of rein in the trial bar. On the other hand, he hasn't always had a sympathetic heart to cities and counties either, right? He's kind of taken the stance of, being tough on what he sometimes views as big government at the local level. So he's sort of, what do you do in this situation? Here might be some saving grace for cities that are hoping this might not make it to the finish line. Hospital districts are also caught up in this because they fall under sovereign immunity. And so it's one thing if governor doesn't care what it's going to affect a city or county's insurance rates, and I'm sure he cares, but you get what I'm saying is he's not exactly the champion of local governments like others are. But hospital districts, right? If now treating patients in your district is going to cost you a whole lot more money because the caps have been increased, that's a different story. That can put a lot of them under and make them where they can't operate. So we've heard he's definitely weighing this and trying to figure out what he does. So I wouldn't rule out a veto here, even if maybe he's not vetoing it for us, so to speak, when I say us, cities and counties, but he could indeed still veto it. PFAS, you've heard about these. This prohibits the use going forward except for emergency purposes. Public nuisances. This was a law. You may be familiar with this if you have a nuisance abatement board. There's a cap on how much you can charge a nuisance property. And in this day and age with increased properties values, it's negligent. And so as a result, a lot of property owners just don't bring their property into compliance and just wait till they have to sell it and let that be the next owner's kind of thing, part of the deal. And as a result, you never improve that area, neighborhood, or the commercial district. This now takes away the cap. The governor did sign it, so it's going to put a little more teeth in your nuisance abatement boards to go after properties that are not acting appropriately. Clerks of court, this obviously affects everybody, cities and counties included, but this was a big effort to help give them a better control over their revenue and fees. And then local administration of vessel restrictions. We do have some lakes here, so put it on your radar. There was a lot of bills that died, fortunately. Not all passed that were bad for local. It always feels like I have to explain all the bad things that passed as far as entrenching on your rights. But I think knowing property tax reform was coming, they kind of laid low on some of the other stuff with local governments, including in the tax package, which I glossed over, but the tax package, which sometimes always has something going on with local governments, they kind of left them alone. As well as you probably saw, the business rent tax, there was a big piece of legislation that was moving, but that ultimately didn't make it to the finish line. That I expect will be back in future years, but this year it died. And look at that, 15 minutes. That might be a record for me, manager and council. Please ask me any questions, though. Otherwise, I'll get out of your way. I know you guys have a packed agenda.
All right. Anyone have any questions?
I have some since you're here. What is the timeline for us to make any requests from Congressman Webster before he leaves office in November?
So they've already done some of their I don't do a lot of federal, as you know, but I know enough to be dangerous, and I can get you more information. But as I understand it, a lot of the earmarks have already been worked on, and the various congressmen and women have kind of worked on those. Doesn't mean it's too late to reach out. I mean, there's always something happening, and given this is a midterm year, my expectation is that the president and this Congress that wants to work with him are going to be motivated to get a lot of things done to bring home some goodies. So I think definitely engage, because I think they're going to try to get some wins for folks back home. Even if he's retiring, they still got to deliver on these results. And then, of course, then there's all the grants that go on, whether it's HUD or other areas. I think any time is a good time to do that. And we have relationships there. I'm sure you all do as well, but I would definitely reach out to his office and ask what they can be doing on that. Our U.S. senators don't usually participate in the earmarks. That's sort of, sadly, I wish they would. That would make Florida's job a little easier for those who do that. But our congressmen and women do. I think almost all of our members of Congress in Florida do earmarks, including Congressman Webster.
Does our agreement with you include communications with his office or no?
No, but I'm always happy to make those connections there.
Just curious.
Yeah.
To clarify, the $150,000 exemption, presuming it passes, would take place in our fiscal year 2028 budget, if I understood what you said?
So yes, that would be the exemption would go in effect January 1 when the property appraisers do all the assessments, and then so the trim notices in 27 for your 28, 29 or 27, 28 budget.
So as we're preparing our 27 budget, we it's more or less business as usual for 27. We're watching 28, 29.
Yeah, okay. Correct.
And then there's a definition that I'd like clarification on, if you have it, that there's restrictions now on what we can spend property taxes on. Police and fire, for example, can't be reduced, if I understand. My question is, in our case, we're under 50% property taxes. The rest comes from other sources. So even if our property taxes are impacted, our police and fire exceed our current property tax collections. Do we have any restrictions at that point? Since we could fairly argue that most of the money we're using for non-public safety is coming from sources other than property taxes. Do I have the right argument here?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And so, I mean, some of the discussion points in Tallahassee when this was going on was the expectation that cities and counties would, if they didn't already, would adopt or increase fees on certain areas, service areas. And the interesting wrinkle on that, and I learned this during the process, is if we have at the federal level, we have tax write-offs for state and local, which most Floridians don't get to take advantage of because we don't have an income tax. But you do get a small, because you do have a property tax, you do get to write off some of that. But if you lose your property tax and you're now paying fees don't count as the write-off. So that's going to make some interesting conversations in future years if something like this were to pass. But yes, based on the formula you laid out, anything that's not ad valorem is not controlled under that language.
Okay. And then if I understood you, I'm seeking clarification. The rollback rate is now the presumption if this passes. And in order to keep the millage the same, presuming rollback is lower, it would require a supermajority to keep the millage the same. And that's different because it used to be a majority.
Unless the roll, I mean, to get it to the current equation that's there, which is personal income and max millage factored in with the rollback, that would require +1 or super majority. If the rollback rate, like the base one that they're moving to, happens to be the same, then it would just be simple majority. But if you want to go higher than that, which almost across the board, it's going to be, if you want to get back to what you had last year, you'd have to go back higher than that base rate. Then yes, you would need a supermajority. And
then you mentioned hospital districts, but my understanding is we don't have one anymore here in Clermont. So why was that important?
So on the sovereign immunity bill, that will have. I mean, right? If the caps go up for the city, and pardon me, do we self-insure or do we belong to a trust or okay? However you handle it, right? Often there's reinsurance and there's other things. You either have to take greater retention if there's higher caps, or if you're part of self-insure but with some reinsurance type situation, your premiums on the reinsurance side are going to go up because an expectation, even if you go from 200,000 and 300,000, which is the current limits, to 400,000 and 500,000, whether it's single or multiple events, that small, seemingly small increase will absolutely, it's expected to create a target industry where the trial bar now largely doesn't target cities. You don't see billboards saying where you run over by your fireman or fireman or your garbage truck or what have you. You might start to see more of that. If you get those increase in claims, that's going to increase how much you have to retain or pay in premiums. So I mentioned that's what the bill would ultimately do if signed. I mentioned the hospital districts. That could be the saving grace for that bill to be vetoed. Because while again, I don't mean to say the governor doesn't care about cities or counties. I think you get where I'm going with that. It's not our biggest advocate either. But hospital districts is a different story. If you're going to take a hospital, which would fall under this legislation, if you're going to take a hospital district, and there's several in the state of Florida that will be impacted by this, and increase their caps for the care that they provide, that will absolutely create a cottage industry. Hospitals and doctors are targeted already by trial lawyers. Again, not to speak ill, everyone has a right to sue, but you get what I'm saying. And so the governor probably not wanting to penalize them might veto this bill. That's what we're hearing.
Okay.
Nothing's for sure, but they're working their way through it.
Thank you for being quick.
Okay,
I
thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Anyone else? I just want to clarify a couple of things. SB 168, public nuisance.
Yes.
In your slide, you say illegal gambling, but they're just not applying to illegal gambling. That's any kind of illegal activity on that piece of property, right?
Sure. So generally, nuisance boards can deal with illegal activity, and there's language in the statute that says, and it's been expanded and contracted, mostly expanded over the years, right? Of what can establish a nuisance. The gambling was added this year because there's you got those various pop-up centers, right? Where you do I call it arcade gambling, right? Those are all generally illegal. And they're hard to regulate. So the idea was, and that wasn't partly something we worked on necessarily, but it came part of the bill, was to target those and give a little more teeth to law enforcement to go after those, right? They can't always catch them in this thing. They can deem the property nuisance, which would make the property owner less likely to allow that to happen on their property.
So we can still use that new bill to go after other drug uses and all this kind of stuff on properties, right? Okay.
Absolutely. The hope is that it will allow.
I just noted in your slide you had down the illegal gambling. So I'm like, wait a minute. I know we looking at actions here to try to enforce and beef ours up a little bit. So
I made sure my Thursday poker night was not covered in that.
Okay,
so you're fine.
Thank you. That's the only thing I really had. So and I guess I get with my city attorney to really explain the DEI myself. I'm still trying to figure out all the details on the DEI bill that was passed. So
it's a tricky bill, and I
Yes.
think there's been unintended consequences. And I say that you can Google it. City of Jacksonville, where one of the sponsors in the Senate were from, they had to come to some clarifications for just local chambers, right? Because I don't think chambers were meant to be included in the reach of that legislation, but there was some concern, right? What I've seen so far is that there hasn't been a real press from the executive side of things or even the sponsors to go after folks that weren't intended again, that's an amorphous of who is intended or not. I'm sad St. Patrick's Day parades are going to go away, but they've tried to be open-minded of this as far as like they don't want to be going after chamber relationships. A lot of cities and counties rely on local chambers from various backgrounds to help promote business and promote a good ecosystem. That's just one example, but they're working their way through it. Some of the language isn't perfectly clear, which I'm sure your attorney Chris will help you walk through.
I say, I like when I look at it, there's a lot of details in there. I'm not quite sure, like the thing on the chamber and a lot of who else going to affect. So getting the details would be great.
The certainty is the effect on a city or county, like of what you can do with your programs and your staff. It gets a little more vague when you talk about relationships, and part of it is they wanted to draft it in a way we were following that along. That was obvious. That took up a lot of air in the room as that worked its way through the House and Senate. They were trying to, the sponsors of it were trying to make sure that any city that had an active DI program and shut it down because of the law, they would make sure that it just didn't pop up under a preferred vendor who now is just doing it for the city. But somehow, so they were trying to have tentacles to make sure that a city or county or a district couldn't extend it out. And that's where some of the rub is they're trying to work through, because a local chamber is not likely where a city or county, if they were trying to do that, was going to. So they're trying to make sure that that doesn't impact those relationships just because it happens to be a Hispanic chamber, an African-American chamber, that kind of thing, right?
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. And last thing I got is if this doesn't receive a 60% in November, what's the possibility of going back next year?
This is probably a good ending note, or I don't know if it's good, depending on who's listening in the audience. You're right, Mayor. 60% is required. So
Right.
40% of the state plus one voter says no of who shows up in November. It dies. So this isn't on everyone's radar yet. It was in the bubble of Tallahassee is, if you recall, the Constitution Revision Commission, every 20-year commission where a citizens appointed body can send initiatives directly to the ballot, subject to Supreme Court review. There's a similar body that is going to be appointed under the new governor, new speaker, new president that deals with Finance and Tax Commission. So almost the exact makeup, just different focus. And so they can put things directly to the ballot regarding the state's finance and taxes, right? The group could propose an income tax. Highly unlikely, but they could propose that, right? They could propose stuff to do with sales tax, right? To maybe give more flexibility or less flexibility. So I say all that. If this fails, I think there's enough people in the room that truly supported this legislation. When I say people in the room in the House and Senate, not because obviously this was the governor's priority, but it passed overwhelmingly. So there's clearly people who bought in on it. I could see folks in that revision commission putting something to the ballot to try, right? It wouldn't be a carbon copy, right? Unless it was like it passed by 50 or 59% to 41%, then you could see that group saying, well, let's give it one more go in 28. But if if it fails and it fails like in the 55% range, I could see them bringing it back, but tweaking it some to try and get it back on the mark. So I don't think this conversation, if it fails, and I realize y'all are going to try to tackle this and get your arms around it, good or bad, right? I realize that I say bad. That's one perspective for people, but I think if it doesn't pass in November, the conversation will continue at least through 2028. And if it still doesn't pass then I think you're safe for a while. I say safe again, not let the voters decide here, but but at least for y'all's budget exercises, you probably won't have to be thinking through that particular side of things for a good while.
Okay. All righty. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And anyone else?
It's an honor to work with y'all. Thank you for those of you who make it at Tallahassee, whether together or separate. I know many of you make different trips. It's always helpful. Gives us an assist. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it. Wow. All righty. Next item on the agenda is public comments. If you wish to address the council in person, please come to the microphone and state your name and address. Once in-person comments have concluded, we will move to virtual comments. If you are participating online on Microsoft Teams or wish to provide comments, please raise your hand and you will be called on to unmute your microphone when it is time for you to speak. If you are participating by phone, you will press *5 on your phone to raise your hand, then call upon When called upon, you will press *6 to unmute your microphone. All virtual participants, if you wish to comment on other items on the agenda, please stay on the Microsoft Teams or your phone and raise your hand when that item comes up on the agenda. Yes, sir. This portion, this portion of the meeting is only for items that's not on the agenda. In the interest of time, efficiency, and ensuring everyone who wishes to address the council given the opportunity to do so, each speaker will be permitted 3 minutes to address the council. To avoid disruption of the meeting, speakers should avoid inappropriate language, personal attacks, derogatory statements, and direct comments to the city council. Everyone is requested to be respectful, and even when we disagree. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Council. Otis Taylor, 3686 Caladesi. I want to bring two critical safety issues that I'm seeing in the city. One of them is our bike lanes. And I'm not quite sure who's responsible for that, but they are in rough shape. And you see a cyclist in and out of traffic as a result of it because there's so much debris in the road. And I know a big part of it is because it drains. And of course, by where it drains, it's going to collect, but throughout the city. So maybe on your way home, you can take a look at that because I think it's really missed, but 27 is really bad. 50 is bad. And 50, as a matter of fact, maybe even not so much the debris in some spots. Some spots, the bike lane is being encroached by grass and other stuff that you don't even see the bike lane any longer. So I think that's something we really, really need to take a look at before we have some serious problems. Not just safety problems of someone getting hit by a car, but a bicyclist falling, having a blowout or something that could create other issues. The second problem, Westlake. We put a lot of money into Westlake.
Westlake.
Westlake. This is Westlake over here where we have the retention pond. Is that called Westlake? Where we have the big retention pond before it drains into Lake Mineola. What's that called?
You mean
Yeah, Victory Point.
Victory Point? Okay.
Yeah, what's that lake? Isn't that called Westlake?
No.
Oh, it used to be Westlake. Okay. Okay. So I guess it's really easy now because of the rain and everything being so low. But it looks like a cesspool. There's debris everywhere in the lakes, and I know the whole purpose is to clean one so the other don't get dirty. But it's really bad, and I don't know. I guess it's the city responsibility to do the cleaning. So I don't know how often we do it, but we really need to get someone out there to clean that lake. It's a cesspool, and not only that, but we got the stairs that go up to the top and all. I know we got the elevators capped off and locked, but even that area is graffiti everywhere. And I know we got cameras, but I know cameras don't catch everything, but we need to do something with the graffiti that's being written on the walls and stuff like that. That's going to be a very focal point, and having people come in and see that, it's going to make the city look bad. Thank you.
Thank you. This is public comment. Anyone in the public wishes to address anything that's not on the agenda may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of the council. Paula Hoisington, 564 East DeSoto Street. Just want to take the opportunity to thank the mayor and the city council for sponsoring, partnering with the Alliance to do the Juneteenth celebration. The weather was a little shaky, but then it eventually cooperated with us.
Florida.
We had a very good crowd. In fact, at the end, we had to say, you don't have to go home, but you got to leave here. People just didn't want to go home. Thank the members of the council, Dan and Councilman Vane, for coming out and participating and learning. One of the things that the Alliance did a couple of years ago was reach out to the school board to see if the school board was interested in having the students, all in Lake County, participate in an essay, art, or song just to express themselves of what they thought Juneteenth meant to them. So the Alliance then raised funds to where we could award a monetary value to those students that participated. We had a judging contest and picked out the winner. This year we had two, last year we had several, this year we had two fantastic art drawings. One from Caden Wooding, he actually won last year, and then a new participant was Alicia Brown. And I just want to show you their vision of what Juneteenth meant to them in their artwork. And then I'll read you a little of what they said. If I can get this. So if you can see this was our music drawing, and it was by Allison. Allison said she felt the need to bring together music, dancing, and not our councilwoman, Alicia Brown, a young student, a young student at one of our schools.
A young student that did this.
She wanted to bring together people dancing, music playing, and just enjoying what it meant to her and her spirit. When you see people dancing while music's playing, instruments or piano at Juneteenth celebration, it represents a community rejoicing freedom, honoring ancestors, celebrating cultural heritage, and embracing an ongoing journey for equality. This is from our youth.
Yes.
Embracing equality moving forward. And the next one, our first place, some Caden Wooding. Broken chains, freedom from oppression and slavery, liberation and hope, resilience and perseverance, the ongoing pursuit to equality and justice, recognizing that freedom was only the beginning of the struggle for civil rights. The words of our students, if they can see this at their young age and feel this and believe this, imagine if we all took lessons from them and what a better place this would be. I ask that next year, if we're allowed to do this again, that we encourage more of our students to express themselves. Because if they see it, they learn it, they hear it, they do it, they grow up, and they become it.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Council, for allowing us to have this celebration. This is only the beginning. Some of our students, I'm sure, that will go on and do greater things, and we can say we born, we raised, we tapped them, and we gave them a platform in the city of Clermont. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on, Paula.
Can we ask you a question?
I don't think we made provision to hang it in the city hall this year, did we? I think last year we had
last year we
the
hung
art on
it.
the display.
Can we
We
have
would
it
like
hung
to
up
do
here?
that, at least for 30 days.
we have it hung here?
If we can put it in the lobby or something.
Yeah, I would like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Tell
you.
them they did a beautiful job when you see them.
Yeah. Oh, we did. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time. My name is John Foxon. I'm not a longtime resident in Clermont, just over 15 years. But
Can I get your address, please?
yes, I live in the Fox Chase development, 811 Crooked Branch Drive,
Thank you.
which the address brings me here. We have a new development next to us that has been cleared for, I think, well over a year. Now it's paved and looks like they have electricity. But what we're wanting to know, may possibly as a neighborhood association, what steps maybe you could tell us that we could follow to see how somebody is able to clear cut 57 acres of land with no mitigation that is shown anywhere. Same thing with wildlife. Same thing happened there. There was no mitigation. There was no rehoming or anything of the wildlife in the area. And they're putting in 145 homes in that area, all rentals. You probably know 92% of every household has a car, and 60% of them virtually have 2 or 3 or more. So it's going to affect probably the county, maybe more than just the city of Clermont. But I do know, I think in November of 24, you all had to approve this development. So what we're wanting to ask is, how do we follow that procedure? How do we find out how somebody is able to clear cut, no mitigation, nothing apparent? Same thing with wildlife, just they're on their own. And boy, our neighborhood really noticed them, from coyotes to skunks to snakes running through our part of the county. If you give us, just maybe tell how we might be able to get in on the process, I guess, of finding out how these things are.
Bless
How are they under, pretty much it sounds like, the control of the developers, whatever they wish to do. It just appears that way.
No, sir. I can assure it's a process they have to go through, and they didn't just go out there and just start cutting and everything. But my city manager gonna get with you and have someone get you information so we can sit down and explain the process with you.
That's great.
Okay.
The time I met in South Florida, there was no such thing as clear cutting. In Miami-Dade and Broward County, you don't do that. So, yeah, I really appreciate that effort. Thank you so much for the time.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you. Anyone else? Is it? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Kurt Shue. My address is restricted under state law. Mayor Tim Murray, city council members, senior staff of the city of Clermont. I want to thank you all for the opportunity. I have 2 things. One, I would like to first thank the city clerk and her staff for the FOIA request. I've learned a lot over the last year about. They've done a great job as far as, I think, FOIA requests. I've been there with some other people who have some FOIA requests. It's been entertaining, engaging people. I see it's challenging for the city staff, and I'd like to thank them and recognize them in front of you. It's not an easy process for them. The other part I'd like to bring up about veterans, near and dear to my heart. We're just about a week away from the 250th anniversary of our country next week. So bless you all, and hope you all have a great time. Be safe, and God bless. There was a recent act passed, the Veterans Expedited TSA Screening and Safe Travel Act, which now gives disabled veterans that have a qualifying disability free TSA pre-check. So the newspaper's agreed to publish an article on it I'm working on. And for those people that are disabled veterans, I've sent it out to, I know, the VFW and other ones. So thank you very much. Have a blessed day.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? This is public comment. Anyone wish to speak to anything that's not on the agenda may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else in the chamber, I close the chamber. Anyone online, sir? Okay, so I close public comment. Before we go any further, Mr. Van Wagner, do we have any changes to the agenda?
We have one thing, Mr. Mayor, and then I'd like to bring up one other thing.
Okay.
Item 14 is a request for table ordinance 2026-014, the final hearing to September 22nd of 2026.
September 22nd.
I'm sorry, September 22 of 2026.
Okay, thank you.
I'll move to table ordinance number 2026-014 to
second.
September 22nd, 2026.
A second.
I have a motion and a second to table item number 14, ordinance number 2026-014 until 22 September 2026.
And we'd like to let the clerk go ahead and read that ordinance, if that would be okay.
Yes.
Well, we already tabled this to that date. It's in our
We
minutes.
tabled the
This is the
intro.
final
This is
hearing.
for the final. We tabled the intro to the first meeting in September. This is
Correct.
to table the final to the second meeting in September.
So why is the final on the agenda when we tabled the intro?
It was advertised for this date. That's why we have to table it to the September 22nd date.
We advertised before 2 weeks before the meeting?
We have to, because we have to advertise 14 days prior to, and the meeting date was exactly 14 days.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Ordinance 2026-014, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending Chapter 125 to establish procedures for the review and approval of mobile food dispensing vehicles pursuant to Section 509.102 Florida statutes, providing for conflict, severability, codification, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and effective date.
Okay, have a motion and a second to table item number 14, ordinance number 2026-014 to 22 September 2026. Any further discussion?
I'm sorry, just for procedural clarification, I think we tabled the intro to September 22nd, didn't we? What is that one, to the 9th?
The first meeting in September.
That's in the 9th? Okay. All right, got it. All right, thank you.
All right,
And apologies for the premature motion there. I forget we still have to read it even if we're going to table.
it's okay. We go back. We can do it. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Yes, sir.
And one other thing, Mr. Mayor. Recently, City Hall was hit by a lightning strike, which impacted our air conditioning unit, and I'd like to make a request for an emergency purchase of 2 air conditioning units for the second and the third floor. We were going to have that in the budget for this next year, but we're asking if we could do that now, and it's going to be in the amount of around $300,000. We'd like to use our current continued service group called Westbrook to go ahead and bid that out for us and help us get the best price, but we'd like to start that immediately. It just so everybody knows, it's between 85 and 95 degrees up there at times, and it's not conducive for people to be working up there right now. So we have repairs coming hopefully tomorrow with parts, but this is a temporary thing. It needs to be taken care of. It's been on the fritz for a little while now.
Let me say, I asked Mr. Van Wagner to do emergency request for replacement of these air conditioners, because these air conditioning buildings been on the fritz for years now. You never know what you're gonna get. It's almost like being in the Navy. It's an adventure every day you come in the building. I know they saying this time it was hit by lightning, but fun to spend time in here a couple of days a week, every day. When I come in here, even on second floor, I don't know where's it gonna be hot or cold, freeze me out, and they can't regulate it. We spending a tremendous amount of money just trying to keep these things going. So I asked them to go ahead and with this latest thing, especially yesterday when I went upstairs, and as soon as I opened the door to upstairs, the heat just rushed out and hit me so hard. I just figured like we need to start wasting our money and go ahead and replace them, because they definitely need to be replaced. So I know it sounds like a lot of money, but I think we have the funding in funding available. So let's go ahead, and I would like to see a motion to go ahead and get this thing done, get the process done. So
Do we need to, city manager or city attorney, do we need to identify where the funds come from in the motion?
No, in your procurement procedures, you do have a section on emergency purchases. So
Okay.
long as the city manager certifies in writing that, there is an equipment failure, an issue, which he will do before signing the contract, it's permissible by the city council to act as we moved.
Okay. And I echo the mayor's comments. I've been up on third floor a couple weeks ago and thought, gosh, it feels really warm up here. And that was before this week and last week, where we have staff who in the finance department who need to be in their offices with their equipment. They can't really take that mobile. And I fear that we are creating a really harsh working environment for them. So I would move as presented by the city manager to do this.
A second.
okay,
I'm sorry, is it in our supplemental packet or is there an email? I completely appreciate the need to take care of air conditioning. Don't misunderstand. But I think $300,000 is a lot to just say we're just throwing on the agenda with no paperwork. Did I miss something?
No, that's why it's an emergency, because it just got hit with lightning this week. So,
Well, we were having problems last week when I came.
this is no control. Now it's completely gone now.
Okay, so what we're saying, so I understand, is the entire air conditioning system for the building is damaged,
For the
and
second
we
and
need a new.
the second and the third floor.
Second and third floor.
But that's what I'm saying. It's the air conditioning. I thought you presented that we needed generators or backup, but we're actually, you're asking to replace the air conditioning systems in the building.
Yes.
Okay.
We, like I say, we've been having problem with it, and I know it was, yeah, I think they was talking about trying to put it in the budget this year, but every week, especially on Monday mornings, I walk in here, to spend time in the building, and Brian, God bless his soul, I mean, he doing all he can to trying to make these things work. Can never regulate it. I know a week before last, I came in and went into the clerk's office, and the second floor was just hot as I don't know what, no. And the fact that we have expecting mothers here working in these buildings, we cannot continue to ask them to work under the conditions, especially up on the third floor, hard as it was up there yesterday. The young lady was having to come down every so many minutes to just try to cool off, you know. And
I
like
completely,
I said, we
yeah.
continue to spend the money on these things, so. Let's stop wasting our time and wasting the money. Just go ahead and get it done. Even though I know we were looking at putting it in the budget, but every week we spending money on these air conditions.
But we're saying they can't be fixed now.
Well, we're gonna have to
fix them now?
fix it now. We finna spend a whole lot of money because of the lightning strike. We're gonna have to fix it right now. But still, next week we're gonna probably have another problem. So why we keep going round and round in circles instead of going ahead and fixing the problem, and getting over with, instead of wasting the money. I think the original air conditioner, I'm not sure, that's been in here for 20-some odd years, I'm not quite sure, but they've been here for a while, so it's time to just go ahead and get it done.
Okay, so how much does it cost to fix
Miss-
right
Miss-
now?
He's
You're asking me to make a $300,000 decision. I'm just asking the question. How much is it to fix what's broken now versus replacing what's broken? And what's the timeline to fix it versus to replace it?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. James Mayworm, Assistant Director, answering your question, in the neighborhood of $14,000.
Okay.
So the plan is right now, the contractor's on the roof, preparing the location, removing all of the damaged components, and there are several. Tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock, a crane will arrive. The parts will be here, and the crane will lift the parts necessary to make the repairs onto the roof. And then hopefully by midday tomorrow, the air conditioning will be reestablished. It's interesting to note that this particular fail will be the 7th time this calendar year that we have had problems with either the heating in the ductwork or the air conditioning systems. So it is a very old system. The building's 23 years old. We do have it, excuse me, in the budget for next year, but if we can make the move now, that would be very advantageous for us.
Has it been bid out?
Not at the moment, no.
So I think they're already set up to have it repaired. The emergency to me is it's hot and it's Florida and it's 96 degrees and there's a plan in place to have it ready by tomorrow at noon and it costs $14,000. And I'm perfectly happy to move forward with that. I'm perfectly happy to move forward with a bid to have it bid out so we can make sure we're getting the right price for replacing the units if it's 27 years old. And I thought when you said this, that this was one of the items that had been voted on back in 2022 when all the carpet in the building was replaced. But that's going off memory because I'm getting hit by this and I wasn't prepared for this. But to me, the emergency seems like get it repaired, which I'm fully supportive of. And then let's bring it back at the next meeting to get, once we bid it out and get some quotes.
Well, the thing is, we pass this motion today, then we will be able to go to procurement to go out for the bids.
Right.
Okay, until we get the motion and authorize procurement to act, it's not going to get bidded. And yes, we can put the $14,000 in there tomorrow if that's what it end up costing. It may end up costing them more. Who's to say the next day we don't have another problem? And that's the thing, is we keep going round and round in circles. As they said, this is the 7th time we've had to try to repair these air conditioners this year. We just keep spending money. So if we put it in the budget for next year, yeah, we'll still have to wait another 5 or 6 months down the road until the new budget come in, if it's get approved in the new budget. We have the fundings available right now. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do it, and I think we'll save ourselves some money in the long run, because I can almost guarantee you next week sometime, we're gonna have to put some more money in that air conditioning unit, because we do it just about every week. Okay, I'm in this building.
I just want to clarify that what the city manager mentioned wasn't to get bids. It was to use someone who I think we have a continuing contract with
Correct.
because
Yes.
of the emergencies. So if that is the city's direction, it'll have to change what the city manager's recommendation was.
But this goes to an item that we've been talking about, which is we have several different contractors. Are we getting bids from each of those contractors? Or are we just saying the next one up gets to tell us how much they're going to charge us? Because I thought we picked contractors so that we could say, okay, we have an emergency situation. You have 24 hours to give me a bid to replace these items. And then we get the lowest bidder from the contractors that have been approved. But that's not being done? Or that's not allowed?
That's
or
not what's being proposed today.
why wouldn't we do that?
We certainly can. So there's various different ways that this can be procured. Our traditional way to do it would be to write up a scope of work, specifications, put a bid out on the street, allow that to be on the street for potentially a month to 2 months, have everybody have time to ask questions, digest the scope of work, giving us the best price that they possibly can. In this case, we were talking about an emergency purchase, at which point in time we don't competitively bid it. We don't typically competitively quote it, because it is an emergency. We just move forward, get a contractor that we already have a contract with available, and get the work done. I don't know, maybe Freddie can speak to this, but perhaps we could get 3 quotes and then just move from that point.
It just seems to me like the emergency is there's no air conditioning on the second and third floor. We have a $14,000 solution that gets it done tomorrow at noon. Why don't we just do that and then get the quotes? If the bid's off by $50,000 from someone else, we spent 14, but we saved 50, and that works.
I'm sorry, excuse me, but I think you're assuming that because they put $14,000 in, it means it's going to be fixed. I don't know if you hadn't had an air conditioner go bad, but I have. And I know what it's like when you put money in, then it's still not fixed, and then you got to get a new one.
Yeah, but this isn't our money. And
It is our money. It's our taxpayer dollars money. And I think that we have to be reasonable. It is hot as the dickens in the state of Florida. This thing is old. It needs to be fixed. That's why it's called an emergency, because it's been hit by lightning. It's been repaired 7 times. We have employees coming here. We cannot expect them to work in these conditions, because people can have strokes. They can die. They can have all kinds of health challenges because it's too hot in here. And we do need to get the solution, which is to get a new air conditioning system.
I don't disagree with you. I'm just disagreeing with the process that's being requested. I completely agree with you. I just think it doesn't make sense to me. If I can fix my broken air conditioning, if I can put a Band-Aid on it this moment while I bid out a $300,000 line item to contractors that we already have under continuing services and give them a chance to bid it out, even if they come in next week and replace the unit, if it saves $50,000 because we competitively sought quotes, then in the end, we've spent $264 instead of $300. That's what I'm looking. The emergency is it's hot on the second and third floor. Yeah. I'm hearing a solution by tomorrow at noon. I don't think we talk about, yes, we can vote on anything, but I don't want to set a standard of where we say, well, here's an emergency that creates an opportunity for us to spend a 6-figure change to our budget without notifying the public that this is an item that we're going to take up from the council. I mean, I just, you could get me to, hey, we'll authorize up to 300,000, but we're going to get the bids from all of our existing contractors and move forward. That's fine. But now how much does that slow down the tomorrow at noon? I think they should move forward with tomorrow at noon, get it done so it's taken care of, and then handle the quotes. But I'm just one vote. It just, to hear $300,000 with nothing in writing and no clarification, that's,
Ms. Strange, I think we're gonna move forward with the 14,000 for tomorrow. But then again, who's to say, what's tomorrow? Wednesday, Thursday, we don't have to spend another 14,000 because something else is wrong. And that's what I'm saying. Well, you talk about it's not our money. You're right. It's the taxpayer money, and my job, and my thing is to save the taxpayer money as much as possible. And I don't like, even with my money, keep putting money into something that's constantly breaking down and everything. I'd rather go ahead and fix it and get it out of the way, rather than constantly week after week after week spending dollars. Because eventually it's going to add up to where we at right now with the $300,000. We can put $14,000 in there tomorrow. Hopefully, that's all it's going to cost us tomorrow. And next week we have to put another $20,000 in it. Okay, and who's to say, even while we out getting the bid, that doesn't happen? But my thing is, let's go ahead and get the process going. If we need to go out and get three, if you feel satisfied with us going out and getting 3 bids, I have no problem with getting the 3 bid. But we need to get this process taken care of, rather than waiting another 2 or 3 months, waiting for it to get approved all in the upcoming budget and everything, and then starting the process. Let's go ahead and get it done. Because I know we're spending money every week on just about every week on these air conditioners. So
I have a question for the city attorney. We have this emergency procurement process to use the existing contract. Are we prohibited from being creative and saying, put out a 24-hour bid to the all existing and get those back under the same emergency rule? Or do we have
No.
to follow what's there?
No, I mean, I take the position that in an emergency, we have more flexibility with our procurement procedures. So just as we're able to approve something like this under a continuing contract, I think we would have more flexibility to try. And that the problem is that if we do go out and put it out to bids, there are certain that fairness is the name of the game in
Sure.
a procurement process,
Yeah.
right? And so I'm just thinking through how we would do it under as long as it's certified as an emergency, the answer to your question is yes, we could.
Well, I don't want to create a hoop that doesn't need to be created. I've been on the 3rd floor during this week and last week and the week before. And it was hotter than all get out. And so that's not a good working condition. I think it's responsible, even under an emergency situation. We have this process for a reason. We don't do it on a regular basis. That would not be the definition of an emergency. And if we were planning on replacing this at this level next year, yes, fix it at the 14 grand, get it working, because even if we approve this right now, and I hope we do, it's not going to be Monday when the new one goes in. It's going to be some time yet before that new one goes in, and we need it to work up to that point. And so I'm fine with the motion that I made that's relative to what the city manager proposed and that's been seconded, and I hope that we can support that.
okay. Well, for clarification, I know you're looking at me, Mr. Van Wagner. With the motion you made, Mr. Waugh, is it considered emergency and they can just go out and use on the continuous contract?
The city manager would have to certify the emergency
Yeah,
under a
okay,
procedure,
okay.
but yes. And if we did go in a bidding process, I'm just reviewing the statutes. I would need to talk to Freddie about some of the hoops we'd have to jump through
Okay.
to do that.
Okay.
I'm fine with the emergency process we have.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make sure, I know Mr. Van Wagner was looking at me for some clarification there, so, okay. But I do have a motion and a second to go ahead and proceed with the emergency repair of air conditioning on the 2nd and 3rd floor of City Hall. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 4-1. Please, let's get her taken care of, and thank you. Anything else, mister?
That's it. Thank you.
That's it? Thank you. All right, the next portion of the meeting is the consent agenda, which contains items that have been determined to be routine and non-controversial. If anyone in the audience wishes to address a particular item on the consent agenda, now is the opportunity for you to do so. Additionally, if staff or members of the city council wish to address a particular item on the consent agenda, they have the same opportunity. The consent agenda items tonight are items 1 through 11. Is there any item that need to be pulled?
I have a couple things. Mr. Bain or Mr. Waugh, maybe you can help me because I don't necessarily know that I'm voting against, but I have questions and an edit. And so I don't know if I need to pull them. On the council meeting minutes, I felt like there was something missing from my reports last meeting, so I don't know if I need to pull that. On item number 5, there's installation of 2 fishing piers. My understanding is that there was a grant to cover that, so it's a budget amendment with a grant. I just wanted to get clarification on that. That relates to item number 4. And then item number 10, I'll go ahead and pull. And item number 11, I'll pull. Do I need to pull the meeting minutes, or can I just?
As for the meeting minutes, it would be appropriate if the council approved to make a motion to approve it with your proposed revision.
Okay.
If that was seconded and approved, it would be fine. I don't know what your revision is.
It's just to add that I spoke on the tourism update from Lake County.
Well, then that would, I would think, Mr. Watt, that would have to be pulled, and we'll have to approve that with the added changes, right?
No, he's saying no.
No?
You can if you want, but you don't need to if you all in agreement. In other words, if it was a contract and you just wanted to approve it on consent, but it had a typo, you can move to approve it subject to fixing the typo. Same type of deal.
All right.
And then can we get clarification on item 5, or do I have to pull
I
it?
don't know the answer to that.
Item 5, we'll go ahead and pull that one.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's cool.
Well, unfortunately, it relates to item 4 because 4 is the budget amendment, and then 5. So that was why I was trying not to have to pull a bunch of things.
Yeah. Can we just get the clarification before we decide to pull it?
Yeah. Scott's in the audience.
I heard
Jim?
Scott.
Mr. Bora?
It could be Public Works. The question is on item number 5 with the 2 fishing piers. My recollection was that we got either insurance or grant or FEMA money because it was hurricane damage, but it shows as a budget amendment. And so I just want to be clear that it's a budget amendment with a corresponding revenue. And if not, I was seeking clarity on that.
Good afternoon again. I can answer the question to number 5.
Yeah.
If you recall, we had 4 of our docks destroyed during the hurricane. Negotiations with FEMA, they said, yes, we will replace all of those. At some point, there was a decision made to go ahead and take the funding for these 2 piers that we're talking about and move that funding over to the 8th Street Pier to help fund the project, and FEMA agreed with that. So we forfeited our opportunity to use the FEMA money to replace these. And then decision was made to please go ahead and replace these piers, and so now that's where we're at.
The decision was made to move. I'll go ahead and pull item number 5, please. So we'll talk about it later. So I'm pulling 5, 10, and 11.
Okay, 5, 10, and 11. Any other? I entertain a motion, item number 1 with the so stated changes on item number 1, item 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9.
May I interject?
Yes.
I just want for clarification, Councilmember Strange, page 16, third bullet point, does provide an update regarding your comments on the Tourism Development Council.
Okay, under the
Under your
reports,
report?
it didn't show there, so it's in a different section.
It
you're
is
saying?
there. It's because we had the council was there. There was discussion regarding other items that was brought up, and then the additional information regarding the TDC is listed under the third bullet point on page 16 of the minutes.
Okay, I guess in the one I looked at, it was okay. So it's been updated. All right, well then, never mind.
So let me go back. I entertain a motion for items 1 through 4 and 6 through 9.
I'll make a motion. 1 through 4, 6 through 9 of the consent to approve.
Second. I have a motion and a second for approval of consent item 1 through 4 and 6 through 9. Any further discussion?
No.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 5, bid award and budget amendment.
So yeah, I'm just seeking clarification or reminder. I think Mr. Mayworm. So just to understand myself and then also the public. So we have they had the 4 piers that were covered by FEMA. And what I heard you say is that at some point the decision was made, and I'm wondering if we made that decision to use the piers, the replacement piers that we're talking about today for 187,000 towards, you said the 8th Street Pier. So is that meet me in the middle, or is that the 8th
That would
Street
meet me
Pier?
in the middle, yeah. That particular project. So we got the demolition of the old 8th Street Pier funded by FEMA.
Right.
They funded that 100%, and whatever proportion they were going to give us to rebuild the 2 piers at Waterfront, that is also allocated to meet us in the middle, 8th Street, whatever the project is termed.
Did this council approve that?
Yes, it's my understanding you did.
I don't remember us funding meet in the middle.
Yeah. No, the money is there. It's a grant from FEMA.
Right.
Typically, yeah, and so the money is there and available for us whenever we apply for it.
Is it available for us to use for these projects, for these piers?
I would have to check. I'm not sure in regards to the process. We went through the formal process of moving the monies and they agreed. I don't know if we can go back and say, we've changed our mind, can we shift the funds to something different? So we can check on that.
Okay.
Okay.
Public meeting? Had to pull it.
All righty, this is the public meeting. Anybody in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in the chamber, anyone online, sir? No one online, I'll close public comment, bring it back to council. What say council on item number 5?
Move to approve item number 5.
A second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of consent agenda item number 5, bid award and budget amendment for the installation of 2 fishing piers. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion passes 4-1. Item number 10. What is it? Facility use and license agreement.
Yeah, this is probably a question for Mr. Waugh. I understand. It's hard for me to tell from these if this is a sub-assignment, if it's a new agreement. If it's a new agreement, has it been bid out? I understand the general concept. I'm not necessarily opposed to the general concept, but I feel like for purposes of the public to understand what we're doing at the Performing Arts Center, that it would be helpful to have an explanation of how we came to potentially doing a contract with someone without bidding it out and how that works.
Well, I wasn't involved in that process. I was given terms and I helped draft some of the agreement, so I can tell you about the drafting, but I didn't negotiate any of the terms.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, what you have before you is a
Brian
proposed. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Good afternoon again. Yes, so Thrive reached out to us for space to run their homeschool program at the Arc. Then after some back and forth and some delay, they asked for space that was more exclusive that the Boys and Girls Club can handle. I reached out to the Boys and Girls Club. They were interested in working with this program. It worked for them. Their fee goes down. They have the opportunity to recruit their students into their after school program. And we went from there.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
But it wasn't bid. It didn't go through a bidding process.
No, there was no bid process. They reached out to us.
Okay. I want to make sure that we're following the processes and procedures that we do for everything else. And so this one seemed outside of the ordinary process to me. And so that's why I pulled it.
It's not required to go out for bid.
No, well,
Why?
Yeah, why not?
There's no rule or regulation that requires it. There's an existing agreement with Boys and Girls Club for use of the facility. It's not in the, it's not subject to Florida Statute Section 163.380, which would require some kind of a public notice process. Like if it was across the street from here, it would, but this is not that location. And so the city, under its home rule powers, can do this if it wants to.
So why is this coming for us? Why isn't this a staff issue?
Because it is a property interest. I mean, it's a license, agreement. It's not technically a lease, but generally because the signatory for these is usually the mayor, whether it's a deed or a lease or a license, because it's an interest in property, it comes to you.
And I think, Mr. Ward, one of the things, my understanding is one of the other reasons it has to come before us because we have the contract with the Boys and Girls Club for the building, and Boys and Girls Club do not have the authority to enter into the agreement. It has to be the council to go ahead and approve all that. Okay, so trust me, it was when I saw this, it was a big concern to me. As you know, I was the one that brought Boys and Girls Club here into the city and got them into that building. So, when I saw it, my antenna went up big, but I'm a supporter of Thrive as well. And I think it's after looking into it, I think it's a good partnership for the two of them and everything. They both deal with youth, and it's an opportunity for the Boys and Girls Club to expand as well as Thrive. So I think it's a good partnership, and I can support it. So thank you. And I think this is one of the things we have to really start looking at in the future, especially if that property tax proposal go through, because private partnerships and things like this going to be a big thing of how we're going to have to make it through it a lot of times in the future. So when we can get different organizations come together and work together like this, it's tremendous. So I commend them for it. So thank you.
Sorry, I think I've pulled it, so I have to trigger. I've triggered public comment, so we have to go through that. I'm sorry to put you through that, Mayor.
That's okay.
We got to go through that process.
Do I have a motion?
A public comment. Sorry, we haven't done public comment.
Oh, I didn't do public comment. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Well, this is public hearing. Anyone in the public, I thought it did. Anyone in the public that wish to speak to this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to speak to this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Afternoon, Mayor. Paula Hoisington, 564 East DeSoto. I'm just confused on, is this like if I was teaching my children, not that I have little children, but if I was teaching my children in my home, regular home school, and this group Thrive has a home school that they're now attaching to the Boys and Girls Club that's going in the Arts and Rec Center. I'm just confused.
No, it's not. Thrive is not a homeschool. It is
Because it
a.
says a homeschool program.
Yeah, well, Boys and Girls Club basically utilize our facility, have had the contract for 10, 12 years, 13, 14, whatever it is, quite a few number of years to utilize some space. Thrive was looking for some additional space, so they went to the Boys and Girls Club and tried to utilize some of the space. So the Boys and Girls said, hey, we got some space that we don't actually utilize. Yes, they can go in there and do this. But it's not really a homeschool. Well, I know they say homeschool, but
What is it?
Thrive.
I understand Boys and Girls Club has space and they partner with someone, but it says homeschool program. What are they doing different than the Boys and Girls Clubs are doing for the
Well, one of the things Thrive does, it has a whole different set of kids, and they're a little bit older, more of high school type kids, and they have a more, I would say, a more advanced program than the Boys and Girls Club, and that's one of the reasons Boys and Girls Club is ready to partner with them, because hopefully they'll be able to draw from them and get some experience, help them with their younger kids. But I never look at Thrive as being a home school, because that's not what they do. Now they do a lot of work with our kids and educating our kids, youth and everything. Of course, I think we just had them here, 2 weeks ago, in here with a presentation and everything, and all the different things they do as well.
Okay.
Is it safe to describe it as daytime programming versus after school programming?
After school
program.
Yeah, because when it says homeschool, I'm thinking, well, why can't I start my program and go to Arts and Rec and set it up? Just
Well, that's good. And it's great. And I just, like I say, I saw it as a great opportunity to them work together, you know, and with our kids, our youth. And Thrive has a great program going, so to help them out, I have no problem with it. But anyone else? Public comment? Anyone else? Anyone online, Mr.? Okay, well, we'll close public comment, but bring it back to council. What's the council? Item number 10.
Mr. Mayor, it's my understanding when I talked to staff in the staff agenda review that this is essentially two entities that work with youth in our community.
Right.
The Boys and Girls Club currently has a contract with us to use space in the Arts and Recreation Center. Thrive is looking to partner with Boys and Girls Club to utilize some of that same space when Boys and Girls Club is not using it. They're paying for the use of that. It's not just something that they're getting. They're actually paying for it. So it reduces Boys and Girls Club fees by nearly $4,500, and the revenue generated from Thrive using it is $21,000. So it's actually a net positive to the city of about $16,500 of additional revenue of these two partner entities working together to serve our youth in one location. Yep. And so for that reason, because of their missions, I'll support that.
Yeah.
Well, and I understood it the same way. And part of the reason why it jumps out to me is, one, I was concerned about the policy process of it and, you know, picking who's going to be in the space. The other is what happens in the event that there's a conflict between the organizations, because now the city has two separate agreements with two separate organizations for using the same space, which has personal belongings in it. I mean, Boys and Girls Club is going to have personal items in it. And it almost seemed to me like rather than the city having to be involved in that, potentially just saying, okay, this is between the Boys and Girls Club, and whatever agency they choose to use is, I think I would have been less concerned if it was an amendment that just amended the Boys and Girls Club's fee versus now we have our staff dealing with two different agencies that have two different contracts, but they're using the same space and the same personal belongings are in it. So it just seemed like a potential for conflict down the road.
Well,
is where I had.
Is there personal belongings that are kept, or is it everybody just takes their belongings when they leave? They don't leave.
Well, like the Boys and Girls Club itself is going to have stuff, whether it's crayons and pencils or
Okay, that
it's,
kind of, right.
you know, I mean, they're going to have things. And so that was my concern, was this crossover of shared space. And why aren't we just amending it so that the Boys and Girls Club pays a higher fee and they're collecting from Thrive? And maybe there's a good reason, but I kind of had the same thing. Like there's other micro schools in Clermont, and if we're just opening it up during the day for anybody to use, then why not just open it up and see what kind of bids we can get? And if we're not opening it up during the day because it's a relationship with Boys and Girls Club, why not let Boys and Girls Club handle that relationship?
There's a million ways the city could choose to do it, and this is one of them. That's one of them. As far as personal belongings, theft is still against the law. Conversion is still against the law. So, I mean, and frankly, that's between those organizations.
And it's my understanding that the Boys and Girls Club was able to move out of an area to give them this area to accommodate them. So,
And do both contracts have the same 90-day out?
No, the Boys and Girls Club has a 180-day termination provision. The one with Thrive is, I think, 60 days. It's much shorter.
60 days. Okay.
yeah, so
Okay. I do agree with you, Mr. Mayor. I think that the collaboration between the organizations is good. I just, again, concerned about the process and policy.
okay. Well, like I said, I was a little concerned because I knew nothing about it until I saw it on here,
Yeah.
so I had to question it myself, and I went through, but I'm okay with it. You know, hopefully we won't have those type problems that you considering right now and all. And as Brian say, Mr. Bain said, it's a benefit to the city because it increased some income for us, and as well. And of course, I know the Boys and Girls Club happy because it reduced their cost. But I entertain a motion if there's no other comment.
I'll move to approve item number 10.
Sir. Have a motion and a second for approval of item number 10. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 11.
So I pulled this one because it seems unnecessary. The Short Street is a public street. I don't fully understand the rationale here. This property has come up now 3 times before this council for various reasons, and not sure I can support it, but if you want to give me clarification, Mr. Waugh, as to why we should do it, I'm open to changing my mind.
Well, I was directed to find a way to preserve Mr. Hess's access in the event that the city vacated that public access. And so I'm not aware of the city having any plans. I think that arguably, even if the city did vacate the street, there may still exist public access. But the concern that was expressed to me is that normally when a city does vacate a street, if it has ownership, then the ownership goes to the center line of the adjacent property owners. So the concern is that there may be an administration here in the city that may do that in the future. And so the direction I received was to come up with a legal way to preserve access. And so what I said is, well, if there's an easement agreement in place, even if the city does vacate, that it doesn't make the easement necessarily go away. That's something that accrues to the grantee of the easement. So that's why it's before you. It's upon direction.
And do you know off the top of your head the current law with easement by necessity? And is there a fee that goes one way or the other with those these days?
Well, there's 2 ways to, academically speaking, there really is no such thing as a landlocked parcel in the state of Florida. And the reason is that there are 2 ways to have access, and they're actually codified in our Florida statutes. One is, even if it appears landlocked, if it was once a part of a larger parcel that did have access to a road, that quote unquote landlocked parcel will still have reasonable access across. If that's not the case, then the owner of a landlocked parcel would be able to have reasonable access to the nearest public road, but have to pay a reasonable fee. You might have to sue for it. But there's always a way. Am I answering your question?
Yeah, I just haven't done it for a while, so I was curious.
And I don't get out much, so there you go.
There you go. So that works. All right. Yeah, I didn't see. I mean, the presumption then is, in case there's tyranny in the future, we want to protect against it.
That's my understanding from conversing with Mr. Hess about why he asked for it.
Okay. All right.
Very confusing.
But I think what he's asking for, he wants that easement in the event of some council in the future removes that from. This way he has that to hold.
Correct.
So, I mean, it's.
That it guarantees access in
Right.
the event the public road is vacated.
I thought we had. Well, my thing was when I saw it again. I'm trying to figure out why it's back at us, because I thought 2 years ago, actually we basically gave him that access, and when we eliminated the public access to that road, and we cut it off and say, hey, public cannot go through there any longer. So why it's keep coming back as I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know it was a couple of years ago, I guess it first came before us, and we gave them that access, and as long as we kept our easement there for utilities and everything. But I always thought that road had been cut off in half, and the property owner to the west of it had to access it from 12th Street. Okay. And he had his access from the east side. Okay. But where are we?
Can I ask staff? I talked about this with the city manager and deputy city manager in agenda review. Can you explain it how you explained it to me? Maybe that will help provide some information or additional information, because it was my understanding that we did vacate.
Yeah.
So it is vacated, and that's why we're doing the easement.
Yeah, we vacated most of Short Street, not
Right.
the whole thing. So there's still a little stub left. And so Mr. Hess came to us and asked us, as we indicated, that if a future council decides to vacate the rest of that, then he would be kind of stuck there. So he just asked if we could work with him to give him permanent access in the event that something would ever happen. But you're right, Short Street was vacated, not the whole thing, and so he wants to make sure that he's got the access to 12th Street with the lumberyard apartments coming in and all of theirs, a lot of their traffic coming onto Carroll Street, and Carroll Street's kind of blocking him off now. He just wants to make sure he has a good access over to 12th Street in perpetuity.
It was my understanding that essentially I kind of equated it to what is still there that wasn't vacated is like the curb cut, basically,
It's a
from
little
12th.
bit bigger, but not by
It's
full.
but essentially it's in my brain to try to wrap my head around it. It's like the curb cut going on to there, and the rest of this easement area, the city no longer would be required to maintain it. I know that was something that was originally requested, but this would need to be maintained by the property owner. And essentially it's an extension of their driveway to get to that section that's the public piece from Short to 12th to connect the two. And that's why we're granting the easement.
And he's even
Or
indicated that he
potentially.
would be open to making it a private road if council would agree, and then he
Yeah.
would take over full maintenance of everything.
Right.
If council would grant him that being a private road.
Okay. Because I too initially had some concerns about granting an easement in perpetuity forever and ever, but especially if it was a public road, why are we granting an easement on a public road?
Right.
But I didn't realize it is actually most of it has been vacated already.
Well,
And
let's
so
get clarity on that, because my understanding is the only part that was vacated is the part that's in between the two parcels that he owns, and everything from his property line to 12th Street remains public. Otherwise, we can't give an easement over it.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Well, see, and that was my understanding too. When we vacated it before, we gave him everything up to this property line until the center point between the two property owners.
I mean, Mr.
And
Watt.
no longer can go through from Carroll Street, can go through 12 Short Street out to 12th Street, and the property owner to the west of that center line has to come in off of 12th Street.
And in your agenda packet, there's an exhibit B
Right.
to this that
Yeah.
shows what we envision as being the easement area.
Which is far more than just a curb cut.
It's not the whole thing. It is more. Well, yeah, it's more than the curb cut.
well, my example of saying the curb cut, that was my understanding of that's what the city still owned.
We can't give an easement over anything we don't
He
own.
needs this to get. Why don't you?
So we're being asked to put an easement over a public street. If a public street was to be vacated
Yeah.
to create a landlocked parcel, what's the legal analysis? I'm asking you to do his lawyering, and I'm sorry.
Well, no,
I'm
like,
just trying to figure out.
I've
if this is
explained this to
something
him as well. I mean, and encouraged him to retain his own legal counsel. I mean, I don't think that he would, like I just told you, frankly, I don't think he would lose access if the city vacated. I think that
Are there any legal scenarios where a city has vacated a public road to cause
oh yeah,
and what was the result?
legal battles. I mean, you see it. It's not so uncommon, but what I mean is, if the city did choose to vacate, I am of the opinion that he would still have access. But I don't know that they feel that way. He's asked for a guarantee from us that this is the way I can guarantee permanent access in a document that I guess makes him comfortable. Now, I will say this, and I've explained this to him as well. It's not necessarily perpetual. It's not necessarily permanent. If the city wanted, we still do have a remedy to take it away. It's called eminent domain. Now, I'm not proposing that. I'm just saying that I have to be honest about what this would do. So,
I have no problem with it. Like I say, it was a little short street. Basically, it was three owners that actually have that. You live down there, and it was being utilized quite a bit by public traffic going through and in and out of there all the time as a shortcut. So I don't have any problem with doing this, but I just thought when we did the action before, we took care of all this, and I was just surprised to see it come back again because I thought it was already taken care of. So.
Wouldn't it be easier for us to vacate that to him, let him be responsible for it? Just where the city's not responsible for that road or at all?
that's a policy decision for you and Mr. Mathis. I
It
mean,
wouldn't cost us less money in the long run. We wouldn't have to maintain it at all. It's really an extension of his driveway. So.
Yeah, but we still have a problem. We still have some utilities and easements down
Well,
there.
we could still have
that we have to
right
maintain.
away, but he could maintain it.
Want to do public comment?
Yes. This is a public hearing. Everyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Todd Howard, 1986, Brantley Circle. I think I can shed light on this. Okay, so the piece of property right here, that gentleman expressed interest in vacating the rest of Short Street right here. The problem for Brian Hess is that if you vacate this piece of the road right here, the property would go to, I forgot his name, Bishop, Mr. Bishop, and this guy cutting off Mr. Hess's access through here. So that's why he's wanting that dedicated, so that he can maintain access, because this is his driveway to his, where he wants his garage. It's right here somewhere. So, but anyway, that's why he asked for it. It's old, but that is why it was being asked. So,
Well, it's my recollection is the fact is in between Mr. Hess property and everything when we first started this, he was asking for Short Street to be cut off from public access, and he only have access from Carroll Street in OKC.
so they did. No, he's just making sure that he can still get to his building from that end, because if the two property owners adjacent to that had the city abandon it, then he has no access to that part of his driveway, which goes to a garage. So, I mean, that was the conversation I had.
Well, the conversation I had with
I'm not representing Brian Hess. I'm just telling you that was the reasoning behind it. And I know I didn't hear the real reasoning behind it, but that is his concern, is not being able to get to his driveway.
Well, I remember when we vacated part of it to keep public people from being able to drive through there, and we had cut it all off. But now we're asking basically to open it back up, and people can still go through there, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, I have no problem with it. Let's go ahead and again, this is public comment. Anyone in the public wish to address the item may come to the microphone and state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in the chamber, yes, sir. No one online. What say council? Item number 11.
I'd like to make a motion to approve number 11, easement agreement.
I second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 11 on the consent agenda, easement agreement on 1166 Short Street. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 4-1. Item number 12. If it's okay with you all, I see item number 12, I don't think should take long. 13, 14 been saved. I would like to go ahead and take care of 12 and 13 before we move on to 15. That may take a little time, and then take a little break, if that's okay.
That's fine.
Item number 12.
Now, at our workshop, I thought we said we were going to go ahead and deny this.
Right.
Do we want to go? Oh, it's a public meeting. Sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
We spoke about this at the workshop last week, but just to refresh everybody's memory, this is for design of the stage project here at City Hall.
Okay. This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item number 12 may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Valerie Shewitt, West Montrose Street. I missed the part where you all might already be denying this, but I was just going to say, I think there's a conversation later that could have an impact on this one, so maybe we should wait. Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber that wish to address the item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else? Anyone online? No one online. We bring it back to council. What say council?
Move to approve item number 12.
To approve it?
We'll vote against it if we want to deny it. It's easier than doing a negative vote.
Okay.
I second.
Thanks.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 12, task order approval, City Hall stage. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes.
I agree with us not deciding this today, but I think killing it is basic. I don't think we should kill it unless we really don't want to ever do it. I think if we want to have this out there and still part of a conversation, we table it to a meeting, not kill it. Killing it, unless that's the consensus of the majority of the council that we don't want to do this project, then we should vote it down and move on. But if we want to keep this active and we want to continue to have this conversation, I think sending the better message is to table it to a specific meeting in order for us to then address it. But either way, that's fine. That's where I'm at. And I just don't like the message of voting it down and killing it sends if we really, that's not the goal.
Any other? Anyone else? Anyone else? I do have a motion and a second for approval of item number 12, task order approval, City Hall Park Stage. Any further discussion? And none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion fails 3-2. All right. Item number 13, request for proposal award, Lake Feltner Park.
Had a growth spurt before now it's reduced. Okay, so Lake Felter Park, the evaluation committee recommends approval of the action that the Parks and Recreation took in coordination with the Procurement Services Department, where we saw proposals to convert an existing natural grass athletic field at Lake Felter Park to a high-performance artificial turf system to address ongoing maintenance challenges resulting from heavy field use and to provide a consistent year-round playability. Legacy Sports Surfacing submitted a lump sum turnkey proposal in the amount of $510,000. The evaluation committee also selected ad alternate number 4 with the organic infill in the amount of $98,500. It includes shock pad installed on top of stone beneath the turf and an organic infill system consisting of sand and coconut or pine infill. The total recommended award amount is $608,500.
What was the budgeted item? The budget amount?
$700,000.
Okay.
Is that it? Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in chamber, I close public comment for chamber. Anyone online, sir? No one online, so I bring it back to council. What say council?
There's still problems with the bathrooms, and are they gonna be remedied, or there's some foul odor coming out of them?
The bathrooms at Lake Felter Park?
Yeah.
I could work with public services on that. This is the first I'm hearing of this.
Okay.
So I could work with public services on that.
So that could be remedied also as part of the package.
Well, this is the restrooms. This is not part of the restrooms. Wouldn't be part of this project.
Okay.
We already have janitorial service that come in there every night, right?
No, I think it's.
Correct. Yeah.
And
There's
everything.
cleaning company. Correct.
Cleaning company, and
Yes.
well, I don't know what the foul odor is. I had never heard of it, so but maybe we need to contact public services and everything, have them go up there and make sure it's nothing to do with the restaurant itself, sewer backup or something.
Yeah, I got asked to walk the area with someone, and I can tell you there is a foul odor and smell that comes out, and I think it's the pipes on top.
Sewer.
And so we might need to do a scope of that just to make sure it's going through properly. It's not. I don't think it's a cleanliness thing. I think it's just maybe the lines aren't working quite properly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. All righty.
Is there a public comment back there? I think he's late on a public comment.
Good afternoon. It's my first time attending, but I just had a question on this last proposal.
Can I get your name and
I'm
address,
sorry,
ma'am?
it's Joyce Scourin, and my address is 2354 Caledonian Street, and that's in Clermont.
Okay.
So I was just asking myself, what's the cost to maintain this? And are we really saving money?
Great
What are we giving
questions.
up for maintenance?
Okay. What's the cost to maintain it? All right. Well, I can say, I don't know what the cost to maintain it, but I
Neither do
guarantee you,
I.
we'll be, Brian, you want to answer that?
Good afternoon. So on an artificial turf multipurpose soccer field, the cost to maintain is very minimal. It's mostly sweeping around goal mouths. The cost to maintain the grass field is between $20,000 and $30,000 a year.
And then we resod, and then it costing us 200,000 or 300,000 every year to resod the grass field.
Well,
So in the long
well,
run,
if we resodded the entire field, yeah, it probably would be in the $200,000 range.
no.
How
So-
often have you resodded the field there? What's the past history?
Every
Lake Felter, that field at Lake Felter had a partial resod about 2 years ago. When we resodded both soccer fields at Hancock, and we resodded the multipurpose field at Powell, and then we took some extra pieces and partially resodded Lake Felter.
We're spending a lot of money right now trying to keep our fields sodded with the real grass and with the high use, because we get so much use on our fields. And the other part with that, when we have to resod them, we have to shut them down for 3-4 months, and so then we get bombarded with the fact that they have no fields to use. So by going to the AstroTurf and everything, I think we'll save ourselves on the long run, because I don't think we have to replace it for 10 to 15 years, I think. So you don't have all the regular maintenance every year, and we can use the fields year round rather than having to shut them down. So in the long run, it's beneficial.
So my question is, does that also include removing the AstroTurf? Part of the maintenance?
No, we're not looking.
Yeah. So.
Removing the
Mr.
grass?
First, sorry. Yes. If you're going to replace it, it has to be maintained. Is there a cost to remove the AstroTurf and replacing it?
Well, I'm Brian. I'm assuming the whole thing to remove the turf and everything, the grass there now, and re-putting the AstroTurf is that's all.
Correct. Yes, the 608,000 is to remove the grass that's in place and to install the system. That's all in one price. Yes, in 10 or 15 years, the turf will wear out and it would have to be replaced either with another turf system, or if the city chose to go back to grass at that time. But that's 10 or 15 years down the road.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the public wish to address this item? Anyone else? See anyone else? Anyone online? No. So it's City Council.
I would like to move to approve item number 13.
I second.
Have a motion and a second for approval of item number 13. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Good luck, Brian. I know you're gonna get a lot of calls because they can't use it for a while we getting this done, but we'll be all right. It's 5 after, so can we take a 10-minute break and start back up at 5:15, please?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I lost half my council. Okay. Okay. If I can- All right. If I can get everybody's attention, we'll go ahead and resume. 17:15. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Ezel, Fire Chief. Also joining me up here tonight is Rick Hassler, Assistant Chief of Administration. We are bringing the item for you to make a determination if we can move forward with an application to apply for a COPCN with Lake County. So I'm going to do two things up here tonight. We're going to talk a little bit about the transport plan that we have, a little bit of the basis on why we feel this is a necessary step for Clermont. And then we're going to talk about the COPCN application and, more importantly, what it does and what that application does not do. So starting off, why we want to get into transport, that is 70% of our business that we do today is medical related calls. And we have metrics that we have for our different responses. And we want our first unit on scene inside of 6 minutes, and we want the full complement of the alarm on scene inside of 10 minutes. With the medical call, that full complement is the ambulance joining the first arriving unit to get there. So we've established that benchmark at 10 minutes. That's done through the strategic plan that we've brought to council, which has been adopted. And we apply that to all of our programs. So what we've seen in the last 6 months is that the county has added ambulances, but we're still seeing challenges with hitting that 10-minute mark. They've been able to do a little better job getting to that point during the day where they moved up ambulances to key locations around the city, and then they have to go back to their ambulance hubs at night, where we're seeing the times go up by about 2 minutes. And that's identifying the second problem, that it's not just the ambulances, but there's a lack of infrastructure inside of Lake County to be able to provide those responses at the time frames needed. So our plan that we're bringing to you is to do that, to build that infrastructure, to put those additional units on the road, and to hit that benchmark. And then going forward, we want to maintain that. So currently, with the MSTU that's collected by the county, there's approximately 2.9 million that's coming out of the Clermont area and going to the county, where us having no say in how the services are being provided to the community. And like I said, they do not have the infrastructure to deliver those services on a 24/7 basis. So what we're proposing is a phased approach. We're going to invest in the infrastructure, the personnel, the equipment, the training, to be able to provide the transport system distributed across Clermont, beginning with 2 ambulances. And we're going to expand that system as needed so that we maintain that 10-minute response time. And we're going to do that with modeling and other things that we bring back to council, where we can use heat maps. We can show what the impact is across different areas of the community, and show the different models where if we add ambulances, what the impact on services is going to be. So currently what our model shows is that it's going to take 6 ambulances to effectively serve Lake County, or Clermont in this area of Lake County. And the county has placed 4 in service since that model was built. So there's an additional 2 needed, and then we'll have to monitor to see what the county is going to do with those additional units, whether they get moved to another location in the county, or, so we'll follow that and make recommendations based on what we're seeing in real time. And using a combination of transport revenue, EMS, MSTU funding, and city investment is what we will use to support the operations. So what we're proposing here is a model where we're receiving absolutely zero support from Lake County. I hope that's not the case. I hope we do have some partnership with them, and there's some avenues where we can get a little bit of relief on the cost of the program. But I do want to put out a worst case scenario for you, so you know what we're getting into. So what we have proposed is, for year 1, the startup cost will be $5.3 million. And the reason I'm throwing that number out there, this would be in fiscal year 2027. If council elected to collect the MSTU in lieu of the county, and we wanted to cancel that contract would have to continue for a year before we could look to start collecting that ourselves. So in that fiscal year 27, no revenues would be coming into the city. We would not have ambulances out transporting, so there would be no transport revenue, and there would be no MSTU funds. So that would be our sunk cost to get that program up and running. Year two, when we get the ambulances running, and with the MSTU revenue coming into the city instead of the county, and with the transport revenues, that would be a net cost of that program of $521,000 operating cost each year. And then beyond that point, at today's numbers, for every 2 ambulances that we added to the system, outside of the capital cost to purchase the equipment, just looking at the operating personnel, maintenance, other things to keep the program going, we would be looking at an additional $825,000 for those two ambulances. So when we built this out for the full 6 ambulances that would be needed, what we saw, there was a 70% offset in the cost of that program with those revenues coming into the city. So in total, it was about $2.1 million after the revenue offset, which is it's a fantastic bargain as far as getting firefighters. So on the implementation timeline, right now in 26, we're looking at the COPCN application and planning. In 27, that's where we're looking to hire, procure the equipment, and do the training for the personnel. In fiscal year 28, that's when the first 2 ambulances would be deployed. And based on the timeline, the earliest we would see that happening would be January of 2028. And then for the fiscal year 29 and beyond, that's where we would be looking to maintain the system at the established benchmarks. So going away from the plan and talking about the COPCN is the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity. This is something that we have to have in order to be able to provide transport services. And that's right now, the COPCN for transport is held solely by Lake County Fire Rescue. So under Florida law, it's the Lake County Board of County Commissioners that issue COPCNs to different entities. They're the only ones under state statute that can do it, so we have to go to them for the application in order to request that. And the COPCN is the first step, and the next step after that, if once granted, then we would be able to go to the state and apply for an ALS license, which is where we register all the vehicles. And then, when we get that license, then we can actually get into the business of transporting. And what a COPCN will do for us, it's going to preserve our ability to develop our own system, evaluate, implement as we see fit. And what I want to talk about, what it does not do, it does not establish an ambulance service. It does not authorize spending. It doesn't hire personnel. It doesn't purchase ambulances or equipment, and it doesn't commit us to anything. And it doesn't have to change anything that we're doing. So this is just for us to go to the county, request their certificate, and then when we receive the certificate, any next steps that we do have to come back for this council for direction and approval. So the key consideration tonight is whether we should preserve the option to independently provide EMS transport services in the future. And the thing I want everyone to realize is that without that COPCN, we do not have that option. We will be dependent on the county and whatever services they elect to provide to our community. So thank you. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. I've got some other subject matter experts here, so we can go as deep as we need to on anything that you want to bring up.
Thank you, Chief. This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Mayor Tim Murray, Council. My name is Kurt Shue. My address is restricted. I do live in the city of Clermont. The only thing I'm confused about, and I've heard about this for about the past year now, is I was under the impression, and if I'm mistaken, I apologize now to the fire chief and the council, that they did go to Lake County, and Lake County had said no. Is that so? There was meetings at Lake. Pardon me, ma'am. Oh no. Okay, so I thought there was I thought some of the, I shouldn't do that, sorry.
Okay.
Myself, sir. I'm trying to get better.
All right.
I thought some members of the council and members of our community went up there and they were like, no, we're not doing this. So that's why I'm confused. Am I right?
Yeah, well, somewhat you're right, but then that's why we have to come back and do this agreement, a convenience necessary certificate of agreement.
So would this be then contingent, I don't want to take too much time, that if the Lake County still says no, then we're still at a point where there's really no appeal. Am I correct in that? Thank you. Well, I look to you because you're a
I'm
lawyer
happy
too.
for you to answer that question.
Technically, no.
So then you appeal to the state then?
It would be possible to appeal it to a court.
Okay.
You start getting into a lot.
That's why I was confused. Thank you.
Yeah.
Steve. I just didn't know.
Anyone else? This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address it, I may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, I close down the chamber portion of a public comment. Anyone online, sir? We'll bring it back to council. Let's say council.
Chief, if you can speak to and just make sure and I realize you're just asking for the COCPN right now, or COPCN right now. But when you talk about startup costs of 5.3 million net and $500,000 to 800,000 net loss, each year, net cost, does that take into account the ability to use ambulances at our fire stations instead of fire truck apparatus? Because we're expanding from 4 fire stations to 6, with a 7th one coming online. And the way I understand it is we either are buying 2 fire trucks per station, or we're buying 1 fire truck and 1 ambulance. And so we're actually, I believe you're looking at this from EMS, and I just want to make sure we haven't taken into consideration here the penny saved on the fire side.
Yeah, there's a few things there that we can that we will have the option to take advantage of. And you're correct on that. That is the model we're looking at, is to have a fire truck along with an ambulance
And that's
that
not
has
in here.
firefighters.
When you say it's cost
The
5.3.
the suppression side is not included in those numbers. It's
Okay.
the EMS side. So if you're looking at station 6, we've covered the ambulance with these numbers, but not the fire engine. But there's other opportunities there as well that can result in operational savings. One of the things that is commonly seen in a lot of jurisdictions is you start looking at the types of calls that you run to, and you look at your lower acuity calls and look at it and say, okay, we can run that with just an ambulance instead of running the fire truck and the ambulance. And, in Lake County, with the way our system is set up, it's more efficient to run the fire truck there with the delays on the ambulances so that, the care starts sooner. But with our coverage here that we have in Clermont, that wouldn't necessarily be the most optimal way to provide service to the community. We could still get the ambulances there inside of that 6-minute window. And if needed, the trucks would be on standby for anything that was more serious. But if it was just general weakness, toe pain, something like that, that would be a potential savings. And we currently do not see that with the Lake County system.
I think what you were alluding to is that you didn't take into consideration the cost savings that we're going to have with not having to use equipment, not having to wear out equipment on going on calls.
That is not included in these numbers I'm showing.
Right. So I mean, that could be a huge savings that it might not be tangible, but somebody could figure it out. Probably, what would be our save? We might save 800,000 in just not using equipment. Not having to purchase an equipment that, rapidly. Right now, there's like a time that, let's say a ladder truck lasts 3 years, 4 years, maybe then it would last 6 years because it's not being utilized as much, which is a huge cost saving. That's in millions of dollars it costs. Yeah. Plus the wear and tear of the vehicle, et cetera, et cetera. Granted, we'd have to buy ambulances, but the cost of an ambulance is way less than the cost of a fire truck.
Yeah, less than half.
Right. And I think you also said we're only voting on approving to send this out. I kind of equate it as, well, we're going to have a driver's license. We're not going to have a car, but we can hold on to it. Almost like when my children got their driver's license, they were excited about, but they didn't have a car yet. So now we can look forward to getting the car. It's a good amount. Right? With that, it's the only questions I have right now.
Okay, anyone else? Okay.
With that, I'd like to make a motion.
Hold on just a minute.
Nobody else.
I said anyone else. Chief, again, I know we just doing this certificate of public convenience and necessity. That's all we're voting on, and it doesn't obligate us to anything else. But again, as I keep saying, I keep looking at all the numbers you're presenting me. They're not adding up to me. Okay, and I'm gonna continue to say this over and over because you keep giving me the same numbers. You tell me we need, in your presentation, you're saying we're gonna start with 2 ambulances, but we need 6 to meet your goals.
Yes.
And if county right now isn't meeting our goal with 4 and 5 ambulances, whatever they have with it, how are we gonna meet it with 2? Okay, and of course, I know last time I asked you that question, you say you expect the county to do supplement the other ones in the meantime, but yet and still you keep showing me talking about recouping the 2.9 million we're paying the county. County isn't gonna supplement us and help us and not keep that more, a lot of that MSTU.
That's
So
one
why I'm
option.
saying these numbers not adding up to me.
There's also opportunities for
Okay.
partnerships with the county that could could take the place of that and still result in significant savings. So I'm just presenting the worst case scenario to you.
Yeah.
We've been through the numbers in the plan. They are solid. They do work. We're anytime you want to come over, we can give you the deep dive on it and walk you through all the costs and the numbers and how it's done. But the first 2 ambulances is just to get started. I'm not saying it's the fix. This is how we get started in there.
Right.
We may come back the next year and say, we need 4 more, but we're going to put in for 2 this budget year. We want to do it in a measurable lift so that we can do it effectively. And it may take time to get down to that 10-minute mark. And depending on what the county does, if those units get moved away that are here today, that's going to increase the lift that we have to do. And like I said, the model showed 6 ambulances. The county has added 4. We're looking to do 2 by January of 28. If the county doesn't move those other 4 units and our population stays fairly stable, we may not need to go to the next 2. But I anticipate that there are going to be some movements of ambulances. The county's going to continue to grow. So I think in all likelihood, we would be coming back and saying we need to add 2 more. And that's something we're going to be looking at every year, is going back and looking at that data and looking, do we have gaps? Do we have holes in our community where we're not providing services? We're seeing that today up in the Verde Ridge area. We've got some other gaps around Johns Lake Road and some other places where there'd be opportunities for these units to be dropped in to plug some of those holes and ensure that we're giving good service to everybody in the community and not just select areas.
Well, and I understand that, and that's our goal, and I'm with you there to try to get to that goal of 10 minutes and everything. But when I'm looking at everything, and you talked about infrastructure, we don't have a lot of infrastructure in place either, and that's one of the things you say in the presentation, that we have to pay to put infrastructure in.
That's correct.
I think one of the things I asked you before, last time you were here, was station number 1. We can't even put an ambulance in there.
Not today. No, we can't.
So anything close to this side of town would come out of station 3 or whatever. And even if we had the 6 ambulances all stationed on that side, we have a call on 12th Street. Can you make it there in 10 minutes? See, so it's a lot of other things. I'm saying it's a lot of other factors here that I think we have to really look at other than what we have here. But I'm also in support of trying to do your own. But how much is going to cost our residents? Are we going to end up paying the residents having to pay double for the service just to be on our own? Okay, and that's one of my concerns. Okay, but I have no problem with supporting this and moving this certificate forward and everything. It may take them some time. I understand it can take some time to get this through the county.
It can.
And everything. So I have no problem with that. But I keep looking at the numbers, and
I would welcome you to come over and spend some time with us so that we can take that deep dive offline and really spend some time answering your questions.
Okay, we'll take you up on that.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Peterson, may I ask, would you be willing to include in your amendment a requirement that council get a copy of the application that's presented? Because I just want to make sure I think this is obviously, whether the county says yes or no, this isn't going away.
Right.
And so I think
we're assuming they're going to say no. So we're going to go to the next phase.
I don't assume anything. I think, but I would like to be able to have a copy of the application. So if that's agreeable, thank you,
Mr. Bain. I will email that to the entire council once we have a final copy.
Thank you.
And we'll be working very closely with Christian on getting the application put together so that we have everything dotted the way that we need to for the presentation.
I just would like to see kind of what it all actually entails then at that point.
Absolutely.
So, thank you.
And when is our MSTU agreement with the county up? What year?
I believe we have 2 more years.
And can we get at some point, whenever we would give notice that we're terminating it so we don't miss any deadlines to terminate it.
Well, I want to make sure I understand. Your question is about the MSTU and when it expires?
Yes.
Because the MSTU also contemplates an interlocal agreement as part of the MSTU ordinance. So I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing. But the MSTU ordinance renews every year.
Yes.
Annually. And the city would have the ability to terminate. It has to do so 60 days before the renewal. I think it was passed on October 20th or 22nd of 2022. So what that means is it would need to be by mid-August, but it's annual.
Right.
So I don't know if it's the interlocal you're talking about that's every couple
No,
of
it's
years.
the ambulance MSTU. It was annual. I believe it was in 2022. The previous administration elected to go from an annual to a 5-year contract.
I've never seen a copy of that, so I'd love to see
I'll
that.
I'll send you a copy.
I mean, and I don't think a contract has the ability to override an ordinance, so I'm very interested to see what that is.
Can we get that? Because you're talking about 8 weeks from now. I mean, we wouldn't have the COPCN within 8 weeks, would we?
I doubt it.
But is there a scenario where we might be asked to give notice of termination because we have a pending COPCN, or no? I'm just wondering if I'm running into a timeline here.
Well, we can't, here's the thing, we cannot do our own service unless they approve the certificate.
It's the first step.
So that's you have to get the certificate approval. And that's one of the things, what I keep saying concerning me is this MSTU. Even if you gave them notification that you're going to terminate the MSTU and we stop paying that, now, we only have, even if we had 2 ambulances, how are we going to provide this 10-minute service when we only got 2 ambulances? Because now, is the county still required to supplement us at that point when we're not giving them MSTU? Right. No, they aren't. Right. So we are here and we're in worse shape than we were before we started. Yeah. All right. So that's my concern. We need, those kind of things need to be tied up for me before we go too far. But first of all, our first step is for the county to give us permission to be able to go out on our own through a certificate. Okay. We can't do it. We basically tied up. Right? We had a standstill until the county say yeah and nay on the certificate right now.
And we say the certificate can take a long time, but what is a long time? Is it 5 years? Is it 6 months? What kind of timeline?
It's going to depend on the level of cooperation with the county.
Well, I understand that, but
I've heard
realistically,
I've heard them taking years sometime.
I think this becomes our attorneys. Am I directing this to our attorney at this point? How fast? What's the soonest we could get it done?
To get up and running, assuming they approve the certificate?
The COPCN.
Well, then we have to apply with the state.
Correct.
And then that's a whole other application that I have no idea how long they're processing. So I would, I really don't want to speculate. I have no idea how the shortest possible time.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be before 4 or 5, 6 months.
No.
Okay, that helps. Thank you.
I was told at least 6 months for the certificate approval. Then I've been told some places have taken years to get this thing through. So, but I'm just saying, like I say, I can support us doing our own as long as it's not going to cost us a whole lot of money in the long run. Okay, from what we're paying right now. Okay. Did I have a motion?
I made a motion to approve item number 15, application to COPN.
A second.
I have a motion and a second for approval of item number 15, application for COPCN. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Item number 16 is for a variance request. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. Justine Day with Development Services. The applicant, Kemp Signs and Service Incorporated, is requesting a variance to the Land Development Code to install a ground sign on a property that is currently undergoing site review. The subject property is located at 4741 Kalina Terrace within Pod H of the Plaza Kalina Planned Unit Development. Land Development Code Section 117-15 limits ground signs for single occupancy commercial sites to a maximum height of 10 feet. The applicant is requesting a variance to exceed the maximum height for an overall height of 15 feet, measured from finished grade to the top of the sign. The applicant indicated that the existing topography on the site limits sign visibility at the proposed location. The subject property also has an existing 10-foot wide utility easement along the southern property line, also known as State Road 50, that restricts where a ground sign can be placed. These site constraints prevent the sign being located closer to the property line and required it to be set back further than the minimum setback. The applicant submitted a grading plan showing a 5-foot change in the elevation from State Road 50, approximately 147 feet, to the proposed sign location, which is approximately 142 feet. The photos provided showed that the proposed sign would not exceed the established line of sight created by the existing signs within the planned unit development due to the lower grade at the proposed sign location. The sign will meet all applicable land development code requirements, including landscaping, which may further limit visibility of the sign without a variance. The request appears to meet the minimum allowed to make reasonable use of the site due to existing site constraints not caused by the applicant. Under Land Development Code Section 101-246, a variance may only be granted with a positive finding on all review criteria. Staff finds the applicant provided substantial evidence meeting all 5 of the required criteria. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the variance request. This concludes staff presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber? Yes, sir. I'm sorry. I gotta hit, is the African present?
I'm with Kemp Signs. I didn't, good
Okay.
evening.
I'm sorry. I jumped ahead of myself. Yeah, but you on behalf of the applicant?
It's just, if you've seen by the pictures, the signage is 10 feet back more than the Bojangles sign that you guys approved the variance earlier for. And if you see the grade from the property line there drops down 5 feet. We're only asking for 5 feet, which would bring it to the exact height if you were at the property line. It's just that it has to come back because of the setbacks and the underground utilities. That's
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm sorry. Now, it's if anyone in the chamber wish to address this item, may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. This is a public hearing. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one online, come back to chamber, council. What say council?
If you look at page 227 here in the booklet, it shows like that Taco Bell sign and then the McDonald's sign. Is this just for, this isn't real yet, this is what you're proposing? So they're gonna bring it up so it'll be on the same line as the Taco Bell sign?
Well, basically, we had that problem. We've been approving all these signs because of the topography out there, and you're right. It basically put it in conformity with.
So,
with
I mean,
Taco
it'll be a
Bell.
line of sight, so it'll be all the same then?
Yeah,
Okay.
we've had to
Yeah.
had to do just about every site out there like this. So,
Right.
so, but it'll bring it into conformity and keep everything uniform out there anyway. So, anyone else?
No.
I entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion for item number 16, the variance for the sign height.
I second it.
The grant, that was the grant variance?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't hear that before. But I have a motion and a second to approve item number 16, variance request. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion carried 4-1. Thank you. Item 17, variance request.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. Nick Gonzalez, Development Services. This is variance request Perimeter Park, Phase 3. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a retaining wall height exceeding the 6-foot maximum permitted under the Land Development Code Section 125-521C2. The subject property, located on Ray Goodgame Parkway, was annexed into the city on March 10, 2026, with an industrial future land use designation and a planned unit development zoning to allow M1 industrial uses. The PUD approval provides flexibility in the site design while establishing specific conditions for project development. The conceptual plan included approximately 185,000 square feet of industrial warehouse space across 3 buildings. Due to the physical site constraints caused by a depression area, waivers were granted for cut and fill, and a special condition was imposed requiring a 100-foot right-of-way dedication for the planned extension of Hook Street. During the initial site review, the applicant did not anticipate the extent of grading that would be required until a detailed site design was underway. The project engineer has since advised that increasing the retaining wall height is necessary to address challenges associated with the site's topography. As a result, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow 3 retaining walls to exceed the 6-foot maximum height, with a proposed maximum height of up to 20 feet rather than the limit established under the Land Development Code. The tallest portions of the retaining walls are located along the northwest and northeast corners of the property, oriented inward towards the project. The walls would be inward facing as shown in the cross sections AA and BB. Lake County, which will construct the roadway extension, has noted that the proposed retaining wall adjacent to the future Hook Street extension will require structural design analysis and calculations due to the roadway being elevated above the existing grade. The requested variance to allow retaining wall up to 20 feet is inconsistent with the character of surrounding properties. The proposed height may be considered excessive and potential intrusive to adjacent properties. Because the site is currently undeveloped, the project could be designed in a less intensive manner that avoids the need for a single 20-foot wall, including options such as stepped or terrace retaining wall configurations to reduce visual and physical impacts. Section 101-246 of the Land Development Code requires a positive finding on all the review criteria and findings in order to grant a variance. Staff has reviewed the application as presented and finds the application cannot meet a positive finding on 2 of the 5 criteria. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request, and that concludes staff's presentation.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Dave Schmidt, DSE 12301 Lake Underhill Road, Orlando 32828. Since we've submitted this, we've probably done 5 alternate designs for this wall. The developer has reduced the building length by 20 feet on the north side, abutting this right of way, and shifted the building 10 more feet on the west side. Our walls now are 10 feet or less, really 3 to 10 feet on the west side now. And on the north side along the right of way, the maximum is 15 feet. It's like 10 to 15 feet. And it has to be a thickened wall, a single wall. It can't be a double wall per Lake County. With, as mentioned, the structural support needed to handle the heavy traffic load on Hicks Road. So we are requesting approval of the variance. Again, not as high as 20 feet anymore, 10 feet on the west side and 10 to 15 feet on the north side.
Okay, thank you. Is it still, wall gonna be inward facing, so it won't be seen from the outside?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's remained the same. Okay, thank you. This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in the chamber, Mr. Wayne, anyone online? No one online, I close public comment. What say council?
Our citizens have made it clear that one of the things they love about this town is the hills and the lakes. And if we continue to allow developers to come in and tear down our hills and flatten the land, then we are perpetuating the problem that our citizens complain about the most after traffic. So I think that we have a code in place for good reason. I think if this property owner wanted flat land, they should have bought flat land. And I'm not inclined to cut into our hills, so I'll be against it.
Anyone else? I'll say this, in this case, it's not, I think I was one of the ones that came into this council some years ago and insisted that we put in a grading limitation, no more than 10% and everything, but some of the time we have to even go by that because they were cutting down some of the hills and cutting down a lot of beautiful hills that I thought. But in this case, I don't think we're looking at cutting down the hills. I think we're filling in the impression here. They're trying to fill this in to help maintain the land around it. Okay, and it's not degrading. My understanding is it's kind of like a big sinkhole out there that you're trying to shore up this wall with the wall and be able to fill it in. Okay, so instead of grading it or cutting it down, we're trying to actually build it up to make it. And plus, I think they've already donated a portion of the land to for Hook Street extension, right? And this wall would help also shore up the load of traffic weight and everything are going across Hook Street once that's developed. So in a way, we kind of like winning if they're ready to build this wall and help us shore up that road and support that wall without us having to pay for it and the county having to pay for all that support. Well, so I have no problem supporting it at this point. So, but I need a motion.
For purposes of moving it forward, I'm going to move to approve item number 17.
Excuse me, Mayor. Before we move forward with the motion, would it be for the 20-foot or for the 15-foot?
I think he just said 10 to 15.
So would it be for the 15-foot?
10 to 15, I think he what he just said. Okay.
Okay. I just wanted clarification.
I mean,
if it had to be changed at all.
If there's an opinion, someone else should make the motion because I'm going to vote no. So I don't really
Just
care
wanted to make
what
sure it was
number
on
we
the-
put on it.
Fairness.
Yeah, thank you. I'm torn because I do want the ability for us to get this roadway dedication and be able to support that road. I'm willing to, I don't know structurally, and maybe staff can't answer this question. I'd be willing, our code goes to 6. I'd be willing to go up to 10. 20 is out of the question. 15, that's 20. I'd be willing to go up to 10. I don't know if staff's able to answer whether or not structurally that would work for on the north side for hooks.
I would refer to Dave if that could work for them. I know they have to work with the county to make sure that the county's okay with whatever they do come up with, that make sure the calculations can support the load of the Hook Street extension. So,
yeah, I certainly don't want a roadway that's not going to be safe.
Correct.
By action we take.
Well, keep in mind, like I say, this isn't in a case where we're grading. And I know we have some areas out there where previous council have actually grandfathered in some areas where we have no say so over where they can grade up to 20 feet sometimes. Okay, because of the topography. And here, like I say, it's not like we're going in there grading. We're trying to fill it up and sure in the land around it, keep it from caving in and everything. So I think that's a plus. And of course, it helps shore up his facility as well. So it's a plus.
And not only that, we have over 30 feet of topo variation on the site. So that's part of it. And then, like you mentioned, the developer dedicated a 100-foot right of way for the road. And then he's also reduced the building by 20 more feet to reduce the height of the wall and pull it back further off the right of way for the county. So
he gave up a little bit
jumping
more.
through a lot of hoops. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's working with us and trying to help us out. And the other thing is, that's why I asked the question: is this wall going to be inward looking? So you won't be able to see it from the outside. It's from the inside, so you won't see it.
To go back to your question, after we're getting ready to make the motion, I'd say make the motion and see where the chips fall. Because I'm not inclined then to start doing numbers games. I think we just vote it up or vote it down as presented.
So I'll move to approve item number 17.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
Move to approve item number 17.
Okay. Have a second. I have a motion and approval for item number 17, the variance requested perimeter park phase 3, I guess. Any further discussion? None, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Chair vote aye. Motion is carried 4-1, fails 4-1. All right.
I'm really proud of us for getting that no. That was cool. I think that's the first time we've done that.
Item number 18, variance request, 1391 Citrus Tower Boulevard.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. Justine Day with Development Services. The applicant Ingrid Cahillo is requesting a variance to the Land Development Code to install a sign on the existing building located at 1391 Citrus Tower Boulevard. The subject property is located within the Citrus Tower Commercial Center and is designated with the C2 General Commercial Zoning District. Land Development Code Section 117-8 specifically prohibits the installation of roof signs within city limits. The applicant is requesting a variance to install a roof sign on the upper slope of the hip roof of the existing building. The applicant indicated that the building's design prevents a wall sign from being installed on the existing facade due to the building lacking a vertical flat wall surface below the roof line. The applicant is claiming a practical hardship due to the code restricting sign placement to areas that are not physically available on the building. When reviewing prior occupancies at the subject property, staff has found areas on the existing building where wall signs were previously installed. In 2008, First Green Bank installed a wall sign on the west facade of the cupola. In 2019, Ellie Lou's Brews and Barbecue installed a wall sign on the west facade under the roofline between the supporting pillars. Similar wall signs would be supported in these locations under Land Development Code Section 117-15. Staff's review of the building elevations shows locations for both primary and secondary walls. Under Land Development Code Section 117-15, the building may have one primary wall sign on each wall of the building, parallel or perpendicular to a road. This would allow up to 3 primary wall signs, one each on the north, south, and west side of the building. Additionally, the code permits secondary wall signs on up to 2 walls, provided that they don't exceed 50% of the primary sign square footage. Staff is unable to support the variance request due to it not being the minimum allowed to make reasonable use of the building. The Land Development Code provides multiple compliant signage options for a single occupancy commercial site, and previous business at the subject property were able to meet the intent of the Land Development Code. Under Land Development Code Section 101-246, a variance may only be granted with a positive finding on all review criteria. Staff finds the application fails to meet 3 of the 5 required criteria. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the variance request. This concludes staff presentation.
Thank you. Is the applicant present?
Good afternoon. My name is Elisa. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I just wanted to bring something to attention. When we did the initial application, our sign was supposed to be located the same way as the sign from the bank was, and we were denied. So that's why we did the variance on the second sign. So I just wanted to inform that if we were able to get the sign on the same place that the First Green Bank was, we would be happy to do so as well.
Okay, thank you.
Can I get clarity on that? What?
Yeah. So
She said is they applied to put a sign on the side where in this picture the barbecue is at.
no, actually, the First Green Bank sign, we did an application using that same place. I have a picture here. I don't know if I can show it.
Was it a variance request? Did it come to this council? Or?
No, it didn't come to the council because we just did the initial permit application and we were denied. And they said that it was not approved. And then we did we try another way with the sign underneath the window. And then they said that we had to try a variance because it will not be allowed anywhere in the roof. But our initial permit application was for the sign on the window, but it was not approved. So we tried a second type of sign in another place. And then they told us that we have to make a variance application. So if we were to be able to put the sign on the window, we will be happy to do so as well. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, this is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber that wishes to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in the chamber, I close public comment for the chamber, and no one online, I bring it back to council. Kurt, I'm sorry. What's going on?
That's what needs to be. You see the red box in the bottom right-hand picture?
you can see clearly there's a barbecue sign there.
Right.
If that's where they were going, I don't understand why it wouldn't have been permitted. Maybe they submitted something slightly larger in that space and was denied. I don't have that detail right at the moment, but if it's within code size-wise of that front facade, which they're allowed 15% of that front facade to be signage, they can put it there.
But I'm thinking what she's saying is where the picture of that first green bank,
In the
that's on
cupola.
the side of the building, where you have the windows, is what she's saying. I'm thinking that's what I heard.
Yeah, there is some windows on the side.
on the
And you
side.
can have, you can have signage on the side of your building as well, as long as it's perpendicular to a road, which is Citrus Tower. They can have signage there too. Again, as long as it's within our parameters of that 15%. If they submitted something at 20%, then it would have been turned down.
Oh.
Well, I'm assuming that's what she means with her first bank, cause that's on the side where the windows, and that's what she's saying. That's where they put in a request to have their sign put at the beginning, and it was denied.
Yeah,
I think that's what I heard.
I
Yeah,
did
that's
too.
what I heard too.
But again, if it's within the percentage of our code allotment, they can have the sign there.
So
Does
you're
she have
saying
a
that's-
copy
that-
of the application
Yeah.
that was denied?
Up on top. Oh, that's still considered a roof sign.
Oh, okay.
Oh, she's saying up on the top, not.
Yeah.
She's not talking about.
Oh, okay.
But it's in the it's in the package as an example of what was an alternative that could have been done.
Mm-hmm.
In the presentation by staff, the first green bank sign, which is located exactly where the one on the screen now,
Barbecue.
was used as an example of what could have been done.
Right.
But where I saw in the other picture, where you had First Green Bank, I was assuming she was referring to that, the glass on that side.
So is
where
this
First Green
is
Bank.
this your original application? What's on the screen now? And this is the one that was denied? I mean, how do we deny it but then use this location as an example of what would have been approved? I'm confused.
Can I ask a question to clarify? Because I think the question you're asking, correct me, is right there in this picture where it says Kingdom up in that little top part of the roof. Is that the same spot that the First Green Bank sign on
No.
the windows was?
That was on the glass.
See, I was thinking that that's what they were using as the example, but it's not the same location.
No, it's not.
First Green Bank on the
It's on the
side of
side.
the building.
I'm
they
sorry.
have
I
glass.
got a little clarification.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They're gonna work it out.
Is that what you were asking? Okay. That's what I was thinking too.
Okay. Okay. I get it.
I would approve the first. She wants to do the-
Kurt, can you go back to the slide with the first green bank?
First Green Bank, yeah.
This girl's university.
See, that-
Where is that First Green Bank sign?
Okay, I'm sorry. I did just. It is up on the top on that. I can't point to it here.
It's up on the top of the roof?
Yes, it is. On those,
Okay.
there's 3 windows up there.
Right, these.
I'm trying to figure out how to point to above
Yep.
the solar panels.
Above the solar panels.
Above the solar panels.
But
Yes.
so we're saying that that's okay, but so are we saying that that would have been okay?
Yes. That's where the First Green Bank sign was. I was not aware that they were turned down for that.
Ah, okay.
Oh, wait.
Wait, Kurt, one more question if I can ask.
Yeah. Okay.
How long ago was that first green bank sign permitted?
2008.
No.
Okay. 2008, 2009.
Has the sign code changed since 2008?
Not for that location.
Okay.
No.
So if that sign was approved, couldn't she put it on the side then? Why was it disapproved? If it was the same footprint
one
as
is
the First Green Bank?
Yeah.
And we gave variances for Dick's Sporting Good and Costco. I think we should try to be concerned with people that are trying to start businesses in town that aren't being obnoxious about it. I never even knew that there was a barbecue restaurant beside. I've never knew it because the signage was so small. I mean, I think it's important that we kind of lean towards the new entrepreneurs that are coming into town with a little, there's a Jewish word, Rachmanis, have some heart.
I need to learn how to spell that because I'm not familiar with that
Write
word.
that down.
But I like it, I think.
So, hold on, Kurt, all right, you got it all worked out?
Yeah,
now? I'm
I
sitting
think I
there waiting
do.
on you to
And
finish.
I apologize. I'm not sure.
Clarify for me, please.
There was some confusion there.
Okay.
Go back to that.
I'll give it that.
Where were we at? The applicant just agreed The sign that you see on the top there, which says Kingdom,
Right.
they could replace, that's where the first
Okay.
green bank was. They
Okay.
can replace it at that location.
Okay.
Somehow it got confused, or they wanted to go on the roof where the solar
Yeah.
panels are, because
Yeah.
they're not there anymore. That was a change of location. That's where we got a little confused on.
Oh.
So
Okay. So where they got it,
Where they-
well, I always looked at the picture and thought it was on the glass underneath. that.
Correct.
And so that is the glass,
is-
and that's where they
that's
want the
right.
sign, and that was where Green Bank was at before. First Green.
Yes.
So we have no problem.
we do not
We
have a
don't
problem.
really need a variance.
Okay, so then we don't need a vote on it.
I would like to speak to the applicant, please. Do you know how much you paid to go through this process?
I don't exactly because I'm just here on behalf of, but it was a lot of money because we had to redo applications. We had to then come here to pay for the variance application as well. And we had to redo all the drawings and everything.
Did you hire an expert or a professional to do the drawings?
Yes, we did.
Like an an architect, engineer? What?
Yes. We had a GC and an architect.
And how much time have you spent on this process?
Couple of months now. Yeah, we opened back in April. So we are trying to do this since before April.
Make it quick and just say, hey, let's reimburse, if we can reimburse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do we have any idea of how much? I mean, what are you all comfortable? I have been in situations where the people that I rely on to execute justice fail to do so, and it is a powerless feeling. And I don't want to leave her in that place. I don't know that it's enough to just say reimburse her what she's paid. I don't know what options we have, but there are very real costs associated with not being able to get your business done as well as hiring people and the time.
Yeah.
So I don't know what we can do. Christian, if you can kind of help us, I definitely would like to see her be reimbursed whatever she spent on this process. I mean, is there any other is there anything else we can do to help her?
Can we do a 10%? Or so?
You have discretion. You have a lot of discretion on what you choose to do. So I don't think I'm going to limit what your options are. What I would say is just cautionary about precedent, and we would want proof if you're going to reimburse taxpayer.
Sure.
We would want proof. So your direction on what your ultimate objective is would be useful, and then if you could give staff permission on how to work it out, the details.
Can someone on staff give us an idea of what it costs to do a variance application? What are the fees
Sure,
associated?
it's just over 600, like $660 is the application fee, and then there is an advertisement fee, maybe about 100. So okay, 660.
Yeah, but then how much it cost her for engineering and everything?
Well, keep in mind, the engineer is always required to have. You have to have an engineer to submit for the sign permit anyway. So that is a requirement for the permit.
But if she needed new drawings, before I make a motion, would council entertain something like double her actual costs to us if she can demonstrate that it was a result of like the second drawing? So not the first drawing. She has to do the drawings to get the permit. But if she can demonstrate that she was injured in this process with professional fees, I mean, if it's $670, you're talking up to about $1,300 or so. I mean, is that something that we would entertain, or am I out of line, do you think?
I'd be willing
fine
to.
with that.
I would be willing to reimburse the variance request application fee.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that I'd want to go beyond that.
And that's why I'm floating it out there. I mean, we've never been.
And maybe that would be easy, what Councilmember Bain said, and then to the extent that you wanted to allow them an opportunity to seek anything else, they could petition you,
They could
and we
petition.
can bring it up at another meeting.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, but I definitely think we should reimburse
Reimburse her for
the
the
variance fee, $660. I don't think we need.
Yeah, there's no
yeah.
variance
There's
because
no
she
need
didn't
for
need
a
to go through
variance.
the process.
And seeing, I don't have no problem saying, okay, reimburse her for a fee, but then also give an additional 10% for the inconvenience and everything else that we cost, okay?
How do we feel about that?
I'm fine with that.
And then if she wants more, come back and ask for it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
The city attorney is saying, we don't want to open up ourselves up to
Right.
a position where people are going to be coming to us for reimbursement.
For staff mistakes?
Well, if we don't make these mistakes, I don't think we have to worry about that.
Well, I understand that, but I think that it's reasonable to say the variance. I think no one in here is saying that the variance application was required. And so we ought to reimburse that. If there's additional damages that the applicant feels that they would be owed, I would prefer them to apply to us through a agenda item and provide us that documentation as to here's why I'm asking for these damages, rather than just assume 10%, 20%, whatever a number that we're just making up is a adequate number or even a needed number. But I definitely feel like we should
That's very
reimburse
fair.
the variance application fee.
I think that's very fair.
And it may not even be necessary. I mean, city management's heard you. They have certain authority up to,
Yeah.
4,999
Yeah.
or so. So,
Yeah.
we might be able to work it out.
Okay.
So I'm going to move to reimburse the applicant for item number 18 at 1391 Citrus Tower Boulevard, all of the fees that were paid for the variance that was brought before us tonight.
Second.
And Kurt, what she was asking for, we do not need a variance, right? For sure.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so we're good. All right, I have a motion and a second on item number.
The previous, just to be clear, the previous request up on the very top.
Okay.
What she was asking for a request tonight, we didn't know about that one on the very, very top.
Okay.
And it was on the roof itself. That needed the variance.
Okay.
Right.
So we're going to go back to the original request, just to be clear.
It's on the glass.
you can do
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second for approval of item number 18, variance request for 1391 Citrus Tower Boulevard, with reimbursement for the applicant's inconvenience.
The fees, yep, the application fees.
Fees, no, damages fees. Any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair votes aye as well. Motion carries 5-0.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
So much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Good luck, ma'am. Item number 19, resolution number 2026-005R, Salt Sack.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and guests. John Cruz, Development Services. The City Council approved Resolution 2026-005R in March of 2026 with the addition of a condition for a 15-foot wide easement for the future construction of a public boardwalk along the north property line. And outlined in yellow on the display is the upland area of the salt shack. The applicant is unable to comply with this condition regarding public access. The condition came about as a recommendation from Planning and Zoning for staff to work with DPZ on a possible trail connection behind the restaurant. Staff did work with DPZ, who recommended the 15-foot easement dedication. The applicant originally agreed with the condition at the council hearing. However, the property owner, who is Lily Pad LLC, is unwilling to grant the easement. The applicant is asking for a review and waiver of this condition, which is under Section 2 Land Use Condition 4 within the resolution. In the yellow text is that condition number. It says, prior to issuance of any development permit or certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall grant the city a 15-foot wide easement for the future construction of a public boardwalk. The specific location, alignment, and terms of the easement shall be determined at a later date in coordination and cooperation with the city and applicant. Staff is just attempting to seek direction from council on the existing easement condition, and I know our city attorney and the applicant attorney has had quite extensive discussions how to comply with this condition, and we're just here to get direction. That concludes staff's presentation.
All right, is the applicant present?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor.
Afternoon, sir.
Members, administration and staff. My name is Jimmy Crawford. I'm a lawyer with the law firm of Crawford, Modica and Holt, 702 West Montrose Street, Clermont, Florida. And yes, this is not my finest hour coming and asking for this, because if you remember what happened in March, council approved the CUP amendment. The condition was suggested to assist public access to the beach and the lakefront area. We're kind of a one private property between several public properties down there. That it had come up at planning and zoning, but there wasn't any firm recommendation. It was just talk with the DPZ folks and see what we can work out. This came up literally the morning of the council meeting. It was a suggestion from the DICE. We caucused for a minute here with my client. We said, you know what? We're fine with that. We don't oppose that at all. We'll figure out a way to do it. Then we walked outside and talked a little bit, and I realized that was, from our point of view, a legal impossibility. We're just a lessee. We don't own the property. We can't. And I'm just going to say, usually I think government moves entirely too slow. I think that time we probably moved a little too fast. And my apologies for having to be here and do that again. We have a very tight lease and have achieved even the application that the owner signed to get this conditional use permit amended through a lengthy negotiation process that required us to redo the lease with additional concessions. It does not allow us to give permissive access to non-customers. If anybody wants to come in and buy a Coke, then they can come all over all the place. But and our insurance people also told us no, that was an additional rider or a new policy that we'd have to discuss and pay for. So that week, we contacted the city and said, Houston, we have a problem. Let's sit down and talk about it. And since then, we've been working on a solution. And in concert with staff and the city attorney, came up with the idea that that condition can be waived without going back through the whole conditional use permit process. If you put additional conditions or you change things too much, you have to, but we don't. So what we're asking for is the waiver of that section 2.4 tonight. It does not mean we don't want to cooperate with the city and whatever meet in the middle winds up looking at, the 8th Street Pier, all of those things. Those are, Salt Shack has found a wonderful home, and they hope they can extend their lease until none of us are here anymore. But we're unable to move forward with it the way it is, and so we're asking for your help. I do have Robin Muller and Catherine Horner from Salt Shack here. If you go down there much, you see them, and we would together be happy to try to answer whatever questions you guys might have.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in chamber, close chamber public comment. No one online. I bring it back to council. What say council?
I think the initial, this was back in March when they put the variance for the deck, one of the stipulations we had was we would approve that if DPZ said that we needed to have that boardwalk, that 15-foot, and that was one of the reasons why we passed it. If that wasn't in place, I don't think we would have passed the variance for allowing them to do it. So I don't think we can really approve this then. We have to pull that variance back.
I have great respect for rule of law being followed. I'm not thrilled with coming back so quickly to say we can't do a thing that we said we were going to do. It's representation that we relied upon, that it could be done. I think it's in the interest of justice, being just. My understanding, as I understood DPZ's recommendation, was because this is the only parcel in between a number of public parcels, and because of the possibility of a contiguous waterfront park, that was the thought process was if you can get this 15-foot right away, we don't know exactly where it might be. We haven't done the drawings yet. There would be a great deal of time before we would ever even call on this condition, is my understanding. I don't think that we're ready to go execute a lakefront plan in the next, I might say 5 years would be my speculation on it. And the flip side of that is I do understand how this happened in the timeline of things. And so I don't have the impression that this was a bad faith situation. I think this was a genuine willingness to comply, but a legal impossibility to comply. And so I think Salt Shack has become a beloved downtown business. I've never heard somebody in Clermont say anything bad. I've never heard anyone say anything bad. Everyone who's ever come to Clermont that I've talked to who goes loves it. So I want to support I want to encourage and create the possibility of pursuing their happiness and their growth. But I'm concerned with the CUP being permanent in nature, that because they're a lessor, I worry about giving a permanent right to a property owner who doesn't want to engage in the future waterfront usage of the land in our community. Whereas on one hand, we have an applicant who is willing to do so, but then we have a property owner who's not. And so if it is possible, if it's legally possible, and that's my question for the attorney, I would be open to waiving the requirement for a period of time, because time can heal all wounds. 5 years, I'd be open to up to 10 years. I would not be open to more than that. That might be too many, but I would want it to be tied to the current use of the property if possible. So I don't know if those are legal, if that's a possibility. I had a version of this conversation, in fairness, with Mr. Crawford for disclosure purposes. But I don't even know what we can and can't do. That's where I'm at. I'm all for enforcing the rule of law. You can get me there. I can say, nope, that was the condition, comply or don't. But I also am open to exploring options. So,
well, third person to talk, third different perspective. I actually would be willing to agree to the CUP without this. This was not a staff condition. This was a condition that was added based off some conversations, very good conversations at the Planning and Zoning Commission level that in turn the council heard and moved and took action on to include. And allowing the CUP to move forward does not preclude us, with the waiver of this item, does not preclude us as a city from engaging the property owner in some sort of easement for a future project that might occur. I would have approved this without condition 2.4 in March, and I'd be willing to waive 2.4 and approve it without it today. And my preference would be to do such that, and then direct staff to start engaging some conversations, because we know these conversations don't occur overnight. I think we all could think of a couple of properties in our historic downtown area that has been under conversation for quite some time, and start those conversations about an easement, and see what we could do with the property owner to bring them to the table.
Anyone else?
just a follow up to that, on this application, was there a waiver of parking requirements or any other? Because this was the reason why it's a CUP is because we were adding space, right? So there would have been parking obligations, and now we have the fee for parking. So I'm just wondering if that was waived as well.
It is 2.3, and it says that we will either supply the parking, which we cannot, or pay the parking fees that are in there, and that's before building permit. So no waivers.
When this came before us before, I didn't understand how we was asking a private property owner down on that lakefront to give us that 15-foot access across their property. It was some concern for me then, and it's still a concern with me. As Mr. Bain said, I was willing to approve it without it before, and I'm ready to say, let's take it out, because basically what we're trying to ask them to do is open up their piece of property and allow the city to have people running back and forth across their property with no security or protecting their facility. Okay. I mean, my concern at that time was the fact that, okay, we give this 15-foot access across this piece of property, and we have I think at the time they were talking about running the trail across through there. Okay, people coming off the trail have easy access to their facility. How are they going to secure their facility and be responsible for everything on it? That's why I didn't understand how we would even even thinking about doing this thing. Okay, that was a big concern of mine, and I appreciate the fact that they were willing to try to work with us, and I'm glad you all realized that it was going to be a little bit of a hindrance, and I'm willing to say, hey, let's waive it and move on. And hopefully in the future, we can work with the landowner and maybe, as Mr. Bain said, may work with the landowner sometime and get some kind of thing. But right now,
Sure.
what we gave you and what we did before, I was still trying to figure out how it was going to work.
Well, my clients hope someday to be a property owner, so
Yeah.
maybe we can solve all that.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
we
but-
don't have it right now.
And as you said, you talked to your insurance. So I guess that's one of the concerns the insurance has
Yes.
is how you security it
That
and all these
can
things.
be handled. It's
Yeah.
just money.
It's going to cost you more money.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I can support going ahead and waive it myself. So, and I appreciate everything Salt Shack have done since they've come here, and it's like I say, it's one of the top destinations here in Clermont for dinner and everything. And I appreciate them willing to continue to invest in the community
Yeah.
and make the improvements they're looking to make.
And in talking to the client, they get a surprising number of out of town people that come out and and they see Clermont's waterfront and they're downtown and they're going like, why didn't we know about this? So if we can keep it going right, it's a win-win for sure.
Right. When we brought them here, they I guess I don't want to get into it, but when the other thing that was there and what we went through and we got rid of them and brought them in here, I had my fingers crossed, but they've done a fantastic job. And like you say, I get comments everywhere I go about the people coming here to Salt Shack and everything all out of town, a lot of out of town folks. So I entertain a motion. I don't know where you are.
Yeah, I'll move to waive 2.4 on resolution number 2026-005R.
I second.
I have a motion and a second to waive for approval resolution number 2026-005R, Salt Shack waiver of section 2 of land use code, condition 4. Any further discussion?
For clarification, is that for a period of time or in perpetuity?
In perpetuity, just to waive it.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And the chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 3-2.
We are a part of downtown. We're not going anywhere, so we'll continue the conversations.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 20, citizen request.
Yeah, I was just looking at Jimmy Crawford and I thought, man, I can remember when he was slim, had all black hair, and I had hair, and it's been doing this an awful long time. So, but
You ready to show something right now?
just a second. Let me just kind of reintroduce this. First of all, thank you for all the city council members met with me, and we walked off the parking lot. We walked off downtown. Some of you, your schedules were tough and you couldn't do that, but most of you did that. And Bill Peterson met me at Panera, and we both suffered through a non-air conditioned Panera. But we were able to, kind of re-review what was going on downtown with the parking lot. And so, most of you probably remember back in November, we actually had this on the city council agenda. And then for whatever reason, it was tabled and it never came back. And so, the effort that we're doing today is just to put it back in the slot, try to get it to where we can get to a vote so that we can pick the spot, pick the location, pick the actual structure and get going. And it's like, you ever tried to catch a grease pig? It's real difficult. It's almost impossible. And to try to get a consensus with 5 city council members, like trying to catch a grease pig. It's really hard. Everybody's got a different opinion of what they want to do, but the one thing that we all agree on is that we're at a point where we need parking. And so, want to start there. The city manager was good enough to invite Finfrock, who, if you recall, is your approved provider to build your garage. And in November, we were going to have a vote on some options that were available for the spot on 7th and Mineola Avenue. And everybody's got a different opinion about what should be there, what shouldn't be there, how high it should be, how big it should be, how small it should be. I mean, it just goes everywhere. But we all agree on one thing, and that is we're at a point where we're at a parking deficit. And what really drove it home to me today is I couldn't find a place to park at City Hall to come into the CRA meeting today. So I actually had a guy move his truck, which was parked in front of my gate over here in front of my office, and said, "Hey, you're blocking my gate." So I got a parking space. But I mean, it's Tuesday. It's 2:00. I think did you tell me? Somebody told me, I couldn't park in the 7th Street parking garage. And so they're already, overflowing. So there's no doubt that we're at the point where we need to do it. And, there's a lot of discussion about location. And so I just want to re-review. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time because I've spoken with each one of you about all the moving parts to this. We've been working on it for about 5 years, and we're just trying to get you to the point where we're going to pull a trigger. And I'd love to make everybody happy up here and give you what you want, but there's got to be a compromise somewhere, because it's not possible to give everybody what they like to have. So what we'd like to do is get it back on the agenda, move forward in some capacity to where we're not just sitting in limbo. There's a lot of things that, are hanging out there waiting for this garage to be built on the 7th Street spot that both affect me and affect everybody around us. So, those have waited long enough. But the main things that are important to us is to follow through on our 5-year commitment. And that is, and I've talked to each one of you about it, is to get the northeast southwest corridor of what's called the Art District or downtown, whatever you want to call it. And I got a picture I'll show you in a second, which we've got, 80% of it complete. And the rest of it would be behind the parking garage, which would also be an area where we have more art. And if you could call anything, it'd be like the Art Walk 2, which I've shown each of you as well. But the things that we want to protect is that pedestrian walkway, so that when someone comes out of a parking garage, that they can walk north, south, east, west, and they can get to anywhere easily downtown, both if you are handicapped in a wheelchair or if you're, perfectly mobile, that you can easily access downtown. We don't want it too low. We don't want it too high. We like, we want it to be in the grade. And we want to kind of remind everybody this is not a permanent singular solution. This is just one of the solutions. Was talking to Allison actually today about, there's so many moving parts. I mean, I thank you for your service, and I cannot do what you do. I do not have the patience for what you do. But, this garage is for the merchants. It's for the pedestrians, but it's for the sustainability of our downtown. It's for our merchants. It's not for, another city project that's going on, in the future. It's not for, JC, well, it's not called JC Beach anymore. What's it called now? West Beach. It's not for anything else. It's just to get at least 300 spaces. 250 would be stretching it for the downtown merchants, to get that movement for the downtown merchants. And we were right there. We were right at the edge of it. And then it all kind of fell apart. And then there's so many other projects going on that you're working through, and I totally get it. But we just canned it. We just set it aside. And in November, you were going to vote on 3 options. And that never happened. You approved a provider who is FinFrock. They're here to answer specific questions about that. And so I'm going to stop talking too much, but I just want to kind of go over it real quick. I've talked to each of you individually. And again, the consensus is we're ready, but in what capacity? You know, Allison has some specific things she'd like to see, and I think we're okay with most of those. You know, and I think Brian has some questions for FinFrock in regards to heights and elevations, and everything's good there. And you know, Bill and I'm gonna mess your name up, Sandra, right? Chandra. Is good, and they realize that we need it, but I'm just trying to pull you all together, to pull you together, and concentrate on that one thing that we all agree on, which is we need parking. We need parking. And if it's not all of the parking, like Alice and I talked about today, the number for us to augment the surface parking, and when I say us, I'm talking about the merchants all the way downtown, from the restaurants and everywhere, is about 300 spaces. Anything above that is gravy for us. But if we can get, you know, that number or close to it and meet some of your expectations, this is a win for us. And that's what we're trying to accomplish today. So what we want you to do is to ask questions, both financial, which Todd, I don't know how we were going to pay for it. I have a little bit of an idea, but Todd kind of ran that. I mean, as much as I've built, I have never built a parking garage. I couldn't tell you the first thing about how it goes together, but FinFrock's here. So what I'm asking you to do is ask real specific, targeted questions, come to a consensus if we possibly can. Preserve the north, south, east, west walk. And if you've forgotten what that is about, I'll be glad to re-review that. Preserve the additional art, because the way that it's set up now, we've got places on each of the exits for the parking garage where we can do static art. There's a lot of art that we even have the Winn-Dixie funded, the statue for the Winn-Dixie, but we've never built it. So we'd like to have like 4 pieces of static art, and then we've got a long wall that has about a 28-foot section between it where the brick will be, and I'll show you that after you kind of get some of the questions, where we'll have more art. And, you know, we want public interaction, which Allison actually came up with a really good suggestion as we were bantering, and it was actual banter back and forth, which would be, you know, once you give some direction, say, okay, you know, FinFrock, you know, this is the parameters of what we want to do. We've already engaged DPZ. We already have other people in the community that have, you know, good visual art experience. And let's come up with like an architectural committee, not a design committee, because we're not qualified to do that FinFrock is, but a committee. Bring that back to you and say, okay, this is what it's going to look like. These are the art elements that, you know, here's 2 or 3 options. Let you narrow those down, but we need you to just say, okay, this is what we're going to do. This is how we want to do it. This is about, you know, I'll support this, and I'll not support that, and we come up with something to where we can move forward, because we're so far behind the 8 ball. You know, municipalities work in seasons, and we work in days. And so, you know, we can't go another season, which is like 5 years for a municipal project, because you can ask DPZ, you know, we've probably got 6-7 months just of design work. before they can put a shovel in the ground. And I think it takes a year. Does it take about a year to build? Does it take about a year to build a garage? Okay. So if we can't move this forward, and we push it, to some other agenda and we keep moving it, and it's going to be 2031, 2032, and we're already behind the 8 ball. So just quick refresher. And then please ask real questions. Where does it sit? Right here? Mm-hmm. So this is just an overhead. The color doesn't really come out that great, but this is 7th Street. This is Mineola Avenue. This is actually the footprint of what the garage would be, and whatever configuration we can come to a consensus on. The parts that we want to protect is we've already got the art walk through here with the anticipation of extending it on down to the lake. Sorry for my hairy arm. And we've already got this connection over to 8th Street. And we want to preserve this, which all these buildings are set back 25 foot. This gray area is actually the property line, not the building structure. This is the property line. And this one's set back 7.5 feet, if my memory is correct. This building is my building. It's set back an additional 12 foot. And this is an 18-foot brick walkway. So that's just shy of 30 feet. And all across here on this side of the building is where we want to do the Art Walk 2, which is an extension of what we now have under the cover on the Art Walk. So those are the areas we want to protect. And then we want to also put static art on the exits. Now, there's a lot of elevations. There's a lot of different, concepts out there. This is just one concept that came with the RFP. Well, I think it was an RFP, or was it an RFQ? RFP. Came with the RFP. That's the 7th Street side. It's a poor representation of how that looks. There's another one here that's on my computer, which I didn't print, which I should have. But it's a much larger space in between it than that looks like. It's not an alleyway. It's 30 feet. It's relatively large. And it goes all the way through, and that's where we want to have the Art Walk 2. This is, and again, these are just representations of what it could be, not what it has to be. But this is, if you had your back to Pepe's, when you're looking over, that's basically what you would see. That's the highest side of the structure, which, is basically a walkout basement for you guys in the north, or, subgrade for us southern people. And then these art elements, all of these are, what we want the committee to do. Now, there's some other opinions about, what has to be there. And I went out and started asking people. I said, will you support a garage? Will you support this location? What's best for you? And, we gave you first, because I don't know about you guys, but I really kind of hate petitions, especially if you're on the recipient end of them. So, we had a full page. This is what we want. We support the garage. We support the location. We really need it. And we gave you 200 and some odd of those signatures. And then we went out and got, more petition style, but the same ask. Is this good? Is this, what you want? The first thing we ask them is, do you live in Clermont? Do you have a Clermont address? Yes. Do you vote? Yes. Are you over 18? Yes. And then we start talking to them about it because we want to make sure that these people are actually voters. So they're citizens. They live here. They interact. And the only negative comment that I got more than once was, is there any way to make the stairway just a little shorter so it's not quite so tall? And they're talking about this image right here because it makes it look like it's 6 stories. It's a little big. And I don't know that that's the height that we're going to do. This is just a representation. So the only negative comment other than that was, how much longer is it going to take? Are we going to do this another 2 years? Are you really going to get it done? I'm like, well, we're going to try to get it done. So Finfrock's here, but if you don't mind talking about the finance, ask finance questions. I know you've got some finance questions, and I know Brian's got some structural design questions, and I'm sure everybody else has other questions. But the goal here is to get at least, I'd love to have a complete census, but, that's almost, it happened today, which was really surprising. You all voted yes on the same thing. But as long as we can get, a majority to where we say, okay, if they've got conditions that we can meet, great. But if they are specific, 3 stories maximum, 4 stories on that, that's fine too. Our goal is 300 spaces. And if there's other elements, then, we'll work with that as well. But we just want to start the dialogue. We want to end it with a positive note, with a direction, with a timeline. And that's our goal. So, it might take us a little while to go through this process, but we'll try to do it. Patrick, you okay?
Can you say those 3 things again?
Can I do what?
Your goal is?
The goal is
3 things.
3 things.
Yeah.
We want to get a vote that says we're going forward.
Okay.
Number 2 is a committee to do the design part of it. So we can come back to you with an actual design. Mm-hmm. And that's really it.
You said direction? Timeline, that's what it was.
Timeline, but those are all associated with the timeline. So if you say, okay, we like whatever the consensus is right now. Let's just say we got forward a little bit further. No more than this, no larger than this, no wider than that, and architectural. We want to send you back with a committee for the actual architect, the look, the art, the design, even the art walk, landscaping, everything. No more than, 2 months. Bring them back to us with 3 options. And, Allison made a great suggestion about who should be on that committee, and I'm with that. So I'll have you make that recommendation if we get that far. But what we want to go away with is, okay, Finfrock, this is basically what you want to do. You work with this committee to come back to us in X amount of time and give us those options so we can design, get started, and go. Does that answer your question? Yeah. Okay. Again, I don't know how we were going to present this. Staff was going to present this. And actually, when I gave them to Rick, I was like, you mean I got to present this? I thought we're going to get staff to do it again. So I'm presenting it as the citizen presenter. But at one point, staff actually had a report via committee selection. And so, we're going to try to pull that all back together right now. So we'll do it in a very relaxed way, take it easy, but come to a consensus if we possibly can. Good. And then the financing, I'm going to hand over to him, and then Finfrock's available for you. And I'm hanging out here.
Hold on. Before we go any further, Mr. White, Mr. Watt. As I read this, it says Mr. Jason Stringfellow made a request to address council regarding the proposed parking garage. You know, he's asking for all these votes and everything tonight. Is that? I don't think that's what we're here for tonight, according to what I'm reading here. All these different proposals, and to be honest with you, I'm not ready to do that. I'm ready to say, hey, if we want to talk about this garage, I think we need a workshop, and we can talk about finance. We can talk about what we want in a parking garage, but to sit here and try to make these type of votes and these decisions tonight without any insight to what I'm seeing here and everything, I'm not ready to entertain that. I agree that I think it's time as we start talking about a garage. And I know I've gotten a lot of feedback and a lot of emails from some emails from other people that's I'm still sitting down trying to work through it and see what their opinions are. So I would be willing to sit here and say, hey, okay, we want to move this forward. Let's look at a workshop so that we can sit down and council or whatever can give their opinion on what they look for. Is this the right location for a garage? I know DPZ have come out and told us different locations as well, looking at different locations, their recommendations. So I think these things we need to sit down and do a workshop and kind of work through all these issues. So.
As always, I bring the Sunshine Manual just so you don't have to take my word for it, but I'm just going to read you a brief sentence. The Sunshine Law does not require boards to consider only those matters on a published agenda, but even though the Sunshine Law does not prohibit a board from adding topics to the agenda of a regularly noticed meeting, the Attorney General's office does advise to postpone formal action on any added items that are controversial. So if it's controversial on your view, you wouldn't be able to, you might not want to vote on it, but as a general matter, you have discretion. As long as the meeting itself is noticed, the agenda doesn't matter so much.
Yeah, well, you're right. We noticed the meeting, but as Ms. Strange say, quite often whether they advertise properly. Right. And that's my concern here. This isn't what it's saying we want. They just wanted to talk to us about it and present it, and I have no problem with that and all that. But and I do feel like it's time for us to sit down and maybe look at some of these. But I hear other recommendations. I hear other feedback from other people. So.
As a best practice, you're right, Mayor, and I'm not trying to get you to. I'm just saying legally. Yeah, you can do what you want. Now, should you? Different question.
Yeah. So.
Well, and for what it's, I agree with you, Mr. Mayor, on the subject of. I wanted to see what was in our agenda packet on this one, but I agree with you on the issue of one of the drawings that was provided to us. I'm not in a situation. I mean, we need to have public comment. We need to hear from it, but I would be. It's going to be hard pressed to get me to yes on one of the drawings that was just showed. That being said, what I'm hearing, and I say this not to keep the public from talking, but more to understand, I think, what's in my head, and I think it's worth the public knowing what we might need to hear, is I'm hearing, is there a recognition that we have a parking issue that needs a solution? If we agree that there's a parking issue downtown that needs a solution, that it's been talked about for the better part of a decade, then that would be item number one that they've asked for. I love that the request was for a committee, just like we just did with Bishop Field. And one of the complaints I've had with Meet Me in the Middle is I would love to see the citizens who live, work, play downtown have the ability to engage in the process. And I don't feel like they've been given that opportunity to engage in the process. I'm hearing the citizens saying, we have been hearing about this thing and nothing's happening and we want to see something happen. And so allowing them to have a voice, I think, is what I'm hearing. I'm not hearing we're funding a garage. I'm not hearing this is what it looks like. I'm hearing we want to give the citizens a chance to weigh in on what this looks like. And then as the timeline, I get it. I mean, I just had what might be considered a fit 4 hours ago about the fact that we've been going, for 6 months in the CRA and I don't see it going anywhere. And so I feel their pain and I understand. And I think that from what I've heard, we should have something in the way of a code by next month. So if he said 2 months, is that possible? I don't know. I think so. Maybe something like that. At least get us an update from the committee, in 2 months, and then direction and parameters. And I think to your point, that's probably a workshop. Maybe we want to give the committee a chance before we start doing a workshop. We've got July's budget meetings. We've got August and September coming up. I don't see us being able to workshop this, but I'm hearing hundreds of people in the public who are like, put me in, coach, I'll take it. And so I'm open to the request of, can the citizens engage? And that's how I'm hearing this. And I'm open to that conversation about, let's address parking options, parking solutions. And I'm also mindful it's been, 4.5 hours tonight. So yeah. So that's what I'm hearing, and I'm okay with what's being asked.
Can we let Mr. Howard share what he wanted to share?
So what I can share on exactly what you're talking about is, no, I don't expect a vote tonight. I don't think Mr. Stringfellow does either. But what does need, and having sat in that seat, I wouldn't want that either. But what I would like to see is some direction for city management to start saying, okay, we're going to move this ball again, instead of it just being set up in the corner. And I think that's where that part is if it's just set off into the side, all we're doing is digging a bigger and bigger hole. And the more years that go by, the worse the parking gets. So Jason was talking about the person who couldn't find parking this morning, and that would be me. At 10 o'clock this morning, that entire parking lot was full because I had an orthodontics appointment for my child. And I was like, are you kidding me? I go park in the dirt. So, and cross the road. So, which is fine, but it just shows that on a Tuesday morning at 10 o'clock, for no reason, it was full. And you have Fumo that's getting ready to open. We have all of these businesses that are opening. And we just, we've talked about supporting these businesses. And we brought in the parking fee and have really just paved the way for businesses to flourish down here. But the parking issue is going to come up over and over and over again, and it's a hamstring to them. And the longer we wait, let's say 2 years, and not only is it those 2 years, but we lose 100 and whatever is there 109 there? We lose 109 parking spots that are available right now during that time. And it's not just building that parking lot. We have power lines that need to come down with transformers. We've got to have his dumpsters moved, which has already been put into motion. So there's a lot of pieces and parts. There's power lines that are flying across people's property that shouldn't be because of aerial rights. There's a lot of pieces and parts on this. And I worked a lot of hours on this. And so it's not something that, I think we just need to get there. Now, I came to talk primarily about the finance side. And just to be clear, because I know it'll come up, I've never met FinFrock, even when I was sitting on this dais. To this day, I've still never shaken their hands. I don't know who they are. I know that city staff met with them, but there was no behind the scenes meetings or anything that I've ever had. So I've never had a single word with them. So I had nothing to do with any of this beyond saying, hey, this is where we're going, and staff handled everything else. From a finance standpoint, I did talk with Scott, and probably the cleanest way to do it is simply taking and assuming it's 12 million, and depending on where it goes and what's added and subtracted and who knows. But the 12 million estimate was for 470. So maybe it goes down, maybe it goes up. If we do some retail spots, it probably goes up. I mean, whatever. But you can take 6 million from the reserves, which I believe I last saw that we had more than 24 million in reserves. So 6 million there, and then bond the rest through the CRA. And then the CRA would have the choice, because this specifically benefits the CRA. I mean, this is their wheelhouse. This is, hopefully they support it. And then the CRA would have the choice of supplementing that through parking fees or however they decided to do it. And that would also go along with your ordinance on stopping long-term parking along the street side so that people have more access to get in and out of businesses. You know, if you limited it to 2 hours, Monday through Friday, 8 to 7 or whatever it is, that frees people up so there's more parking available street side. Having employees park in a garage. I can't tell you how many times I've had people, you know what, their employees take up all of my parking. And I'm certain that you guys have had that same complaint too. So this just solves a lot of problems moving forward. And having that CRA do that, and it doesn't kill the CRA because then they can decide how much they need to charge for parking. And knowing that you guys are getting ready to face a 30% budget deficit within your ad valorem, this is probably the cleanest way to do it, that puts it on the responsibility of the party that it should be, which is the CRA, and allows them to kind of make decisions on how they want to fund it and how they want to make it work. So that was what we came up with. I sort of have Scott's blessing. We couldn't go into a ton of this because with the changing of the ad valorem, we're expecting that interest rates are probably going, for municipality interest rates are probably going to rise a little bit. There's going to be some things that change going forward, and we don't know exactly what that looks like. And he didn't. I wasn't going to pin him down and say you have to give council an answer. But that's a rough framework that gets us where we're going. It allows staff to start saying, okay, let's have our committee. Here's our baseline. Here's what we're going to do. Here's how it's going to look, and start moving that ball forward. And I think that's the important part. And like I said, I think that's what this effort today is, to start that rolling again. And then I know that y'all have Friend Frock stuff. If y'all have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer it. I mean, I didn't go over a lot of stuff, so I can answer a lot. But
this is that Friend Frock I see right there? Yeah. Did you all have some you all want to add, please?
Hi, can you all hear me okay? My name is Kyle Myers. I'm the Vice President for Project Development at FinFrock. We are a Central Florida design build construction firm that's built over 300 garages. So we have in-house architecture, act as a general contractor, and parking is what we do. So we were just here tonight. The Deputy City Manager had reached out when he saw what was on the agenda for us to come in case there were any questions for us. Obviously, as was pointed out, the city did put out an RFP, for response specifically for that piece of land, for what would a garage solution be. So what the images that were shared, that was our design solution, just based on, integration into the site slope, and that was talked about earlier, as well as hitting kind of the minimum space counts and the maximum that within about a 5-story building. The architectural side of things is just what our designers came up with as a first point of reference, without having the ability to, have that forum with the city stakeholders due to a cone of silence in the competitive process. What I will say, to the point of whether it's a committee or getting public input, we had a very similar process when we built the first the public downtown garage in the city of Ocala. They put out a very, very similar process for design build solicitation. Our design team came up with a building design and facade that we thought fit into the character of downtown very well. And one of the first things that we did after being formally brought on is go through a public comment process where those elevations were presented. We had, public meetings. Actually, we're in the council chambers at that time in Ocala, and we did make a few tweaks. What I'd say is the very most focal corner got more brick added to it and things like that. So there are options that we can fit into kind of, I believe, what I've heard here. So that's just what I wanted to say. We're here to answer any questions. Don't have any other agenda than that. Obviously, if you want to build a garage, it's what we do. We're happy to do it. So,
well, thank you. Thank you for coming out. This is a public forum. Anyone in the public in the chamber wish to address this item, may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes.
Hello, Anna Sinclair, 575 West Mineola. I already sent you a very long, boring email, so I'm not going to reiterate all that I have said. I just want to keep it fun. So to that end, I am going to quote the wise words of one of the most influential figures of my generation. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. We want a thriving downtown that is walkable and bikeable. That is the goal, right? That is what we want. A parking garage can be part of the puzzle piece to get there, but I wanted that specific location on 7th would actually work against us. And this is why. The lot on 7th Street is actually centrally located. And that is precisely why it's a bad location. When you go to Magic Kingdom, do you park by the castle or do you park far away? When you go to the mall, do you park in front of the store that you want to go on, like right by it, or do you park far away? There's a reason for that. Walking takes effort, and here in Florida, it takes a lot of effort. And cars take space. So to keep the pedestrian experience good, you have to make things compact. Generally speaking, a pedestrian will walk no more than 60 feet with nothing going on. A parking garage is nothing going on. You can, of course, make it better by wrapping it with retail space at the bottom floor. However, there are some other challenges that you face that you cannot fix by it being centrally located. And that one is, namely, efficiency. When it comes to traffic flow, a parking garage is inefficient by design because you have one entry point, one exit point, so you're funneling all these cars through one spot. As a result, you want to have as few conflicts as possible, with pedestrians, for example. The entrance to the concept that I saw is on 7th Street, which is right on the trail. And if you were to move the entrance to the other end, then you would be right by the Artwork extension. So as a driver, you're gonna face way more conflict points. You're gonna have to start and stop all the time because, of course, you're gonna prioritize the lady on the stroller, or you should. And that brings me to my next point, safety. Pedestrians are kept safe when vehicle speeds and traffic volumes are low. A parking garage will increase traffic volume at that location. To make matters worse, drivers do get lulled into a false sense of security in parking facilities because speeds are low. According to a poll by the National Security Council, 66% of drivers make phone calls, 63% program GPS systems, 56% text, all of this while the vehicle is in motion. The trail is right there. We have a problem with speeding e-bikes. So that is not a safe spot where you can put a parking garage. Again, you put it in the periphery. So it wouldn't be efficient and it wouldn't be safe, but at least it would be paying customers downtown, which is the goal, right? And I think for events, it would actually bring customers. But the reason why we have to do events in the first place is that we don't have a lot of people who live and work here to patronize the businesses that we do have. And that's what you need. So I'm going to ask you again, tell me what you really want. Already? So anyhow, you get a walkable downtown by fixing your code, by making it really easy to build the things that you want to build, that you want to see, and you're already working on that with the best firm that money can buy. And those guys are telling you, don't build a lot on 7th, build it behind City Hall if you're going to build a parking lot. Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. That's it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Bill Downs, Sun Creek Brewery, 790 West Mineola. I've only spoken before council 3 times, and all 3, or 2 of them were on parking. The last one was about 6 years ago. I've sent some emails to a few of you. This is my 4th or 5th city council, so not all of you have got the speech from me, but I can tell on a first Friday or first Saturday or whatever event day we're having, once the lower bowl next to me gets filled up, I'm within about $75 of how much money we can make from that point on. Because people, once that bowl fills up and you start seeing people circling around like sharks waiting for somebody to back out, that's when business in downtown is capped. Nothing else will happen after that until the next day, because everybody will just go home. I don't know how some of you, a few city council people have even said, you don't come downtown during some of these events because of the traffic. And that's never going to get fixed. I've also emailed about the fact that we have a monster coming out of the ground in Mineola right now, a competitor to downtown Clermont. They're way ahead of us in a lot of ways because they don't have to work around some of the historic decisions that were made in Clermont by other city councils and just the way things work in old downtowns being revitalized. They are going to have plenty of parking up there. They're going to have a farmer's market on Sunday. They're going to have events like we do, possibly on the same days we do, and they're not that far away. So we are, as Mr. Stringfellow said, 18 months. Let's just give it 24 months away from any solution if it was decided on today. However, we're now talking about more delays and even and creating workshops. And Allison, you just said we can't have work. You know how you're going to fit a workshop in before September. Then we get into Christmas. So this could be till this time this next year before you even decide to do anything. And then it has to go through the entire process to actually get something out of the ground. I first heard about the downtown parking garage in 2017 by former city manager James Hitt, who told me it was coming. I've seen so many things built, not only in Clermont, but in Florida. Disney World, I believe, built another park before we built a parking garage. Another land. So I don't see why this is so difficult to come up with a if not, I don't necessarily, I said, I don't know anything about parking garages. I do beer. In fact, I applaud you guys for sitting up here for 4 hours. I went home, I did my payroll, and I had a beer, and then I came back. That's all. So, but this process is taking way too long. And I feel that unless this council, like you said, it's seasonal, we can't wait another 4 years. We can't wait till the right people get on the council or the wrong people get off. As a business owner downtown with 19 mouths to feed, and I'm pretty open to Allison about this when I spoke to her, my goal is to make sure that my employees can live and work here. And right now, they sometimes have to park 4 or 5 blocks away during a small event just to come into work. And I think that needs to change. So anybody has any questions? This is a passion project for me. I didn't have anything to do with any of this today, but I would like to talk to you if you want to talk to me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Valerie Shu at West Montrose Street. I'm both a downtown business owner and resident, so I love my downtown business buddies and property owners. I believe we are after the same thing. I just respectfully disagree that this location is what's best. I am actually for a garage, just not there. Imagine you're planning a day trip this weekend. You pull up your phone, you start searching. What do you look for? You're looking for something beautiful, unique, perhaps a cool waterfront. I do feel pretty confident in saying that most people don't search for the best parking garage. Parking is a utility, it's not a draw. And though parking friction is present here, there is no evidence or precedent to support the hope that having a garage will generate a substantial bump in business. In fact, we have seen this movie before nationally, and it didn't end well for the downtowns that prioritize parking over placemaking. What draws people and what keeps them coming back is beauty, character, and walkability. So let's advocate for that. Clermont has something genuinely rare. We have a stunning lakefront and dramatic topography. That combination is our competitive advantage over our surrounding towns. The place between the waterfront and Montrose is the best opportunity in our downtown where we can actually pull visitors up from the waterfront right to the Commerce Center. Now imagine that done right. Maybe it's mixed-use buildings facing inward onto a pedestrian pathway with parks and storefronts. This is the kind of design that makes people want to keep walking. It's the kind of design people travel to Europe for, let alone walk up a hill for. That's a proven pattern in town planning, and a garage taller than every building on Montrose, placed on Mineola, no matter how well designed, which it is well designed, permanently forecloses that possibility and hides the historic buildings behind it. Another thing that increases economic resiliency in a downtown is more people living here. As residents, we spend thousands of dollars at downtown businesses every year. Mixed-use infill on that site and other sites like it in downtown put more humans within daily walking distance of every business here, and I cannot overstate what that would do for our downtown businesses, so let's advocate for that. Lastly, downtown is our most walkable neighborhood in the entire city. That struggles with walkability already. Let's not compromise that asset by placing a car-centric structure right in the center. So I believe that locking onto 7th Street is actually a part of what has prolonged this. City Hall is less than a block away, and initial assessments say it could wrap retail on the ground floor, which is an economic win in itself. Has that option or any of the other recommendations been explored with the same depth? If not, why not? In 2 months, can this committee, I like the idea of a committee, I agree, let's not keep delaying with workshops, can they come back with research on the top maybe 2 to 3 locations instead of just this one? We still only really talked about this one spot. So, and here's something else we're saying about how our CRA works if it's going to be a part of funding this. The more productive our properties are, the more tax revenue we have to reinvest back in downtown. Parking garages do not produce revenue for the city. The Row building was recently reported as the most financially productive property in the county by square foot, and that's the kind of model we should be replicating. All that said, I still support a garage because building one at the right location could help free up maybe 1 or 2 surface lots for this kind of redevelopment that would be really productive and would be a draw for our town. And maybe even selling that could help offset some of the cost of the garage. But I just believe that downtown is where we should accept nothing less than the best development decision available to us. And I would love to see us explore these other options. But please, I agree. The way this conversation has constantly stalled, it baffles me. So let's please keep it moving and at a fast clip, ideally. Thanks.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Brendan Curl, 860 2nd Street. I'm in favor of parking garage. As a resident here in downtown Clermont, I think that it would behoove all of us to have a better parking availability to us. This location, I think, would be a horrible location. I'm sorry, but as a resident, I want to come down. I want to walk around and enjoy my downtown area. And I think that plopping it right there, aside from what some of the other speakers mentioned as far as increasing traffic where we have pedestrian traffic, I just think love the idea of a parking garage. Let's look at some other locations. I just, as a resident, I don't know who owns what, but big lot over on 12th and 50 be a great spot. She mentioned, here next to City Hall with some retail space downstairs. I think that would be great. Also, I think that location on 7th and Mineola, directly across from that, looking at a map before my phone died, there's houses right there. Who wants to live right across the street from a parking garage? So, love the idea. Love to keep the conversation going. Let's please look at some other locations. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address the item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the chamber wish to address the item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one in chamber, we got one online. Go ahead, online caller. Did they hear me?
Hello, Peter Sinclair at 5715 West Mineola Avenue. I was waiting for to be unmuted. Hopefully you guys can hear me well. So I would like to speak on this agenda item. So I personally am against building a parking garage, but I understand that Clermont residents are concerned about traffic. So I understand if the ultimate conclusion will be to build one. So I wanted to kind of shift my focus and my comment on if the parking garage were to be built. I definitely don't want to have it built on 7th Street for a few reasons. First of them is that according to the studies that has been done on the traffic, and we hired this brilliant expert from PPC to help us out to look into multiple locations. I went to a couple of their workshops. They're such brilliant team. I find that with the DPC's peak, best peak for the parking location being behind the City Hall, I find that location much better than the 7th Street original location as proposed in this agenda item. Another point that I wanted to make is I definitely dislike that the original 7th Street location cuts through the bike trail, which is the access from the lakefront to the downtown. So if you mix the traffic of the cars going in and out of the parking garage with the pedestrians, especially the cyclists, that will definitely make me feel feel in danger in that sense. Then another issue I have with the 7th Street location is that it places the parking garage behind the 2 streets, the Montrose and the Mineola streets. From the perspective, if you're coming in from the highway or if you're coming in from the south part of the city, then you have to cross these streets to park and then you walk back to the downtown. And I think the parking garage would benefit from the location that is besides the walkable place that we want to create in the downtown, rather than in the middle of it or behind it, as the 7th Street location would create. And I wanted to also comment on, I'm in big favor of having a workshop to have public opinion and public discussion regarding these parking garage locations, especially since when I looked at the petition that was brought into the agenda item, that petition has no mention of PPZ's work and no mention of other location. So I'm in favor of workshop to bring to be informative to people so that they can make an informated decision and voice their opinions with as much information as possible on this subject matter.
Wait,
That's it.
any way you can notify him it's time, please? Did he hear me? All right, thank you. Anyone else?
No, sir.
Okay, well, I will close public comment and bring it back to council. As I was saying earlier, it's I heard comments about 2017, and the thing about 2017, I was around here during that time. Downtown was still almost a ghost town down there, and we were still talking about a parking garage even back then. We've been talking about this parking garage. I think when I first got involved in the city way back in 2007 or so, we started talking about a parking garage, and of course. Where was the location? What was this? And I do believe, as I've told a couple of people now, because I come down here on some Sundays, and I'm finding a problem when I come down on Sunday after I get out of church and come down here to try to get my teas and all this on Sundays. I'm finding a problem finding parking on Sunday afternoon now, where I used to not have that problem. But I think it is time for us to have that serious conversation about parking. But as one of the speakers said earlier, is the fact that the parking garage aren't going to assure success downtown. We still need to get more businesses. We still need to get more foot traffic downtown. And I'm not going to wake up every morning and say, hey, I'm going downtown to visit the Clermont parking garage. What about the businesses and everything? That's one of the concerns I have. What else we going to bring in businesses and everything to make sure we going to have that parking garage? It's not just sitting there empty when we don't have special events. Okay. And other problem I had, I think when I first got elected, we did a study on parking garage. We looked at 5 or 6 different locations, and 7th Street was the worst location out of all of them. Okay. So I still stand behind that. I do not support a parking garage going on 7th Street. I think after we got that study, the council at that time made a decision, and we kind of went back and said, hey, we're going to put one in here at City Hall.
Okay, let's do it.
Best location. And it's still some things there, okay?
Let's do it then.
Yeah, well, that's fine, but like I say.
Let's stop
I
talking
think
about it. Let's just do it.
Sir,
If
excuse
that's
me.
where you want to put it and you'll vote for it.
I'm
then
not
let's
saying
move
where,
forward.
I'm not here, I'm here, I'm just saying, at that time, that's what we decided. And as I said earlier, I think it's time for us as a council to sit down and make that decision and move in
my
that
application
direction.
was for the
Or
approval,
where we gonna put it
not
and what's the
discussion.
best location, how many people? I mean, I hear you talking about $12 million, but yet still we don't know exactly, have any design of how much it's gonna actually cost us to do that. See, we've done none of this.
Well, let's pick a
Okay.
location.
I'm not, let's sit down.
You want it down by the water park. You're
Well,
the only person who wants it by the water park.
To be honest with you, all councils long when I sit out there in this chamber for years, and they talk about a parking garage, the decision and the unanimous decision at that time, the best place to put a parking garage was the Hoyer property. You're right, the Hoyer property. However, when I came
No.
back, when I got elected here,
That's not
we
true.
decided, hey, we didn't want to
Tim,
look at
that's not
Hoyer, we
true.
didn't own it. We
That's not
looked
true,
at this
Tim.
and we backed off of that
Bless
and
your
said,
heart,
okay,
that's
what are
not
we gonna
true.
do? But I'm not in support of 7th Street. Hey, but if we're gonna look at other location, that's fine. Again,
If
I'm
we
gonna
get a
say,
consensus tonight, which I asked for approval, I didn't ask for just discussion. My application says for an approval. If you'd like for me to show you my application, I'll be glad to do it.
Well-
if you want,
Well, I'm not-
Mayor, if you want the parking garage back here, I'll make concessions to where you can make money on that lot over there, as long as you protect our pedestrian walkways, our north, south, east, west. That's the most
is it
important thing.
protected
And
now?
we'll
Is it
build
protected
it.
now? Is it protected now?
It's a parking garage right now. We want to finish
As
it.
a parking lot, is it protected?
No, it's a parking lot.
And all those things are protected. I don't think the parking lot over there right now interfere with the walk or anything as your pedestrian
to
walk
walk
anything.
around cars.
As it was saying, I think it's time for us as a council to sit down and try to work out some of the details. Where is the best location? How many stories do we need? Okay. How much are we willing to spend on a parking garage and all? And even as somebody said earlier,
This is deja vu, Tim.
This not.
This is deja vu.
Okay.
You're starting from square one. We've
Well,
been doing it for 5
I'm
years.
for one. If you're looking for a vote for me tonight to say, hey, let's build this parking garage, that's a no for me.
That's fine.
Because there's other
You're one
things has
vote.
to be worked out here.
You're
Okay.
one vote.
And that's, you're right. I'm one
You're
vote.
one vote.
But gentlemen, I'd like to. We're all neighbors. Let's
You
be
know,
neighborly.
I am being neighborly.
And I know
you're
it's
trying
just
to push me to do something here where I'm saying,
No, I'm
hey,
trying to
we
get
as
you
a
to a
council need to
decision.
sit down and work this.
I'm trying
And
to
you
get you
came
to
here,
a
presented
decision.
yourself. I got plenty of people coming here and totally
Yeah.
against it, So let's sit
and,
down
and
work
I
our way
felt
through it.
if you could give me just
Nobody
a minute,
was
Mr.
against
Stringfellow,
parking.
if you could give me just a minute, I felt the same way when I'm hearing there's 300 signatures, there's 500 signatures, and it's this feeling. And I talk sometimes about, when you sit up here, it's like you're in a fishbowl, and then there's pressure, and then I'm disagreeable, and so I go, no, I'm just gonna dig in. And I said, that doesn't work. Don't do that. And so
it doesn't.
I met with Mr. Stringfellow. We had a great meeting. He wasn't joking. I mean, it was iron. We were going back and forth, and frankly, it was fun. It's fun to have meetings where you can debate, debate
Still
ideas.
love each other.
And you can debate ideas in the goal of pursuit of the truth. And Mr. Mayor, I think you make really valid points. And I think that's why this conversation has gone on for as long as it has. And I really, for what it's worth, don't think that anybody in this room tonight is going to come up with the $10 million solution to this problem. But if we're open to it, recognizing the struggle that Mr. Downs spoke. I mean, you bought property 10 years ago based on a promise that, hey, there's going to be a parking garage right across from your property. He invested. He's got a 0 lot line. There is no parking on his property. And so when we look at the justice of businesses that were sought out, maybe not by this council, but by this council, at some point we have to deliver what was promised. And so we're busy. Mr. Van, you have said several times, maybe the city is growing. Maybe we're getting to this point where we can't keep doing things the way we've maturing. Thank you. We are I like that much better. And I really believe that after the iron, what Mr. Stringfellow and I discussed about having a committee of people who maybe have different interests in this conversation, but all of whom love downtown, I'm happy to say, let's do that. Let's help the people take it into their hands to, battle with FinFrock and battle with DPZ and go do it. They've got more energy than we probably have up here. So if we're open to that, I am 100% in support of a citizens committee or a committee of people to work on designs. I loved the idea when I talked to Mr. Stringfellow about at least 3 designs. I hate this. Here's your one design. Do you like it or do you hate it? And if you don't like it, then you're a bad person. I don't like that. I don't know how you'll feel. It sounds, you said they'll build it. I mean, what if we, on the subject of direction, say, hey, where do you citizens think, what do you think are the best parking solutions? Because it may not be where do we put our one garage. It might be where do we put parking, or what other parking solutions might there be? And Mr. Howard in a meeting a year ago commented that we were going to have a trolley coming from downtown. And I went, well, why can't we do that all the time? And there may be solutions that we aren't given that the creative business-minded people in the community can come up with like that. They're probably sitting here going, I got an idea for you and it'll cost you $500,000 instead of 20 million. And so I'm all for putting it in the hands, not in the hands, but let's empower the people to bring us back options while we focus on the budget and the things that we need to focus on the next few months, because DPZ is coming down with their code during this time. I mean, let them do it. They're sitting here saying, I'll volunteer. Put me in, coach. I'm all for it. That's all I'm going to say.
And Miss Strange, I agree with you, and that's all I'm saying. Hey, if that's what you want to do, get a committee, let them come back and tell us stuff. But right now, I'm not ready to sit down here and say, hey, we're going to do this, and let's do the committee and look at the different ideas and everything. I feel like, you're trying to force us to obligate ourselves to something like right away, which
No, we're not
I don't
trying to
think
force
I'm not
you.
ready to do.
We're trying to get you to
I'm
make a
work it
decision.
out. I got to concern myself with the people's money, as you say, and everything else. What's best for the city and what's best for the residents? Where are they going to get the money to do all this? So, but I don't know what you all want to do by the committee, how you gonna form the committee, that's fine.
But
If
what will
wanna
you
a
do with the
then
committee
go ahead.
results? That's what matters.
Okay.
I think what you initially said, we're not going to make we're not going to do a vote now and all of a
No.
sudden the garage is coming next week. I think but I think it is important that we get a garage. I think
Yes.
it's something we need to do. I think what you said before, whether it be a committee or a workshop, we should do it, get it done, and then we could do a vote on it and get it done as
Right.
soon as we can. But I don't think we're going to be able to do that tonight.
No.
I don't think we're going to have a vote. Okay, let's have a garage over on that side there. Go. Start building it.
No.
We're not going to get that done.
We
Because
just
I
want
think we got to
direction.
figure out funding,
But-
how we're going about doing it. We can't put the whole burden on the CRA. They're not going to be able to afford that.
No.
So it has to be, we have, the city has to contribute to it too. Now the second part, what we have is, we have the property tax situation that's coming up. How's that going to impact us? I know our city manager and our finance department is working really hard now to mitigate the problem so we don't have issues. So it won't be a real burden on the taxpayers, because we don't want to say, let's put fees on everybody. So we have a lot of things. We got the Meet in the Middle project. We got the veterans. They're still clamoring. When are we going to get it? When are we going to get it? We need the dock. People say, when are we going to have a fishing dock?
Yeah.
We have all these other projects. But as I said, let's not dilute ourselves and say, since we have so many, let's not do nothing.
Right.
Let's do a workshop, create a committee like we had for the baseball fields. Get people that are knowledgeable. Do I know where the best spot? No. I don't think any of us here know but we have people that are available that do know the best spot. We probably have the best garage builders here right now.
Yeah.
So we have somebody who can build it. We just got to know where and how do we fund it.
Well, as you say, hey, I don't know, let the city manager, hey, go get a committee. And I don't know who you'll put on the committee. I don't know whether you all want any input on who on the committee and everything else, but hey, have the city manager go out and form that committee to come back to us with ideas and everything. And
Right.
where we're
Let's
going.
see if we can get this thing done within like a 60-day period or something.
I was just about to
Let's
say,
not
so
keep it going on forever.
Right. So we get a committee. What's the timeline? Because we don't want to keep kicking this down the road or whatnot. It's long. I've been here too long, but to get a committee conformed, give them, as you say, September, come back in September with these are the designs. Then we as a council actually vote on, yes, we want to have this. This is the designs we like. We narrow it down to 2 or 3, who's going to do it and the funding. And maybe by this time in the committee, we can get some merchants who have funds to actually help contribute to the building of this parking lot. So it's not all on the CRA or the city. We have a partnership going, because this does need to happen, because the longer you wait, the more money it's going to cost, because nothing is getting cheaper, unfortunately. Everything is going up, and we have got to commit. We just can't keep saying, oh, in a year, 2 years, 3 years. No. Yeah.
Let me add another wrinkle. So just to what you said, council member, there's some things that your committee probably can do, and there's some things your committee probably can't do. So for example, reviewing and picking designs probably is off the table. And part of the reason is if the one thing the committee could do is give you guidance or advice on a location.
Okay.
You could choose to accept it or not, by the way. But let's say you did, and let's say the committee came back with City Hall as the location.
Right.
If that happened, we have to bid it out again anyways.
Okay.
It would be a new design.
Okay.
We're long past the original 90-day period.
Okay.
Under the original. But now they might choose to still agree to those terms and build it that, but maybe not in cost change. My only point is, if it is a different location, you've got a different design anyways.
True.
Yeah. Mr. Bain.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Mr. City Attorney, if we were to ask, could we ask FinFrock, because they were awarded the RFP that was issued, the 25086, could we ask them to also design a second location, or would that have to be a separate RFP?
Separate RFP.
Okay. Thank you. I think it should.
Hold on real quick on that, please.
Yeah.
What
happy.
about the whole thing with the contract that was a sub that has the long-term planning agreement that they're working with, right?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
The one I called you about that came up in the public records request. There's the contract that exists for like 10 years and that they're working with FinFrock.
I don't know what that contract is. I know what you're talking about, but I haven't seen it.
There might be a workaround.
Okay. So thank you for that. I'm usually the one who sits up here and says, I am all for committees, work groups, workshops. I think we have analyzed this to an oblivion. And when I ran for this seat, I felt I was adamantly against the 7th and Mineola location. I'll be completely honest about that. And I thought there's a perfect location somewhere. I was wrong. There's not a perfect location. There is not a perfect location for a parking structure. There are ideals. There are ideals in this location, and this is why this makes it ideal. There's ideals if we go over here and makes it ideal. We owe it to our downtown business owners, property owners, our merchants, our business owners, and the people who want to come support them on a regular basis and support the groups that do things to bring business to them. We owe it to not just open-endedly committee this or workshop this. I think we need to we're elected to make a decision, and I think we are well within our right to say, we would like to see a plan for location A, location B. Here's the we want a design, we want a budget, we want what were some of the other things here? How many spaces meets the goals? Committee design, timeline, how is it paid for, and getting public comment on it. And it comes back and we vote yes or no, A or B. Because if we go back to another committee, we're going to get 50 more ideas of what parking should be in downtown. We did that well before I ever considered moving here, well before I ever thought about Clermont, heard about Clermont, to when I started to learn about Clermont and thought, this is a really cool place, to when I said, I think I'm going to move to Clermont. And now, 7 years later, it's the same conversation. It literally has not changed. And so we owe it, in my opinion, to make a decision, whether that decision is today on a spot or we pick 2 spots. We say we want no more than 5 stories. Otherwise, bring it back to us with design, how it interfaces, what's the stormwater runoff, because that's one of the things I've heard about the City Hall parking lot is the water underneath there. What would that do? And I asked our Public Works about that on Monday, and they're not sure. We need to get that figured out, because this idea of City Hall parking lot being better, well, maybe better in a person's opinion of aesthetic, but what does it mean for the stormwater retention underneath there, and how does that affect that? We don't know. We have no idea. I didn't even know that existed there. Okay, so I just feel like it shouldn't be adversarial. I don't think anybody, I thought when I heard this coming forward that this was going to be the pitchforks with the yellow shirts and parking cones and the whole 9 yards of approve this spot tonight or else. And I took the time to meet with individuals involved. And I'm going to give a lot of props to Mr. Howard for reaching out and having conversations with me about this, and Mr. Stringfellow for reaching out and having conversations with me. Because I'm in a different spot mentally about that location than I was before. And I appreciate the fact that you've clarified, and I think that you've made it very clear that there's no desire. I don't think that you would walk away unhappy if a decision was made here today, but that is not the demand today. The demand is stop workshopping it to death and make a call. Are we doing a structure? And where? When? How are we funding it? Decide, move forward.
Okay.
And so I'm willing to piecemeal this right now of say, okay, we pick spots, we pick the process, we pick a maximum, and we put a couple of parameters on it. I'm open, but what I'm not necessarily open to is another lengthy, drawn out process, because I yes, we have new people who live here and have businesses here, and we always want to get their input, but at some point you have to say, we've got to make a decision. We've got to make the decision. And I feel like we're at that point. We're past that point.
Can I meet you in discussion on this? Yes. Can we? So I'm good with the committee. I'm also appreciate the make a decision approach.
Ms. Strange, hold on for a second. Mr. Van Wagner, if it's okay, Kurt, the study we had done, 3-4 years ago on all the different locations, what Mr. Bain was just speaking to is the fact that I think we had somewhat, they came in and gave us what it would do, a parking garage here, one on 7th Street, I think, the other one was City Hall, City Center, and the other one was the De Hoya property. Can you go back and get that and make sure all the council members get that? Because what he was just asking for, I think we just had that done about 3-4 years ago. And like I say, if I'm not mistaken, doing that study, and I'm not ready to sit here and spend another dime on another study, okay? I think at that one, they came up and they showed us what they can put a parking garage here, what it can be, and cost of what 7th Street. And I think we ruled out because I think we was always talking about the church parking lot, but we ruled that one out altogether. But I think it was 3 or 4 different locations. If you can go back and find that study and get that to all the council members, please, sir, so they can look at that, and maybe Mr. Bain, they can help you out a little bit.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And but as much as I want to, I'm not trying to be adversarial, but as much as I want to potentially entertain the De Hoya's property, we don't own it. No. We got to move on.
We got to, well,
you're right.
I think we just have to move on because we don't own it. Yeah, and to say we want to put a parking structure there,
maybe they'll build it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But I feel like we've got to say, if we're going to move forward in some direction, we have to say it has to be a property that we own, that we can do a structure
correct
on, because otherwise it's
wishful
my
thinking.
Dad used to say, wish in one hand and I'll clean it up, pour water in the other and see which one fills up faster. And that's kind of, I feel like what we're doing there, because we're wishing for this spot and we don't even own it.
Yeah.
We may never own it. Sure. I know we're trying, but I feel like we've got to at least give direction on, we have spots that we own that we can do this.
Right.
And I don't know if downtown grows to the point where we all hope it does in terms of volume and attraction and desire, then I think we're probably going to need additional parking, whether that's additional lot and or structure, and maybe a parcel that we currently are not entertaining or don't currently own, maybe that second item for that down the road. I hope we have that problem. I really do. But I think it needs to be focused on what can we actually do and decide upon in the next, I don't know, 60 days, 90 days max.
Yeah.
So here's what.
Go ahead, Ms. Strange.
Thank you. Here's what my brain is going to. 7th Street, we have a contractor who's gone through the process, who's prepared to work on all sorts of things, I'm sure. Yes, we want a parking garage, we'll build a parking garage. That's what I heard. I'm with you in can we figure out a way for them to also do a drawing somewhere else? If that can't be done, we have other architectural firms, including DPZ, who's saying City Hall is the ideal location. if we could encourage a citizen participation, so there's a sense of empowerment to work with FinFrock on here's some ideas. There's specifics having to do with the art walk, human friendliness, and so on and so forth. And also, whoever can do a city hall proposal, same thing, beautiful, human friendly, all the things that we've talked about. I agree with you. I have no problem saying, all right, we're not investing in a study, but we are investing in a concept plan with a rough budget, giving us an idea. And I'm going to suggest, help me, I'm going to need your help, simultaneously that we somehow advise the world that we are open to a public-private partnership for purposes of parking solutions in downtown Clermont. Because one thing that was really interesting, someone suggested a property we don't own. And I mean, I was only kind of joking about the De Hoyos property, but if we communicate to the world that we've got property that's currently in surplus that we haven't done anything with, so those are all potential locations, maybe there are 4 or 5 or 6 different parking locations throughout the city that are maybe behind some new structures that get built. And maybe you don't have just one egg, all your eggs in one basket. Maybe we can, and see what the public says. But if we don't put it out there to say we're open to taking ideas from the public while we simultaneously work on 2 locations that seem to be the ones that always come to the top. I mean, there's enough information. I don't mind putting money into that study to figure out what those concepts look like. I would like the community to be involved. I can tell you, I do not like a giant building with nothing but a wall. I don't feel safe. I don't want to push my kids in a stroller down that. I am very much looking for a human-friendly thing here. Not a big wall. I don't love it. But those are details. I mean, we can't even figure out the direction that we're going. So the details are less important, but I think if we empower maybe the committee where direction is come up with a design with FinFrock on 7th Street. Mr. Waugh, see if you can figure out a way for FinFrock to do City Hall. If not, let's get DPZ because they're the ones saying, if they're the ones saying it's the best spot, they see something, let them draw it. And if we got to pay them, let them draw it. And then simultaneously reaching out to people who build parking garages and manage them. Or maybe there's a list of developers who might be interested in developing a whole block and might incorporate some parking into it. And maybe we can incentivize that somehow. So if we could take that kind of 3-prong approach to this, engaging the public, picking 2 sites, give us some direction, and then encouraging a private sector solution, I think we could advance something pretty, I don't know the last process would take, how fast we could, I just need to know if I can do it and how fast.
The answer is yes. The city of Winter Park is doing it right now, looking for a P3 for a parking garage, and 60 days to get proposals back.
So 90 days.
Yeah, they would know. I think one of the FinFrock individuals may
He's
have
like, I'm
wanted to
jumping out
speak
of my
more.
skin, and I'm like, it's 7:46. Yeah. Come on up. I'm sorry, that's the mayor's. I don't mean to step on your toes, but that's where my head is at, moving it forward.
I have a few thoughts. The first one, and I don't want anybody to do anything illegal, so don't take that as this is, but you made a pretty blunt statement that it could not be transferred from one to the other. As I was sitting here just thinking through all the different projects that we've done over the years, we've never done that with where it's changed the site on a municipal one. We have had, we're doing it right now where the city of Hollywood had an advertisement come out, we were selected, and then commission, really as our contract was being presented, said we want this study to be done in conjunction with it, and it was changing the program of the garage a little bit, and that appeared to be within the bounds. I know there was another one at the University of Florida, so I don't know how public procurement is the same or is different there, but the University of Florida garage 14 was a design build solicitation that was originally going to be by Beatty Towers and ended up being in a different location, and that never was re-advertised. So maybe your attorney
we've already discussed it.
Maybe it's just how they were
procurement. Freddie Suarez and I have already discussed it, and what our conclusion is that we'd have to, because we would want to give a fair opportunity to the other bidders based on a change in the site, because it could change the design.
Fair enough. That if we could get engaged, then we could absolutely do a design concept here or there. But I was just going to offer that because I do think that would be the fastest. Winter Park is out. That is factual. 60 days is step 1 of the 2-step process. So I don't want you to get, that's going to take longer is my opinion. So,
okay. So Are you ready to give direction to the, for a committee or whatever you want?
I'm curious how Mr. Bain feels having heard what I've said.
If we can put a timeline on it, a 60 to 90 day is where my head is, that at the end of that, we're taking a vote and we are specific to direction, whether it's direction of location or it has to be on a city owned. No, if we
Right.
get this property, we could do this.
Right.
I can support that. Yeah.
Just a quick question for you. Would you like me to go to an RFP or an RFQ for the City Hall location also? Because then their process is moving. And I just want to mention DPZ and our staff walked the entire downtown. So they know what's here.
Right.
So it's not necessary to do another, unless you want a different person to weigh in. But I would just suggest if you're going to do something, let's get the ball rolling if you really want to do something. And, FinFrock could tell us what they think. I mean, I don't know, but I would say do something because that was a very tedious, long process when we went through all the vendors and did that. It was not 60 days. I don't even know if we can get it done in 90.
Let me take a stab at a motion. Tracy, brace yourself. Let's see what we can do here. All right. So it's going to start with I'm making a motion, and the terms are going to be something like this. Citizen committee to work with city staff and professionals identified by our attorney who meet the legal criteria to come up with designs for a garage at the 7th Street property and at City Hall, and to deliver concept plans with estimated budgets within 60 days, while also simultaneously staff advertising an RFP for public-private partnerships for garage or parking development solutions within the boundaries of the CRA in downtown Clermont, all of which to be delivered at a meeting September. Put a blank there. Put a blank there. Yeah, put a blank in September for council decision in September. And the reason why I'm hesitating is we have different meetings in September because of the budget.
What about first meeting in October?
Well, here's my concern is if we have a plan, we're coming into the fiscal year 27 budget, October 1.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of trying to get it before October 1. So if there's a budget item, we're not adopting a budget, then changing it the next month. So my goal is to get it before the final budget adoption.
Yeah, but you have to do it in September, sometime September, because I think we'll vote on the final budget. What the 20?
Tracy,
what is it? 23rd of September. 22nd is the final.
But there's a final budget meeting different from our normal.
No. 24th, the week of the 24th. Yeah.
So let's say September. Did you say 22nd?
Well, that's the council meeting, but the final budget has to be done between. We normally don't do it on that Tuesday night because county and everybody else doing that thing. We move it to Thursday.
Thursday
night,
at
which is the
5:30. September 22nd. It's got to be. What do we think? I told you it's not going to be pretty.
Is there a way just to summarize it?
That's what. Yeah. So appoint a committee to work with staff.
Yep. And
professionals identified by staff to come up with concept plans for 7th Street and City Hall with budgets while simultaneously advertising requests for proposals for public-private partnerships for parking solutions in the CRA downtown Clermont.
Could I ask that that be an RFQ instead of an RFP?
Why do we want a queue? I actually want them to make proposals. Like, I want that property, and I'm
But
going to
you
build
don't
this
even
on
have
it.
the results of your committee that you're asking for, the staff,
yeah.
about the designs and the concept
No, no,
plans.
no.
So how can you do an RFP?
Thank you.
You
No,
have to-
I'm looking for people in the public who know what they're talking about and have done this before. Like, maybe these guys want to be developers. And so they say, hey, you've got that surplus property on DeSoto. We'll build you a parking garage right there. We'll charge for it. This is what we'll do. This is what the city gets. Like, a totally different than the city building a parking garage. Like, literally, we might say we have land and you can have a 40-year lease for $1 a year and you're building a parking, like, literally out into the ether for the public to say, no, I can build you a parking garage.
Okay.
And
Well-
I'm not joking. De Hoyos
well-
might say, we'll build a parking garage.
Here's the other thing I'm looking at with that, Ms. Strange, is the fact that we're asking for the committee to do that. You're asking the committee to come back to us on the 22nd of September with their proposals.
I'd actually like the committee to come back within 60 days.
Within 60 days, yeah, of course, we have to sit down and of course, all agree on all this here, so, I didn't, I'm sorry, I may have missed
First
that
part
in
was
your-
60 days. Last one was
60
September
days,
22nd.
okay.
Right. I don't think we can get P3s in less than 90 days.
But then 60 days, we're in June, July, so we're asking them to come back in August or so.
Yeah.
But
Last
then
week
we
of
turn
August.
around and asking the RFQ, RFP, whichever one we're looking for to be done within 30 days.
No,
After we make the decision, once the committee come back with us.
Yeah, I'm glad for the clarification. So two separate things.
Yeah.
There's working on a municipal garage solution in partnership with community members and the contractor or the professionals that we already have. The second is a completely different idea that we can start publishing this week for people who are, or businesses who are in the space of parking solutions, who might say, hey, as a professional, I'll build a parking garage. I will build it as the public, and I'm going to charge for it, and this is my deal, or whatever they say. Because there's a scenario where there are 6 parking solutions in Clermont, and maybe they're smaller, and some are private, and some are public, and some cost more, and some cost less, and that's okay. For me, that's okay. So that's what I'm putting out there is in some ways, I'm talking about a shotgun approach to get us done in the next 90 days.
Yeah, well, I go back to what Mr. Wall was just iterating, is the fact that you're asking for RFP, RFQ for something that we really, like if we go out tomorrow and start asking for that, we have no qualification of proposals to give them what our expectations are. See, and that's what I'm saying. We're asking for a committee to come in and give us all this, and then at that point, I feel like once we get that and we, as a council, decide on, hey, we want this, this, and this, we have to go out and ask for them. Right now, I don't think we're qualified to go out and that. We can go out and ask for public partnership, but on what are they going to build? We haven't given them any requirements or qualified what we want in a garage. Okay.
So I'm limiting the committee and staff to 7th Street and City Hall.
Okay, 7th Street and City Hall.
The RFP would be for any property that the city owns. There might be a private property owner who wants to make a proposal. It's literally open to anybody with their own ideas, not taking our ideas and building what we're working on with the committee and the design professionals. There might be someone out there, the De Hoyos family might be saying, we're waiting to build a garage. We're going to build a garage. That's what we're going to do. And we don't know because we haven't invited them to make a suggestion. I'm just using that as an example. But you might get the lumberyard people that say, hey, we want to build a garage. We'll build you a garage. It's going to charge. We don't know what's going to happen. So that's what I'm saying. The second item is just open for anybody to make a request for, it's a proposal for what you could do, not a proposal as in a bid, but a proposal is what am I proposing to do on this property?
Basically, you're asking about RFP, RFQ out there for actually your second committee just come up with a proposal for a garage from public-private partnerships, besides what you're doing with the committee. Because normally when you do a RFP, RFQ and everything, you give them some scope of work and all these type things.
That's for the RFP.
Yeah,
We really can't issue an RFP unless we have
Give
a specific set of
specifics, yeah.
deliverables, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because we can't evaluate them apples to apples without setting some parameters. I understand what you're saying, but I think we might use a different mechanism for that. Now, so I guess your motion is still on the table, but I would ask that if you were willing to, because I don't think that management needs council approval to send some competitive or bid document out into the ether. If you would trust management to select the right vehicle after talking to Mr. Suarez, it could be an invitation to negotiate, it could be an invitation to bid, it could be something like that, but it wouldn't be an RFP based on what you're saying. Does that make sense?
I'm not hung up on the language.
Right.
The end result I'm looking for is that people who we don't know can say, I see something you don't see, here's my proposal.
And there's a similar, the legislature last year passed that new statute where if you get an unsolicited development bid, someone comes to you and says, I want to build you a parking garage.
Right.
Then you are required, you could actually take them up on it, but you have to put it out into the public to see if there's anyone else who wants the gig.
Yeah.
I think Winter Haven just did something like that. I think
Yes.
they got a bid. In any event, there's different mechanisms. So I don't want us to get wed to this RFP.
No, I'm not wed to that.
So
Whatever method. Item number 2 is seek ideas from people we don't know.
I was gonna say, I would second that if that's what then the second part of that language
Seek ideas
is.
from people we don't know.
Yep. Staff come up with the actual vehicle, but this is what we're asking.
That,
I second.
Tracy, what he said. Seek ideas from people we don't know. Staff come up with the mechanism.
Okay.
It's the worst motion ever, but
All right. I'm not going to try to repeat all that. Okay.
committee,
Yeah.
committee, 7th
Yep.
Street,
Yep.
City Hall,
Yep. 60 days.
60 days.
60
Concept
days
plans with
for
the budget.
committee.
Concept plans with budget.
All right.
90 days for anything we don't know. Staff go get creative.
Where are we? Item
Yep.
number 20, eh?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Yep.
Any further discussions?
Do,
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
7th Street, I have bids and we picked somebody. Do you need me to go back and do it again if we already?
Well,
No, we
well,
have,
I think
if
it
they're
would-
willing to do it.
I'm
we have
thinking
to.
it would be profitable to ask them to look at, if they will, City Hall also.
City Hall.
That's up to
and
him.
anybody
If
else.
he can get to yes, I'm okay with that.
Well,
Okay.
see, and
Well,
that's
I heard you say 7th Street several times, so I want to make sure I understand
Can I
what
ask
you're
a clarifying
requesting.
question?
Yeah, I mean, I think I need it. Yeah.
I think you might. No, I'm just teasing. So your motion, just so that I understand it, we're still going to go like with 2 locations.
Mm-hmm.
In 60 days, we're going to bring back to you, and I'm saying we as globally,
We're going to vote on it.
going to bring back suggestions, designs for everything that we can think of for City Hall and for 7th Street.
Correct.
In addition to that,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm saying the word addition with emphasis, you're going to put out something. I don't know what you're going to call it.
Something.
Something to the community. And you're going to say, hey, look, in addition to what we're doing,
Bring us ideas.
give us suggestions if you've got some, even if it's 50 parking spaces or whatever.
Right.
And it's in a place that's reasonable.
Yeah.
Then you'll look at that. But it's not going to delay the first 2.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
I
just
understand it now. Thank you.
shotgun approach.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you. I feel like you're actually moving.
And Mr. Van Wagner, to go back what you're concerned, like I say, this study I think we did in 20. I think it was 22. I think they in there it was a concept for the parking garage here at City Hall, one at 7th Street. I can't remember where else it was. It was 2 or 3 different locations and all that. So, but if we can get that, we have something to go by. It's already done. So, some concepts. So, and like I say, I think after we did that one, we decided to. Well, at that time, we voted to put it in City Hall, do City Hall parking lot. But I don't. Be honest with you, I don't know why we got away from it and everything. So, but anyway, the motion.
Yes. I'd like to call the question.
Okay, we have the motion. Tracy, I think you got all that right, Tracy. Okay, but any further discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed. Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. It's number 20. Item number 21, resolution number 2026-023R, Parks and Recreation.
A resolution of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, creating a special advisory committee for Parks and Recreation, providing for membership of the committee, appointment by the City Council, and duties, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, publication, and effective date.
Yes, sir.
So I'll go ahead and take
Oh, you're
this.
gonna do it?
So yes, sir. So last week you guys discussed at your workshop to create a Bishop Field committee. And so you gave direction to staff to create this Bishop Field Special Technical Advisory Committee consisting of 7 members. The LDO says that we can, or the LDC states that we can create that special committee through this resolution, and the special committee is a little bit different from a normal committee or a board. So appointments to special committees has to be made by council, and the technical advisory committee has additional flexibility. So what staff is recommending council do is approve the resolution establishing the Bishop Field Special Technical Advisory Committee and provide staff with direction as to the 7 to 10. I know you want a 7-person committee, but if you can give us 10 names that we can go out and try to get them on board with this, then we can get started. In addition, if you have any additional direction for staff on specific instructions that you want, like you just did on this last one, specific instructions on what you want us to provide to the committee that ultimately ends up agreeing to be on this, we would greatly appreciate that. It would make it a lot faster.
Okay. Brian, you have no, okay. This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. This is a public forum. Anyone in the chamber wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Sir, are you wishing to speak?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Good evening. I've been a resident of Clermont for over 63 years. I have lived in the shadow of Bishop Park, and I enjoy it tremendously, even in the condition it's in. And the city's been wonderful and patched up after storms and painted it. And I love the park. Love the park the way it is. And I totally support any improvements that you will do to just the park. Seeing well, I don't have a copy of it, but I'm sure you do. The drawing is there's going to be parking along the backs of those houses and along 2nd Street. Well, okay, 2nd Street is bad enough, but the parking behind the houses that live along the border there of the park will now be subjected to the party noise, the boom boxes, the high-powered car stereos, all playing a different song at full volume. Do you want this in your backyard? Now, there has been no official that I've seen notice of food trucks. Put food trucks back there? Do you want food trucks in your backyard? Really, seriously? You don't. The smell, the smoke, the noise, the generators. You've totally lost your backyard. You have made a giant investment in your home. Yes, you don't own that property back there where the park is, but you bought it thinking that that would be there, that little green buffer between the boom boxes and the car stereos and the partying. Now, like I said, I live in the shadow of it. So long as there's been that buffer there, it's been great. Now, water. Right now, the runoff from East Street down to Soto is significant. Even on a light rainy day. On a heavy rainy day or a storm, it comes up over the curb of my property. It comes down 2nd Street to East Street, DeSoto Street, 2nd Street. It all goes down to the corner. Unfortunately, where my house is, it runs up into the abandoned 2nd Street. And you could probably have witnessed it being the city manager. It cuts a 2-foot groove from DeSoto all the way down to the lake. And that water flows directly into the lake, cutting a groove. Since I live there at that house, at the abandoned Second Street, I know of what I speak. Like I say, I fully appreciate improvements to the park, to the ballpark. But if you're going to put in that parking, you're totally going to destroy the lives of the people who live at the park edge or adjacent to. Is there a solution to be able to get more parking there? Possibly, but I honestly don't know what it is.
Well, you're right, sir. And first of all, a couple of things. Can I get your name again and your
I'm
address?
sorry. William Repine, DeSoto Street, Clermont.
DeSoto Street. You live down in the.
I'm sorry.
You live down in the bottom at DeSoto and Second Street.
Pardon?
You down in the bottom of DeSoto and Second.
You've been down there many times.
Yes, I have. I go through there quite often. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name's Jacob Simpson. I'm at 193 West DeSoto Street, just across the street from Mr. Repine. So we share a lot of the concerns, and although he is across the street from me, I'm going to be subject to more of everything that he said than some of what he would be impacted by. But we are all for the improvement of that park. It's a beautiful park. It can be better, right? But we like to keep it in the footprint of what's there. I have young kids. We play in our backyard all the time. Really don't want transients, in and out of there. It's a really wonderful opportunity to have that space turn into something negative. I've submitted my information to Ms. Howe for the committee to be part of that group. Cool. I have copies for everybody that she has for your review for the next steps if it takes off. I guess that's all I have to say, but I appreciate your time and thank you for listening.
How do you feel about people being able to sit beyond the outfield fence and watch games versus cars?
It's not too bad. I mean, we see them and they're not too bad.
Okay.
We're more concerned, more on the Second Street side, there's groups that will party after games.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Oh, lots of trash. Yeah.
Yeah.
On the Second Street, out beyond left field fence?
Yeah.
Yes.
Left field.
Yeah,
yes.
across from the daycare that is there. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Don't get me wrong. I appreciate good music, but sometimes you don't want to hear it, right?
Thank you.
Well, and I, of course, yes, sir. I will hear you.
Okay.
That is a concern of mine. As I've always said, that was a concern because we didn't allow, back in my days, we didn't allow them to park back there because we was always breaking windshields. Because we didn't have the netting to protect things.
Right.
So
right.
as I said when they first came, that one of the concern is the parking back there. It disturb y'all, and the lighting is. I'm hoping we don't do. That's why we have the committee. We're looking for a committee, and thank you for wanting to be on the committee to help us with some of these things.
Yes. No, I appreciate you guys listening.
So
thank you for your open-mindedness, and you have my information. If you have any questions or anything, feel free to reach out, and I might do the same.
Well, you got one for the committee already. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening again, Brendan Curl, 860 2nd Street. I would just like to second what Jacob said about the getting together, if you will, at the end of 2nd Street towards 50 on the other side of left field. Those people, I've actually called noise complaints to the non-emergency police department at least 3 or 4 times because I can hear them over my TV, as well as the fact that they have left large amounts of trash in the past, which then sits there until, whoever is responsible gets it cleaned up. But animals tear it all apart. It, moves all over the place. So that's unsightly. As far as Mr. Rapine, what he was saying about the water, I can vouch to that. If we get a 1/4 inch of rain here in Clermont, coming down 2nd Street, by the time it gets to my house at 860, it's 6 inches deep. And by the end of the time, it merges with the end of DeSoto down there in the corner. If we're getting an inch of rain in an hour, which is definitely possible, you got 2+ feet of rain of water going down there. The old resident that lived there, I mean, today's meeting has gone kind of long. There were actually several other residents on this from that community right there. They weren't able to stay; they've left. But the old residents, Bill and Mary Lynn, that used to live in that house there on the corner, they actually put cement bags down there. If you drive down there, you'll see them to try and prevent some of that runoff. And I mean, it's about this high up past the curb. I don't know when he did that. It may have been 20 years ago because he lived there for about 30 years. But the whole runoff from, if a parking lot does go in there and it does exit out onto 2nd Street, it's going to go down that road and is going to be awful.
Right.
And not to mention that Crystal Lake is the repository for all the drainage from that whole area. So any other impervious surface is going to greatly increase that. It's going to increase the wash out of the oils and whatever else is dripping out of cars and trash and things like that into the lake. So there's storm drains all along 2nd and all along DeSoto, and it's going to really increase all of that and decrease the quality of Crystal Lake. And I'm sure anybody who's been here for a long time knows Crystal Lake is the original water source for Clermont too. That's a spring-fed lake.
Yes.
So I just wanted to voice my concern as far as that parking lot and what the detrimental effects to the privacy of the community, as well as the environmental potential impacts for Crystal Lake as well. Thank you.
Right, and sir, while you're there, and I'm thinking about it, down there, of course, you get it from DeSoto and you get it from 2nd Street. It all gather right there in the corner. I think we went back some years ago and put some cement breakers in there to try to stop some of that. Are they still there?
They're still there. That's not tall enough.
They're not tall enough?
No, not enough. I mean, I've been around and we've gotten, 3 or 4 inches of rain in a short amount of time, and it's whitewater rapids going down those streets.
It's still shooting over them and going in across the curb into the property.
Yeah,
Okay.
like Mr. Rapine said, there's a 2-foot rut that can get cut down there, and we haven't had any rain for a while now, so you may or may not see much evidence of that down there. But when we do get a decent afternoon thunderstorm, it's really heavy through there.
I know. I live on East DeSoto, and I come down through there quite a bit. And sometimes when it's raining, it's just highly impossible to get through there. Sometimes, but I was just curious. I hadn't been in through there a while and looked and see if the breakers were still there to try to deflect some of it. Mr. Van Wagner, if you don't mind, have public service go and see what else we can do down in there for that anyway, for the rain. Please, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I'm not very good at talking. I'm just going to make it real quick. Anyway, it says that I live right across the street at 902nd Street, and as far as I'm concerned, the park needs to be redone. I have no problem with that. I don't want all that extra pavement. That's horrible. That's going to ruin the neighborhood. And because the water runoff is got brutal. But anyway, I'm sorry. I don't talk very well.
Okay.
Can
you give us a name and?
It's just important to me that we try to take care of things.
Yes, ma'am.
His name is Chris Simmons. I'm his wife, Andrea Simmons.
Thank you.
We live at 942nd Street.
942nd Street.
We are the home directly behind the AutoZone.
Right.
We have enjoyed Bishop Field for 20 years now. We purchased a big piece of property. We built 2 homes. My sister lives next door. We've enjoyed the field. We've enjoyed the families and the fun. We support 100% the infrastructure of the field itself with the footprint that Clarence Bishop was named after.
Right.
That is a monumental part of history right. in Clermont. Mm-hmm. Everything that our neighbors have said is 100% true about the noise, the partying. We've picked up their garbage because there's been bags of trash left and we got tired of seeing it. So we hauled it down the hill. Our driveway is 800 feet long.
Yes.
You try bringing a trash can up that hill. As far as the runoff, without that field, we have had damage to our concrete. The rain has washed all the borders along. We've had to put in drainage. Our concrete has sunk in places where we've had to have that restored. I know many of you live in downtown Clermont. I don't want to live across the street from an amusement park. I don't mind the field. I don't mind the families. We'll pick up their garbage if we have to, but we don't want food trucks. This is a little paradise. Living on 2nd Street and DeSoto, it's quiet. It's a monumental impact on the residents of Clermont to change that. If you want to appoint a committee to make those decisions, please allow the residents on 2nd Street and DeSoto Street to decide who is in that committee so that we have firsthand say-so as to what happens with Bishop Field.
Ma'am, we will look for a lot of input from you all down in that area. I'm very concerned. I didn't realize it's been 20 years.
It's been 20 years,
That you
and I
moved
know
there.
you well.
Yeah, I know. I know. I helped.
We've attended
I
many
remember
meetings.
when you built your house. I remember all of that down in there and
Yes,
everything.
it's been 20
And we helped you with all that down in there. So I didn't realize it's been that long though. But good to see you. But we will.
We
We
want to
look.
continue to have fun. We want to continue to believe that you all care about the residents
Right.
of Clermont.
We do.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
What
Appreciate
she
it.
says.
And if you want to give your clerk your name and information, phone number that they can contact you when the committee get together, so you can give some feedback and everything, we will appreciate that. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? This is a public forum. Anyone in the public who wish to address this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one else, anyone online, Mr. Wayne? No one online, we'll close down public portion and bring back council. What say council? Where are we, 21?
Yeah, number 21. Just to speak to the parking, I think if I remember correctly at the workshop, when I said I looked at that parking, and I think the words I uttered was "heck to the no."
Yes.
Because it really changes the overall aesthetic of what we're doing there in that historic area of our community. I also think the idea of putting a charge to the committee to say, whatever you bring us, respect the green buffer zone. I think that should be something that we should entertain and put into the language. Question for staff. Are you, will this need to come to our July meeting to make the actual official appointment?
Yes.
Okay. So given that we have a month, because we don't have a first meeting in July, this next month, we only have the one at the end. I'm apt to just say, let's just use the application process that we have and encourage people to mark other and put Bishop Field so we know that that's what they're doing, and tell us why they want to be on the committee. I do think we should give deference to people who are citizens and residents of Clermont. And I also think that we should make sure that if it's 7, that we have 2 or 3, if it's 10, maybe 3 or 4 seats for people who live on 2nd or DeSoto. That's my direction or
that a
advice on
motion?
direction. It's not a motion because I think I want to give people opportunity to speak, but that's my thought on what I would like to see give direction for staff.
My notes were, as far as the composition of the committee, 2 professional baseball players or former professional baseball players with direct ties to Clermont. They may not still live here, but if they grew up here and played ball here and they still come here, some sort of connection. If we take 7, if 2 are pro ball players, and I think 2 local residents within 500 feet of the park, ideally 1 from 2nd Street, 1 from DeSoto, so they can talk to their neighbors to get people to come to the meeting if they need to. That's 4, and so it leaves 3 seats, and I'd like to see at least 1 representative from the South Lake Little League and one business owner who's connected to baseball as a Clermont business, whatever that might look like. There may not be many, but I think that would be helpful. As far as specific instruction, the notes that I made were, I would like the committee to come back with very clear direction on what Major League Baseball grant opportunities exist for this facility. I would like to see a design that preserves and protects the historic value and aesthetic of the park. I would like to see a priority of use for Clermont residents, parents and their children, versus it becoming a business that is designed for travel ball and practices and things like that. I'd like it to take into consideration that it's the gateway to the city on the east side, the gateway to downtown. I think there's some architectural standards related to East Avenue that should be considered on this. And then I would like to see it remain a baseball field and not become a multi-purpose field, or a little bit of sarcasm as we start talking about the parking, a water retention project. I'm happy for the parking to stay grass, or that whole area to be grass. I'm going to be hard pressed not to push for that. Your heck to the no was a big second from me. So those were my notes, if that helps, Mr. Mathis.
I can agree with all that, and as far as the parking and all that on the outfield, I would like to see that remain grassy and everything untouched. Yes. Anyone else? Is it?
I just clarification, because I was trying to write really fast on that. I think I got all of the direction. It's the makeup. You had 2 pro players, 2 residents, preferably one on second, one on DeSoto, one Little League, the South Lake Little League, and one Clermont business related.
Yes.
Baseball. Okay, that leaves 6.
Well, we got one on DeSoto already. He's already given it.
And what about for the 7th person, either a high school or collegiate level player?
Oh, I like that.
High school or collegiate
level player.
Okay.
So a youth.
Yeah. So we get somebody who's a younger than us.
Oh, that's when we talked last time. We had there was a coach from the local high school that was here.
Why not have it be a high school or collegiate level player?
I don't necessarily mind us anticipating a bigger committee, because if you start getting into one player and one coach, you're up to 8. So I like that idea. I like what you said there a lot.
Only thing I advise and give caution to, we asking for specific, like professional ball players and everything. We put too much specification on that. We may end up taking a while to fill this committee. Okay, trying to find.
I think they've already.
Yeah.
their names.
I mean, that's fine, but when you want this specific person, these specific skills and everything.
And I think too, if
they're willing to do it.
If we put this out there that these are I think we have 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 now. If we say a player and then a coach, if we say 8, we want at least those 8, and we don't get them, then we don't get them. Then we appoint a third person. If 3 people live within 500 feet who apply, then we tried. But I think if we could advertise it that way. It's similar to, we always try to find somebody who has code enforcement background or planning and zoning background to give, it's a preference.
I'm just saying it's okay to ask for that, but then to try to get them to actually come out and donate their time and services, it may be a different story and prolong the fight. Do
you want to move that? Because I would second it.
All right.
I move for the creation of a Bishop Field Special Technical Advisory Committee comprised of at least 7 individuals with backgrounds in professional baseball, South Lake Little League, baseball business owner from Clermont, local residents within 500 feet, and that committee be focused on bringing back direction and recommendations to council for Major League Baseball grant opportunities with a design standard that preserves the historic value of Clermont, with a use that's focused on Clermont residents, with a infrastructure consideration to the gateway to the city location on East Avenue, and that the use of the field be a baseball field without adding extensive parking or other uses to the site.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second with all that included. I think Ms. Tracy got it all down, Mr. Van Wagner, for you to.
I have it all written like this.
Does that motion and second also include approval of the resolution to create the committee?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, okay.
I'll definitely second that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, and chair vote aye as well. Mr. Van Wagner, while I'm here and I'm thinking about it, I think I had it in my report. But we had East Avenue repaved, and when they did the parking along Bishop Field there on East Avenue, they put the parking right up to the curve again on Broome Street, right up to the corner of Broome Street. I would like, and Mr. Merriweather is back there, I guess, I would like to see them go back and eliminate that first parking there. As I think I said before, if you're coming out of Broome Street to try to get on East DeSoto, on East Avenue, you're blinded when they park there. They parking right up to the corner, and it's kind of hard to see. Like I say, I go in and out that way quite a bit. Yeah, okay. So I think if we eliminate that first parking space from the corner there at Broome back up. But by the way, I'll just say this while I'm here and still there. Great job on redoing East Avenue. Okay, it was good.
Thank you, sir. Great job, but just to be clear, the what you see out there, those are just temporary lines.
Okay.
The contractor was obliged to just recreate what's there. That's just paint, not thermoplastic. Thermoplastic can't go down for another 3 weeks, which gives us time. We're actually working on dimensioning the potential for putting bike lanes. So as soon as we get that completed, we'll be coming back to you with a small change order to install bike lanes.
Well, that was going to be a part of my comments. Like I said, I had it on my list to talk about East Avenue because I didn't see any back lanes out there after we did the paving, but I did know the parking.
Yeah. I'll make sure
I come in and out there quite a bit because I go to AutoZone and I avoid 50 going through there, and it's very dangerous trying to get in and out. And I've seen a lot of people almost have accidents on that corner trying to get out. Okay,
understood.
And I support as wide a bike lane as you can get. Slow traffic down and get those kids to school safely.
It's going to be a little tricky because the schools had requested some on-street parking. So we're looking at doing some things like narrowing the drive lanes, which slows drivers down, makes the environment even safer, so we can fit the bike lanes in and still have a small area for parking as well. So trying to take care of everybody.
One of the other things I did notice, though, we have the parking on the west side next to the field, but on the east side of East Avenue along them houses over there, we never put any parking spaces there. I don't know if anybody want them.
Did not. Again, that was I think there were some original spaces striped by the baseball field, but I never recall seeing anything.
No, none was on the east side of it.
Yeah, and I don't anticipate there'll be anything there either.
Okay.
Except a bike lane.
Good.
Love that.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, but it was on there while I was thinking about it. Item number 22, I think, location of community meetings. Is this you, Mr. Waugh?
Actually, I think it's me.
Oh, okay.
It is.
Yes. So I had asked for this to be put on the agenda simply because I was under the wrong impression that our DPZ meetings that we were hosting were actually being advertised and structured as public meetings and not community meetings. And the difference is when they're public meetings, they're noticed by our clerk as a public meeting. They are open to the entire public, and they're noticed that council members may be there and engaged in conversation at that meeting. Is that correct, Mr. Waugh?
Yes.
Okay. And so when I learned that we were hosting a community meeting in a gated community, that it wasn't open to the public and it wasn't being advertised and noticed by the city clerk, and it kind of potentially put us in positions as council members to violate sunshine law, or at least have an appearance of violation of sunshine law if we did speak. That concerned me. And I know of at least 2 individuals who were turned away from that community meeting that the noon meeting worked for them to go. And they couldn't go because it was behind a gate in a gated community. And it was not a public meeting, it was a community meeting. And so I just think that when we're doing meetings like that, they should be public meetings. They can be held in a private place in a gated community as long as they're willing to allow the public to attend that meeting at that time. Otherwise, I think that there are enough public venues or private venues that would allow them to be public meetings. And I think they should be noticed as that so that we don't run the risk of being asked questions in these meetings and not being able to actually engage and interact, because that's the whole purpose. Yes, we're there to listen to. However, people, when they want to ask questions, when we're not in this chamber, we're not sitting up here, it really stifles that if we don't have that notice to have that engagement. And so I just really want to see these be public meetings, noticed by Sunshine, hosted in public locations or private locations with public access for the meeting versus a community meeting.
I mean, I think there's two different types of meetings. Community meetings, there's a lot of gated communities here, like Summit Green, Heritage Hills, Legends, and as DPZ, I think they want to get input from all of these type of communities. That they're not going to come to the ARC because some of them don't they don't drive or whatever. They only use golf carts. At any rate, I mean, we have to make a decision. Do we want to have input of everybody, or we just want to have input of some? And I think we shouldn't just because it's a gated community. But I think your point was that if a council member or two are there, we can't answer any questions that has to do with city business. I mean, that was my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Waugh?
Not technically. I mean, look, as a technical matter, can one council member speak at a meeting like that? Yes, absolutely. It's just it becomes very risky if the second person then speaks. And what I think is a concern for you is the race. Who's going to race to be the first council member to, now as well, I mean, I want to tell you the full law. I mean, all 5 of you could go to a meeting and announce a policy position on something so long as you're not responding to, the other person. But that's why things like debates are okay. I mean, or policy forums are okay under the Sunshine Law, even when not noticed as a meeting, because theoretically you're announcing what you would do, your policy. It's not a discussion on what's going to happen. But the thing is we don't want, I, as your city attorney, don't want you putting yourself in a position where you might be tempted or accidentally engage in an unintentional sunshine violation by responding to something that someone else said. So that's the technical of it, if that makes sense.
I didn't think we could go to those.
Hold on. I'll get back to that for a minute. Now, this is a public hearing. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address. And they have 3 minutes.
Valerie Shuett, West Montrose. I'll make this quick. I think I agree with the concerns that were brought up. I would hate to see people turned away at the gate. I do think there is a value to these smaller neighborhood venues. So I would just hate to see that totally shut down in this. But I think there's a way to achieve that and still make sure that it remains open the way that it needs to remain open. But this setting can be very intimidating for citizens. And we saw, I think, a lot of engagement in these community meetings for a reason. The bar was a lot lower for engagement. So,
thank you.
Willis Taylor, 3686 Caladesi. My question is, what was the purpose of the meeting? And if it was for the public, why could I, and I'm a neighbor of Kings Ridge, why can I not come in if it's a public meeting done by the city? That would be my question.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? This is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one else, Mr. Wayne, anyone online? Not at this time. Good. We'll close public comment. Miss Myers, I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm sorry, I forgot. I thought for these things that you didn't want us to attend because of that reason as council members. That's what I was advised. And then secondly, if you live in a gated community, you have the right to decide who you want to come into your community. That's why it's gated. But my understanding is that it's not just going to be in gated communities. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it going to be on a Zoom, and it's going to be here at City Hall or whatnot? I mean, City Center. So it's the same presentations. So I don't see what the issue is, because it's a community. The purpose is for community. Public is here because we can't control public in a private gated community.
And if I may answer directly to that, I agree with you 100%. I live in a gated community. We restrict at times who can access our community. I have zero qualms with that. My thing is that if we're hosting a public forum in a gated community, if they want us to host a public forum, public meeting on a city initiative, that they have to realize that at that time for that meeting, it's open. It's a public meeting. Otherwise, we're going to host it in a different location where anyone can attend, not just for the people who live behind that gate. Now, the argument of saying that we're hosting it for people who live in behind a gate for a specific reason. Well, we don't host public meetings in non-gated communities. We expect them to get in their car and go to that public venue. There are plenty of neighborhoods that have amenities that are not gated that we could host these meetings in. My thing is just that there's a difference between a community meeting and a public meeting. A community meeting, if Summit Greens, the neighborhood of Summit Greens, or the neighborhood of Clermont Yacht Club wanted to have reached out to the city manager and said, can we do some sort of community meeting with city staff just to get some updates and meet city staff and hear about what's going on? I think that is completely okay, because that is an invitation that's coming in to that community, and they want to engage their city in that way. But when we're going out there in a venue like, or through the lens of something like DPZ, where we're trying to get public input, they're public meetings. It's not a community meeting. I don't know that we should restrict who can attend a public input session when that is being advertised by the city as an input session, a citizen input session. I just think that if Clermont Yacht Club wants to host it, they just have to say, okay, we have to realize for that hour, anybody who does come that wants to attend, it should be able to, gets to attend. Otherwise, we just find a different venue to host it, is my perspective, is I guess where I was coming from.
Okay.
I guess my viewpoint is the point is to engage the community. And so we're going to the community. So if we have different areas for the community to attend, I don't see what the big deal is, because again, these are gated communities for a reason. It's still the same presentations, the same information. You're just getting different feedback from different, groups of people and whatnot,
You're right in that. It is the same presentation and the same reason why you're going into the community gated community, as Mr. Peterson said. Some of those folks don't want to go outside their community.
Exactly.
So if you don't want to go outside your community to a community, regular city venue where everybody is invited, then I don't think we should be holding community meetings in there and not allowing the public to come in and see. Okay? If you want to do it in your community, that's fine. But you need to open up that gate at that time. We spending taxpayers' dollars to hold these meetings, and I'm one of those that had it on my agenda to go to that one. Okay, because that was the only one in my schedule that I thought I could attend, until I got the email from Mr. Wah, kind of like advising me not to. And he, of course, I made a phone call to him right away and let him know how I felt about it, because I was elected by those same folks in King Ridge and all behind these gated community to represent them too. So I would have loved to go into that community, hear the feedback from them, and be able to engage in those people as well. I don't think any meeting that we're doing with DPZ or anybody that we call in a community meeting type meeting on this type of scale should be closed to anyone. And they should all, as I told Mr. Watt, they should all be advertised for sunshine, so we can go back and we can be able to go into these meetings without fear of violating sunshine law and attend them. Like I say, I had it on my agenda to attend, and I get the email, and I'm like, there just went my plan. because I couldn't attend the one on Monday because I had something else. I couldn't attend the one on Wednesday, so Tuesday was the one I was going to go. That's fine if they don't want to come outside their community and they want to go in. I feel like gated communities have to then open it up, as Mr. Bain said. They have to open it up to the public. This is a
I
public
think
forum.
the whole idea with the community, DPZ wants to get information from a community. So they send their representatives to explain, okay, and then they get that feedback. It's not truly a public meeting. It's for that particular community, whether that community be a 55 and over or the yacht club or any other community that's gated. And it's really, DPZ is kind of gleaning information to bring back and then they bring to us. It's not like what they're trying to keep people out. They're trying to get information in or information out of those communities. So this way they can get a better rounded picture of what we want as a community, not just this particular section here or that section there. This way they get a true picture of what Clermont wants. Well, that's what I think. And I understand. I mean, if I wasn't allowed to get in, I would be offended too. But I don't think that's a question of that we weren't allowed in. It's a question that they were just trying to get that information from that particular community. And it wasn't a public meeting, absolutely not, because the public couldn't get in. So it could never be a public meeting in any gated community.
That's not true. Actually, that's not true, though. They could.
They're not going to open the gate and just let anybody come in.
But they could. An HOA could do that.
Hold on.
I don't think they would.
But it was, and as I told Mr. Warr, we put it on our Facebook page. We put it on the city website. It was all out there in the public as we were having these meetings in these places as public meetings.
Then it was misinformed.
It was
Right?
it was put out there, and that's the way it was. Now I figured it was okay, and like I say, when I looked at the schedule, I said, "Hey, I'll go to Kingsbridge. That fit into my schedule. I'll go to the one at Kingsbridge." And if somebody said to me, I say, well, as far as I'm concerned, it's a public meeting. And if I get to the gate and everything they want to turn away, we'll have that discussion at the gate, because it's like saying, okay, I'm having a meeting here across in City Hall, but I'm not going to let the people in Kingsbridge in because you don't live in this community here. Okay.
It was a gate. I mean, that's the whole purpose of a gated community.
I tell you, it's gated community. That's true. But it was supposed to have been a public meeting. Okay.
But it was advertised incorrectly then.
Well,
right? Isn't that what you're saying?
Well, the only thing it didn't advertise, according to I was getting from Mr. Warr, is the fact that he said it wasn't advertised as a sunshine meeting. That's the only reason I didn't go after I talked with him.
Right, that's a separate issue. But I mean, sunshine issue, and whether it's be a public or a community meeting, I don't see how you could ever change. You know, if you're a gated community, the whole idea is, you feel like that's the protection of a gated community.
Well, that's
whether
true.
Whether it is or not, that's another thing to say. But I mean, if you can't have a public meeting in a gated community, they're not going to open up all the gates.
Well, in your gated community, if you're going to have a meeting, if you want to keep it all for your gated community, then you do things that's particularly pertaining to your community. This meeting was about everything happening about gathering information for the city of Clermont, which it's not long a public community.
Right, it was for Clermont,
so it should be open to the public. Okay. It should be open to the public.
You understand what I'm saying, right?
And my suggestion, Mr. Warr, from here on out, anytime we do all these, we advertise it as a sunshine, in the way of sunshine, so we can all attend. And if we decide to attend, and people want to, council members or whatever want to engage with the people and everything, they'll be able to do that without fear of any repercussion from sunshine law. Okay, is what I'm saying. I don't think we need to do these. And here I am. We got DPZ out here having these meetings, getting all this information, but I can't attend to hear what the people saying themselves. I got to depend upon DPZ to come back and try to provide this information to me. I would like to be able to go to the meeting and hear and give my feedback and listen to what the people have to say. All right.
Don't you think that would bias the people if you were attending a meeting and you were trying to get their information? And you're trying to say, well, this is how they would look at you as, well, you're trying to bias them.
I'm not trying to bias.
You're trying to get information from a certain cell. And, that cell has a particular. So I think DPC is trying to get a global picture.
Let me ask you this.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you wanted to be there because you wanted to be there.
No, let me ask you this. This information they're gathering, is it only going to pertain to Kings Ridge?
No, it's gonna probably.
It's going to pertain to the rest of the city. And so why shouldn't the rest of the city be able to come and attend and hear what's
But the
being
point is
said?
to make it more, the
Okay.
point is to reach the citizens, and that's a way to reach the citizens is going to their community. That's the point, is to get information from the citizens in those communities. And so I see it as a trade-off, if you really want the information from those citizens in those communities, because a lot of them are going to say no. They may say no. So then you say, okay, well, you're not going to go there, but then DPCD doesn't get that information from them. So the goal is to get the information, right? Isn't that the goal? To get the information? So if that's the goal, then we have to compromise and be okay with it. If that's the goal, is to get the information at the different communities.
That's the goal, to get the information, but like I say, I would like to be able to attend some of these meetings myself without repercussion of having to worry about violating sunshine law, special, when a lot of the information they're trying to gather from everybody else having to do pertain to the area I actually live in, the same city I live in and everything, so I would like to hear their feedback as well, okay? All right. Now, if it's going to be a community meeting where it's only pertaining to what's happening in Kings Ridge, close the gate. I have no problem with that. But this was supposed to be, this is about getting information about the whole city of Clermont. What their opinion about the whole city of Clermont, community, the city, not just Kings Ridge.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're
Mr.
saying,
Lamar,
but my point is that you cannot control what another gated community does. And if the point is to get information from these people in different communities, then we have to bend some. If that's the goal, to get the information.
Well, let me ask you this: if I had that meeting right here,
Mhm.
in this room, and we build it as a community meeting,
Right.
sunshine law and everything.
Right.
Why can't they come here?
They could if they wanted to. If
Well, then
if
that's
if,
all-
if
that's
they're
all I'm
physically
saying.
fit,
Yeah,
because
we
some
gonna
of them
make
may not
special
be
arrangements
physically,
for them
some of
because they
them may
behind.
not be mobile because of health and age reasons and stuff too. So again, my point is the point to get the community from different communities to hear what these people are saying and with their viewpoints, or is the point to be right?
Well, I don't want to beat this dead, but like I say, they may not be mobile, and like I said, according to my schedule, the 3 times that was scheduled, the only one I looked at that was available for me was the King Ridge. Okay, just like they had a handicap to be able to come here, I had a handicap to be able and being able to do that. So we got to consider that if you're gonna be public meetings inside the gated communities, they need to be able to open up to the public. Okay, I think we've had this discussion a few times, Mr. Ward, I think. Well, I just think anytime any of these charrettes or whatever we call them, doing out there for public, they should be able to be advertised as public meeting with sunshine implication. So if council members or somebody want to attend, they can attend without having to be worried about sunshine law. Okay, they can hear from the input. All right.
Can I go?
Sure.
Okay. I absolutely agree that we need to go to the people. I think that we need to go to the people, and period. So then the question becomes, I mean, if we had 30 public meetings next month in every single neighborhood in Clermont, I would be happy. And I don't care if the gates are closed, if the gates are open. I don't care if it's in their public lawn or their clubhouse or a person's home. It makes zero difference to me. We need to get the public's feedback. So then the issue is, okay, what about sunshine law? So I'm going to go extreme and say we're all grown adults. We all agreed to sunshine. We all know what it says. I have every intention of going to every single meeting. I want to hear what the public says. Now, I remember us going through this in February, and I requested that we all keep our mouths shut so that we don't have a sunshine law issue. And my recollection is that after that, I was told, I don't get to ask any of you to shut your mouths, and that we're not going to agree to that rule. So as far as I'm concerned, we just need to respect sunshine. And if I talk first about an item, don't respond to me. And if you talk first, I won't respond to you. And maybe we might say, I'll handle this one and you handle that one. And we just recognize that sunshine exists. We could just, be elected officials in that regard. Or we might say, When it's a private community meeting, we publish it as a community meeting, open only to that community. And we all agree when those situations happen, we keep our mouths shut. I'm happy with any of those solutions, but I 100% support going into the community, and I can either self-regulate or we can agree to a rule that we'll all follow. But I encourage every one of us to go to every one of these meetings because we represent all the people. And I'm open to keeping my mouth shut. And I'm open to recognizing and honoring sunshine. All of those work for me. But going into and I think probably somewhere in the world of, we notice community meetings as community meetings, we advertise this one is open to the public, or we say this one is not open to the public. And then we, as 5 adults, sit here and say, this is what we all agree we're going to do, when we individually, the 5 of us, for the 50,000 of them, when we're in the same space, how are we going to conduct ourselves? And I'm happy with whatever we come up with. I truly am.
Well,
But I have found, having gone to the meetings, there are times that there are questions that are asked. And sometimes because we're involved with as many things that we happen to be the people who have the answers. And if that happens, do we really want to say, we can't talk? Or do we want to say, hey, Brian, you know about this one. Do you want to take it? Or we might say, hey, Chandra, this is your neighborhood. Do you want to take it? I mean, we go to events together. We go to League of Cities things. We go to Christmas parties. Chandra and I were invited to the same event last night. Sometimes we're in the same space. As long as we don't talk about city business, we're fine. We're allowed to talk to each other and be humane to each other and to the public. So I'm open for whatever you all want to do, but my vote's going to be on the issue of, do we go to the public? Yes, we go to the public. And then I think the question is when it's private. And I think it's great to say, hey, staff, can we ask these communities if they're willing to open the gate? I agree with you, Mr. Bain. I think that's a perfectly appropriate thing to ask, but I also think it's a perfectly appropriate thing for them to say, no. It's just a request. And then we notice it properly. And then we have whatever agreement on the third issue, which is sunshine. So that's where I'm at. How do we feel?
Well,
is there common ground anywhere?
Well, like you say, you're right, and I don't have no problem going out to the community. That's what it's all about, and reaching the community. And like I say, they are part of the community. So why can't I go in there and listen to what they have to say about
I'm
the
so
community?
sorry. You should have gone.
Yeah.
I'm sorry that you had that feeling because you did miss out. And I hope you're at all of them. The people love you.
And actually, when I looked at my schedule, I was going to try it, but then my schedule didn't allow. But I made Pacific. I said, okay, I will skip this one so I can go to Kings Ridge tomorrow because I got something else to come up here. I can't do this one. And I was about 30 minutes away from getting in my car when I see the email come from Mr. Wall. And I called him and we had a conversation about it. So I ended up not going because of that. I hear what he say because I'm the type of person, if I go to these meetings and things are being discussed and somebody come and ask me something, I'm going to answer the question. I don't care whether you there or anybody else, I'm going to ask the question because that's what they expect of me.
Yeah.
So that's why I say when we do these things, we just build them with the intention of if council members show up, it's sunshine, and we'll be able free to talk. Okay. I've been told that you attended all, and I've some people come back and say, well, Miss Allison Strange was speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I say, oh, okay, yeah, but we were asked not to say anything at these things, and that's why the first round I didn't hardly go to because I knew if I went to them the first round, I was probably going to see, and especially me when I go in. They're going to start asking questions. And the one I did, even with Mr. North, first thing the mayor is here.
Yeah.
I have to get up and say, well, I'm speaking as a resident of the community, not the mayor.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah. Because he expected me to speak. Of course, there was no other council member there, so I was in safe confinement, but still.
Yeah.
They
Well, and again,
expect to hear.
on the issue of us, I'm open to either one. We can agree to be quiet. But I think the public should also know if we're not going to talk, hey, there's a sunshine, it's not noticed. They're here to listen to you. They're not here to talk to you. I think that's fair. And I think the public would be fine with that. Here's how you can reach us. Here's our contact information.
Well,
however we want to handle that. But I don't think we should not go into the public because we are 5 individuals that have a sunshine law restriction that makes our lives difficult. That's not their problem. That's our problem.
Well, like I say, we're elected by the people, so I think when we go out there, I don't want to restrict you from not being able to say anything. I don't want to be restricted. If you go out there, like I say, people expect you to talk. If they ask you a question, they want answers.
And I'm okay with that.
So I think
And also, this for me, if we just advertise them with sunshine law, and
But we
everything,
can't
okay.
if it's closed.
Yeah.
So that's the issue. So,
So-
if it's closed, it means we don't get the freedom of speaking in a public forum, and the sunshine law applies. If it's an open meeting and it's advertised as an open meeting, then we can talk however we want to talk. But I think Mr. Peterson makes a good point, is we do want to be careful that we're not leading the conversation. So
Yeah. So I think the last question on the agenda item, should they always be noticed in a manner to permit council member discussion, which would be a public meeting, which would allow to cover sunshine? I don't think we have 3 votes to say yes. So the direction is continue as we are. And I think we move on to item number 23.
Well, for what it's worth, I think there is a distinguishment if it is because I was confused by that. If it is a community meeting, let's use that word, community meeting, and identify whether it's open to the public or whether it's a private meeting for that community, so that that's known to the public and not confusing.
I would just call it the name of the community. I mean, because if I were a resident, I would see community meeting. I would think that's for anyone in our community, anyone in Clermont,
That's good advice.
not just a community. So I think, language does matter.
Yeah.
I brought this up because I just genuinely feel like if the city is hosting a meeting in a location, it ought to be public. And it ought to be open to anyone in our public to attend, unless it is a neighborhood specific request. The comprehensive plan is not a neighborhood specific item. It is a city of Clermont item. And so that's just where my concern came. And it does not seem like we have some consensus to do that differently right now. And so we'll proceed as we are and move forward.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
All right.
Well, I appreciate you
brought it up.
explaining it because I heard it from some people and I'm like, I don't understand the question. So
Yeah.
at least now I understand your concern and
Okay, let me
it's
ask
good to be
this
aware
question. And then we're gonna move on. Well, Mr. Taylor mentioned he lived a community right behind it.
Oh yeah.
He's a gated community, so why they didn't go in his gated community and get consensus? And actually, his community is 2-3 times the size of Kings
Yeah.
Ridge.
It's a great question.
See, so why didn't we go
We
in
should be
there
in your
and get some? You want to see from input,
Yeah.
from people. I mean, I think you got 2 or 3 times the number of homes in Heritage Hill than you got in Kings Ridge, but yet and still, and he couldn't come in, just skip across the street and come in and listen to what was going on. See, and this is what I'm saying. Don't advertise that as community. If it's going to be a community meeting, then keep it information pertaining to that community, not the city. Okay. This is a citywide meeting, as far as I'm concerned. Information gathering for the whole city, not just that community. Okay. But we're gonna move on. You okay with where we are, Mr. Bain? Yeah, I think I heard you say, so you don't want to take any other actions, right? Item number 23. Ordinance number 2026-024, introduction.
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Clermont, Lake County, Florida, amending Chapter 18 of the Code of Ordinances to include definitions and prohibitions relating to illicit discharges and illicit connections to the city's municipal separate stormwater system and to establish inspection, monitoring, and enforcement authority relating thereto, providing for conflict, severability, administrative correction of scrivener's error, codification, publication, and effective date.
Okay. Introduction. Do we want a motion, or you want to open up a public with, let's say, council?
I would just move to approve intro ordinance number 2026-024.
I second.
I have a motion and a second for approval or introduction of stormwater management. Any further discussion?
No, sir.
Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0. Item number 24, ordinance number 2026-028, intro.
An ordinance granting to Duke Energy Florida LLC, DBA Duke Energy, non-exclusive rights of way utilization franchise prescribing the terms and conditions related to the occupancy of municipal streets and rights-of-way in the city of Clermont, Florida, for the purpose of providing electric service, providing for severability of provisions, and providing an effective date.
I'd like this one to be a public meeting, please. Or open. I need to talk about it.
I can give you an introduction then. I mean,
Okay.
from staff perspective, you currently already have a franchise and you passed an ordinance 30 years ago. The term of your deal with the power company expires next month. And so as a result, Duke reached out last year, got way ahead of it, and the city and Duke Energy started negotiating. We have representatives from Duke here who have patiently waited. We've been in, it's been a comprehensive discussion, negotiation. You've been a part of those discussions. We've relayed all of your concerns to Duke Energy. The ordinance that you have before you is a result of the negotiation, which we did not put on the agenda until we felt that some of your conditions had been met. So what this would do is it would renew the deal with Duke for 10 years instead of another 30 years. But in exchange, they would agree to help us if we're doing right-of-way work on the streets, with holding up their infrastructure if we need, and that's something that we've had to do and pay for in the past. They're willing to do that at no charge. In exchange, we wouldn't make them have to pay permit fees every time they want to do certain right-of-way work. So this is something that each side has had some asks, and it's before you today.
But it's just the introduction tonight, right? Final vote is until next, when is the next council meeting?
July 28th.
End of July, okay.
Public?
I'd like to make a motion to.
Oh, please don't.
No.
I'm going to cut you off real quick.
Well,
Do we want to do public comment?
I'm gonna go ahead and do public comments.
I thought I'm interested.
Well, this is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to comment on this item may come to the microphone, state your name and address, and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item number 24, ordinance number 2026-028, may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing none, we got 4? Oh, okay.
How dare you?
Okay. You just gave Miss Strain a heart attack over here. Okay, well, I'm gonna close public comment and bring it back. What say you, Miss Strain?
Okay. So I've had some engagement with the public. As a result, I mean, just kind of in the interest of transparency, I have actually known counsel for Duke Energy for a couple decades, and didn't know she was involved until Friday. And with the blessing of our attorney, I spoke to her about the issue that I had asked that's not in this with buried lines. So starting to convert from the poles to buried lines and what that might look like and how it might look. And one of the things that she mentioned, and I only bring it up because in the first reading, if there's going to be changes, we need to talk about it. And so I didn't want to miss the opportunity. It's my understanding that Duke Energy has some standard kind of agreements that they will do when they're working with cities to address some of the concerns that I had. The 4 items that I spoke with her about and with our attorney is moving forward with some sort of plan where when we're replacing poles where we can, burying the infrastructure, moving forward with any location that is having blackouts, brownouts. It is something that came up during the comprehensive plan meetings, and it's something that I've heard from several property owners downtown, which I think really relates to the age of the infrastructure downtown. So places with black and brownouts that are happening frequently, starting to replace those, or ideally underground infrastructure. So anything that's old, looking, again, as we're replacing something, let's be focusing on doing an underground. And then as we're working on any sort of trails or trail systems, anticipating that could be happening so that if we are working on widening sidewalks, things along those lines, as we're digging into the earth, let's bury the lines whenever we can. So those are the 4 areas that I asked that between now and the final reading, Mr. Waugh and counsel for Duke work on some sort of agreement to bring back to supplement what's already been provided to us tonight. So I'm going to move forward tonight with the understanding it's the first reading, but those are going to be areas that I'd like to see addressed before the second reading comes up.
I got 3. I got burying when relocating poles, brown and blackout areas, trails, paths. What was the 4th?
Anything that's older historic.
Older historic.
Yeah, the other thing that I went to a conference a while ago with Duke Energy, and they had a whole thing with solar streetlights and, you know, saving energy and things like that. And they had this person I spoke to said they have a leasing program, which is very reasonable, because this way you would lease it from them, and if it breaks, then they fix it. And it has, you know, has a pretty long, you know, it has a long life expectancy, and it could green our city a little bit, you know. And I don't know if they have anything to talk about that, maybe the next meeting.
I figure the attorneys can handle it between now and then, but I wanted to create opportunities to put it in the final.
Good. Okay.
Okay. So can I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept.
Hold on. What'd you say, Mr. Waugh?
No, I just don't know if Duke's willing to agree to these things. I don't know.
If I may, Council. Katie Christian, Director of Government Relations for Duke Energy. Thank you very much for allowing us to be here and considering this. So yes, I spoke with Councilmember Strange. Undergrounding is really we're regulated by the state, by the Florida Public Service Commission at the state level, and we submit our plan to the state about what we're going to underground based on reliability, based on some of the state requirements for storm hardening. So that plan is really already in place. We definitely have, with other cities, done a memorandum of understanding that talks about working together on undergrounding and looking at things like reliability while we are upgrading our facilities and things like that. So I think there's some aspirational language that we could put together where we work with the city and coordinate. So I think we could work on that, but definitely there is some case law saying that cities can't require Duke to put things underground just because we are regulated by the state and not local governments. So.
I'm not sure about that. I think you're right. I mean, we don't have like eminent domain power or some kind of police power to compel Duke to do it. But I do think it could be a part of a negotiation. But that said, if Duke is willing to, what I think I hear you saying is that we could put something in there about good faith efforts to reach a memorandum of understanding for a process on undergrounding infrastructure as it comes. I mean, I guess what would that be what would the trigger be for something like that?
I was really thinking more of a separate agreement called a memorandum of understanding, and so there's franchise agreements separate, and then we have a memorandum of understanding.
Why not reference it in the ordinance and say we intend on entering a memorandum of understanding?
We could do that. So we can think about it and how it works and what the trigger is and all that sort of thing. A lot of times we do like quarterly meetings with the city so that we're making sure that we are coordinating and doing that, and that's how we implement it.
Is quarterly meetings in the franchise agreement?
No.
Should it be?
But it's something that we can put in the memorandum.
If Duke's
some
willing.
memorandums have that.
Are you willing?
Yeah, and I'll just say they've been extremely responsive and have gone out of their way to communicate, and I feel very comfortable with the team from Duke working with them. I have no concerns.
Thank you. Okay.
So we like underground and we like creative solutions for green, solar lighting and things like that, and the aspirations.
That's always available. I mean, that's.
If I'm not mistaken, we've already been working on putting some things underground anyway, right? Like in the downtown area, I think we put stuff.
That is correct.
When it was available, we've already been converting some of already. So never been a problem. And of course, I used to say, I was always told you have to get approval from the state or something on it. But I know when we did our streetscape, a lot of the stuff was converted and put down underground downtown. So.
Yeah, and Patty just reminded me, Patty is the Government Community Relations Manager for this area. Reese Pyatt is your large account manager, so they're here with me. And she just reminded me that City Manager Wagner has a note about areas that we are currently undergrounding.
Oh, great.
So we are currently doing some of that.
And I thought a lot of the things in the Wellness Way were supposed to be underground.
Now, that is not in our service territory.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
But not just you all, but them down there.
Yes.
Because this is one of the things we've been, over the years, we've been working on it. Like Wellness Way, I think a lot of the electrical and everything underground.
That's usually
And
very effective for cities, and I think Mr. Waugh and I have talked about this, to have developers do the undergrounding.
Right.
That's usually the
So-
easier, cheaper way to do it.
Yeah. Well, I think in the past, in some of the areas where we've been able to do it at a reasonable cost and everything, we've converted a lot of it, some of the stuff underground already. We've already been working with it. So
Great.
I know we did downtown.
Yes.
Because I was getting a lot of heat from the bricks and everything, and I said, well, forget about that. Look at what we're doing with the infrastructure. That's more important, okay, than the bricks, okay. But we appreciate I've been happy with pretty much everything with Duke over the years and everything service. Sometimes, we have to push them a little harder sometimes. So much is going on, but I'm okay. Again, do I have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve the introduction for ordinance number 2026-28.
I second.
With
Oh, I'm sorry. All of this was
with all her
With all Councilman Strange's stipulations.
For an MOU.
Okay. All right. You have a motion and a second to approve for introduction of ordinance number 2026-028 to include all Councilman Strange stipulations for the MOU. Memorandum of Understanding. All right. Any further questions or discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Chair vote aye as well. Motion carry 5-0. Item number 25.
Do we need a 5 minute? Otherwise, I'm happy to just get up on my own.
I'm gonna take 5.
I'm so sorry.
For it.
Yeah, you got.
I have all the time in the world. Absolutely.
9:20, if that's okay.
Thank.
9:20, because it seems we'll go ahead and get started back.
I'm so sorry.
I hadn't gavel, but I'm finna gavel. All righty.
You ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's start. Mayor Murray, members of the council, we've had the pleasure of meeting with you and briefing you each individually. So tonight, I just want to do a quick refresher, answer any remaining questions that you might have, and then we can move into further discussion for you guys. I want to just kind of level set us on why the effort. We talked about this at length, but as you all know, I'm pretty passionate about communications, not just as a way of informing the public, but a way of engaging and leveraging communications for good. I also shared with you all that I believe communications is really, if not the only one of the only departments in the organization who is specifically designed to, again, not just inform, but also establish emotional connections to you and your stakeholders and your residents and your businesses. And so these are all the things that communications has the power to do. They can make people feel engaged and seen and heard and connected. And those are all incredibly important facets of a strong community. So as a reminder, our approach was pretty simple. You all gave us a task, and what we did was roll up our sleeves, get under the hood, and diagnose some issues, and then we've got some recommendations for you. We did that by evaluating the brand identity for Clermont. We did that by looking at your website pretty thoroughly. We did a social media audit, and then we reviewed several materials that were made available to us. Additionally, we did a competitive analysis. And so we put each of those four top bullets on Clermont, and we compared them to those of 5 other cities. And they were Winter Garden, Winter Park, Sanford, Groveland, and Kissimmee. And then finally, we conducted stakeholder interviews with several people on staff, with all of you individually, and then also with some external folks. So I think I'm going to skip this part because I think you all know what your priorities are. But I just want to again just say that it felt good as a resident of Clermont to know that we are pretty much aligned with one another on where we're going as a community, and that made me feel good and made me feel like I was part of something that had a really strong vision. So let's start with what we discovered. So I'm gonna share with you what we discovered, and then I'm gonna share what our recommendations are. So the first thing that we discovered, it's a little hard to, I hope you guys can read that. It's hard to read up here, but maybe it's better on your screen. Good, perfect, thank you. So the first thing is we need a communication strategy. And there's a lot of reasons for that. Real briefly, we reviewed these, but any strategy for any department, any organization, any entity at all is going to provide all of these things. And so it makes sense that the communications team, the communications function for the city will have greater alignment and more proactivity, more chances to be proactive, more consistency and more efficiency with a strategy. And the added bonus, which is probably the best one of those 5 up there, is that it creates stronger trust, not just with the communications team, but with the folks that you all are representing. We reviewed these two, what it looks like. So we go through a full process from identifying what those goals are to all the way down to what resources that would take, and that includes a timeline and a budget. And so it is a comprehensive plan building program, but once you have it, it's worth every effort that we put into it. So the second thing that we need as a city are policies, procedures, and processes. I've pulled out some examples of these, and I remember in our conversations sharing with you that we all are either in our own businesses or we work for businesses, and without policies, procedures, and processes, those businesses wouldn't run. We wouldn't be successful. They would fold. Same is true for any organization, right? So for a government entity. And I know a lot of departments have these, certainly in Clermont. The communications team will benefit from those as well. And so those are everything from event marketing briefs to how do we manage when we get immediate inquiries coming in, to how do we handle a crisis, right? And so there's varying levels of risk depending on what we're talking about. But it's always so important to have these things that are in place in advance and everyone's aware of them, so that you're not scrambling at the last minute and you miss something or you didn't do as good a job as you thought you were going to do. The next thing is we need tools and systems. I think this is kind of where I saw your eyes light up, almost every one of you, on the tools and systems, because they're built for efficiency. And I did share with you that they were fairly affordable. So I do have some even just initial pricing for each of these. So I'll share that with you tonight because you did ask about that. Oh. We do. Let's start here. Maybe no. Oh, yeah, I can just do that. Okay.
There's your mouse if you need it.
Oh, no, I'm good. I can just advance here, right? There we go. Look at that. Okay, so the first tool that we talked about was a social media management tool that will allow the communications team to plan, to add content, to publish, and then to get reports out, all in one tool. And this is especially important for an organization like Clermont, where it's not just the communications team that is doing the posting, right? It's also the police department and fire department, and Parks and Rec. So a tool like this, whether we just invest in it and kick the tires with the communications team, or we decide, hey, this looks like a really cool thing, let's try it for multiple departments. It is a game changer, and I speak from personal experience on that. Just for your reference, Sprout Social, which I'm showing you up here, is $299 a seat a month. And so if we were to purchase 2 seats, that would be $3,600. Someone check my math. I'm not a good math person. I'm more creative. $3,600 a year. Is that 2 people? Okay, perfect. Okay, so one person. Thank you. Thank you. I did ask that at the beginning. So it's $3,600 for one person for the entire year. And you could get away with that for the communications team, because one person will be primarily accountable, right, for that. And then whoever else needs to jump in there for vacations or what have you, they can just use the login. So that's a pretty affordable tool there. The second tool that we talked about was a project management tool. And again, this is just a way to keep teams, cross-departmental teams, communications teams, anyone that's even project teams that are working on things that have deadlines and have to be done, and everybody's relying on one another. This is a beautiful tool for that. There's all kinds of different levels of technology and uses. I'm showing you a very simple one called Monday. And for Monday, you get 10 seats a month for $220. So, and what would that be? I don't trust myself. I think it's $26.40. So it's around there. Yeah, a month. Yeah. Yes, correct. You get 10 seats on that one, which is good because it wouldn't really help you if you were just one person. So you can have 10 people that are using this project management tool, and it costs you $220 a month. The next tool is ChatGPT, or an other type of productivity AI. I did price out ChatGPT for Business. My clients always ask me and have hesitation around AI because they are worried that we're putting confidential information in, that we're putting in information that could be competitive with others, and it would allow other people to kind of learn off of our backs. The way we get around that is that we step it up to a business program. So ChatGPT for Business, which is what I use, it's a closed system. I just set my settings on closed system, and everything I put in there, it does not get shared anywhere. And so no one can learn from anything that I'm putting in there for any of my clients. So it's a godsend for me. And then ChatGPT for 2 seats, it's $40 a month for $480 for business. So the next thing, those are all tools, and I'm excited about those for you guys. The next thing is we need a stronger brand identity. We talked a lot about this, and just real briefly, when we're looking at the current brand standards, they're really strong for the logo and for the colors and for the positioning line. But as I shared, they leave a lot open to interpretation. And so what we would recommend is actually going into a much more robust aspirational brand guide that everything on the left-hand side, all of those bullets, it includes in that. So you've got tone of voice, you've got messaging pillars, you've got all kinds of things that once it's there and it's distributed and everybody embraces it and starts using it, then you start to look like and sound. First of all, you already look like, because I've already said, primary colors, I know it's Clermont. But when you have this new guide in place and people are using it, then you start to sound like the same thing, and you feel like the same type of community. And again, if you go back to those emotions at the front end, we can't establish those emotional connections with people without speaking from the same sheet of music. So on the brand positioning, this was one of those conversations that we actually enjoyed having internally, because you all, you have a choice of champions. It was developed back in 2014, or at least it was codified in 2014 in the brand standards manual. And that's been a long time. And so I think it was very fair for folks to say, okay, does this still work for us, or do we need something else? And in our research, particularly the research that we did with the other cities, we came away really believing that you all have a distinct and ownable tagline, positioning line in choice of champions. Now, right now, we're definitely not using it consistently, and there aren't any guidelines around how to use it. And so this new brand guide would provide all of those how to actually use it, and when to use it and how to use it correctly. And we went through this. I did want to bring up the one on veterans, because I didn't spend any time with veterans in any of your meetings, but I know veterans are incredibly important to Clermont. Like every meeting I've been to for the city council, I hear either about veterans or from veterans. And so that's part of our community fabric. And so this is a champion spotlight, and it's focused on our heroes. And I'm not going to read through it all, but it allows us to communicate in such a way that there's no question what our brand values are, right? And so it's kind of evolving. We're not going to abandon who we are as a community, which is that rich history and culture surrounding wellness and health and sports. We would never abandon that, but we just want to expand it so that more people can relate to that positioning line. And so we don't think you should abandon that one at all. We think you should just expand it and get more use out of it. We need insights. It's interesting sitting back in the audience today, and you all, of course, had robust conversations around the parking garage. And not that that would be anything that we would do now, and I'm not sure how far we would have had to gone back to get insights on this from the community. But as I shared with you, there is a tool. It's called FlushVote, and I work with them a lot for other municipalities. And it is a survey tool, and it is designed to poll a panel of community. And once you reach a certain number of people that have signed up to take this poll, you are at a statistically relevant number. And so that means that whatever you're asking about, you can be confident that the results represent your entire community. And so, and then you can ask questions that are important, right? Or that you want more information on. You want to hear more from your community. Now, there are some limitations. I think that there are benefits to this program, but there would be limitations in asking, significant numbers of questions, because FlashVote only asks 5 questions, and it takes less than 5 minutes. It's open for 48 hours. And then once it's over, it's the pillar of transparency, because every single thing that we see as a city, all the results, all the comments, the word for word verbatims, they're all available to the public. And so if you think about kind of things that you all have wanted to know more, I wish I knew a little bit more about how people are feeling about this or something that's coming up, this would be a good tool for that. So, and this one, as I think I shared with most of you, this is actually about $12,000 a year. You get four surveys in English language for that cost. If you wanted to add a second a Spanish language or another language, that would be a little bit more. And then any other surveys that you want to add beyond the four, it's only $1,500 a survey. All right, and then finally, we need a communications team. We were able to kind of evaluate just from a focus. I'm just moving on. Let's just move on, people. Team organization is where we started, because right now we've got one person on the team who is, from a capacity perspective, is very, very over capacity. And so we stepped back, we took people out of the boxes, and we said, okay, if we were going to create, and we have done this many times, if we were going to build you a communications team, how would we start? Where would we start? What does that look like? And so we started with, all right, what are the things that we'd ideally like to have covered by that team? So for this one, we're recommending a 3-person team. It could grow more than that. And if you have budget restrictions at the front end, you don't have to hire. In fact, I don't recommend that you hire all 3 at the first, right out of the gate, because when you get your leader in here, that leader is the one that really should have a say in who they bring on to the team. So, but having the 3-person team, if all of those things at the top of those 6 bullets can be covered by those 3 people, that's fantastic. So we're recommending the first hire would be someone in a communications and engagement director role. And so you see all of these primary focus things. It doesn't mean that this person has to be an expert in everything. Just means they have to understand it and had some experience in it. That doesn't mean that they have had to lead crisis communications or executive communications. They just had to be familiar with it and know how to get resources for themselves. I also think that this person has some government relations, just having come in and worked with folks that don't have a lot of government relations or government experience. They can struggle, and it can be a little bit harder to ramp up. So just something to consider. The second person that I would hire is a digital content and multimedia manager. This is the person that's going to manage your Sprout Social. And this is the person that's going to do all of your website content and all of your social media management. They're the utility player. And so they've got special skills and in certain channels, and they've got special expertise that they bring to the table. It's all in the digital space, and they're doers. They manage projects. They could manage people. They don't have to, but they do manage a lot of big projects, and they're reliable. They also very much support the communications and engagement director. And then finally, we're recommending a community engagement coordinator. And so this is not to say that this is the only thing this third coordinator would do, because it's a small team and everybody's going to have to support the other person, right? Everybody's just every week sit down. What are the priorities? Okay, I need help with this and this, and everybody's got to gel really well together and be willing to do whatever it takes. But I do like having someone on the team who is focused on community engagement, so that they wake up every morning and that's what they're thinking about. And so that could be workshops, that could be neighborhood huddles, that could be going out to events, that could be managing the survey tool we just talked about. Lots of things could fall up under that, but this is the person that is out there that has the closest ear to the ground for your constituents. And that is my very brief, truncated presentation, and I hope you liked that it was truncated. So,
Thank you.
You're welcome. Happy to answer any questions.
Yes, ma'am, if we have any, we will get back with you in a minute, but in the meantime, this is a public forum. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Anyone in the public wish to address this item may come to the microphone and state your name and address and have 3 minutes. Seeing no one, I close. No? Okay. We close public comment and bring it back to council. What say council?
I have a couple of questions if I can start.
Yeah, go ahead.
First, thank you.
You're welcome.
The project management tool that you referenced, or any project management, is that just for communications engagement, or is that project management from a 30,000 foot view that we could even go as far as saying council puts, hey, we want to see something happen in 6 months, that could go into this PM tool and it could be there and tracked and who's responsible and all that kind of
Absolutely,
stuff. Okay.
yes. It's not
Great.
communications focused. It is, it's industry and project agnostic.
Yeah.
What I will say though is if you have over a certain number of people or a certain size of a project, you may want to look at a different tool.
Okay.
That's all I'll say.
I appreciate the fact that you referenced for the 3 staff the proverbial question of how do we do all this at once. And I think it makes total sense, but I appreciate the fact that you put it out there, is hiring the director first and allowing then the director to build their team. Have you provided with city staff, or are you prepared to provide here an idea of what kind of overall budget or startup budget costs would be associated with this?
Yes, actually, Dan and I have had multiple conversations. I'm going to let him answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have a budget for all 3 positions, base salary and all in with benefits and all that stuff. So we have that tallied up for all of them.
Okay. And will that be a part of the budget process?
Well, I think we have enough to get the director on now. The other 2, I think the second one, the manager one, we're close to getting to it now.
Yeah.
The last one, we definitely have to wait till the budget.
Okay.
Mid-year next year.
Okay. And then my final question, I don't know this is necessarily for the presenter, but maybe more for the city manager, is what are our next steps now that we're here? And it just, where do we go from here?
Well, we're looking from direction from you all. If you'd like to engage this group to work with us and to hire, because we're going to put a budget according to what you're willing to let us do. They've given us a recommendation, they've vetted us, and we have no reason to think, other than what they've said, that that's the best thing to do right now. They've spent hours and hours and hours. So that's, if you guys are willing, we'll put that in the budget. And like Dan said, we have enough to get started.
And if I can add to that, what I would like to do in a perfect world is to get these, at least 2 of these positions now, get the 3rd one later, but also retain True North to help us while the new director's coming on board, to help us write the policies and procedures, to help us write the media training guide and the strategic guide for the communications department. That would be my dream if we got everything we wanted tonight.
You don't want all 3?
I do want all 3, but I want to be cautious with the budget, and I want to. Well, I want 10 if you want me to, but no, I'm kidding. Yeah, I think, I see it as a department, a new department, right? A communications department. And so the director will come in and they'll hire 1 or 2 people over time. And then we can tackle everything that we need to do. The city's big enough to have a multi-person communications department. Yeah.
I'll go. Is this, you said 3 people? Is any portion of that proposal potentially outsourceable? Is it better if it's in-house? What would be your recommendation? What are the pros and cons?
I'm a little bit biased because I'm a consultant. But I've also been in-house in numerous organizations, big real estate investment firm, workforce development firm, all kinds of things. So I've been on both sides of the aisle. And I've never been a place where it's either or. And so typically organizations will have a team in-house, and there's lots of reasons for that, because that's the cohesion that you have with all the rest of the organization. Because having a consultant come in and having to build those relationships in-house and with all of you, and it's daunting. It can be done, but it's daunting. It's probably not the best use of a consultant's time or money. So I definitely think having that in-house team is really important. And I also think too, there are certain things like when you have your emergency operations command center, right? I mean, that's not something that I can and I have, but that's something that is best fulfilled, especially since everybody's super tight knit. That's definitely something that's best fulfilled with that team. At the same time, there are certain skill sets that well, let me talk about skill sets and let me talk about efficiencies. So skill sets, there are certain things like crisis communications or media training. Those types of things, it may not be possible to find the unicorn in your communications director that has all of that experience and that has the capacity to do all of it. And so that might be something that you would want to hire out to do. And when the other part of that is efficiencies, when you hire externally in, then you're not committing to anything beyond whatever the contract says. And our contracts, if we're working on a monthly retainer basis, our contracts are 30 days out. So I can give you 30 days, you can give me 30 days, we walk away friends. That's already built in the contract. And so that gives a lot of flexibility. Plus you get the whole team, right? You don't just get one person and hope for the best. You get a whole team behind you. And we're all utility players on the consulting side.
So I don't, if I missed it tonight, I apologize. But I recall at your first presentation and in our meeting, we discussed what I took away as your recommendation that we not have multiple channels of, for example, on Facebook, where we have the city page, the fire department page, the police department page, Parks and Rec. Is there another one?
I don't think so. I think you got them all.
So, Mr. Math, do I remember correctly? You did
Yes.
not recommend that.
What we'd like to do is evaluate it further, because right now the city is on probably 10 different channels. Just the city is on 10 different channels, like Nextdoor. So all the usual suspects plus Nextdoor plus. So what we would recommend is going in and getting rid of some of them. And they're all so obvious, because when we did the social media audit, some of them have 0 engagement. Some of them have 2 followers. And yet we're still kind of trying to use those channels now. And that just takes time. It just eats time, right? And it takes you away from something else. So that's the first thing to do. And then the second thing to do is, yes, let's figure out a way to better make use of the police, the fire, the Parks and Rec, or the RAC, and the city, so that we each have a distinct role to play in the universe in terms of communicating. So police should be communicating about X, Y, and Z, and fire X, Y, and Z. The city gets a lot of stuff. Now that doesn't mean that when police post something, that the city wouldn't repost it, right? And so it's this whole ecosystem that can be built that will solve a lot of the efficiency issues and also make it more meaningful for the people that are actually following you.
Well, the reason why I asked is perhaps to give Mr. Mathis a lead on maybe we're allocating staff resources and possibly payroll to different department social medias that we don't need to do anymore, which could alleviate some of those personnel to actually do the substance of their job. And then we could have the media funded from maybe those departments. If they're, I don't know if they have people or if it's just one person who's doing it, you know, in their free time, so to speak. But I imagine, you know, our police would be better off policing than doing Facebook. But I could be wrong. I'm just, that might be a way to help fund more quickly the plan. So don't forget about those, because I think we sometimes forget about them. I'm pretty tired, but I like it.
Good.
I like the idea, Mr. Mathis. I'll just put it out there for everybody because I'm kind of losing it. I like the idea of engaging True North in a more rigorous role for the time being, while seeking out whatever personnel you think we can come up with. And I'd like to get started a year ago. So I'm cool with that. So however that vote needs to go, I'm there.
Yes, sir.
I mean, I agree with you. I mean, I think probably it should have started 2 years ago. There was a lot of things that went unanswered, but I'm not blaming or pointing fingers. It could be just that some things maybe are above somebody's expectations. But I think the you know, when I spoke with you, you know, it was just a reiteration of what you just said today.
Mm-hmm.
And it was good. I mean, I think we need to get this going. We need to get it going quickly. The city is growing quickly. We gotta not have everything, you know, we have fire, we have police, everybody has their own. We need to have it under one umbrella. And then underneath that, they can be separate, but we have to have some kind of control over everybody. For Parks and Rec, even Public Works, everybody has things that they want to put out, but we have to get a control of it and have a uniform message. And I think that's where the director is going to come in. So, you know, I'm a plus vote ready to go now. I'd like to make a motion to,
Hold on.
nope. I just got a motion. Hold on.
Yeah. What's that? Okay, good. All right. So I guess a couple of things I heard. I heard you say community. You, Mr. Matthews, talk about a communication department. Right. So what about the PIO department, Public Information Officer? What's
The public information officer would not, that position is not recommended to stay in this format. Now, it would still be in another role within the organization, helping out with some of the social media and stuff under the guidance of the director. But if we do like embed a social media person in police, fire, or parks, then that PIO could serve in that role while helping out under the guidance of the director.
And so basically you're saying eliminate the PIO office and go to the communication.
Yeah, the PIO right now is not its own department. It's just it's a one person shop.
Well, it's a one person department because we got rid of one, but one person left. And we made no effort to try to hire another person. And I feel like we have a very capable person right there, especially social media, that's in that position right now, that's capable of probably handling the social media position here. And I admit, when we first hired her a couple of years ago, I was a little skeptical about her, but what I've seen so far in the last year or so, basically holding down this whole department by herself, which we handicapped her over the last year and a half. Well, she's been in the position, and we basically put her in the position, took her from the position she was in, which was, I think she was hired more for social media, and we tried to put her over the top of the department.
Mr. Mayor, I want to be very careful that we don't cross into an HR issue because we don't oversee the hiring of individual personnel beyond the city manager.
You're right. I'm not trying to cross over into that, but I'm just saying we got this person, and I'm hearing these three positions, which I always felt like we needed. Well, three. I kind of like say we needed four for it. I think the first time we met and we talked, I told you three, maybe four people for the position.
You did.
And everything. And my own evaluation of it, and I was the one here When I first came in as mayor, we only had one person up there running an office, and we went out and hired the second position. They're trying to get there, and of course, we lost the person. Okay, and I'm just saying, yeah, we're liking a lot of things here, but we had this person in there, we kind of handicapped him. Okay, and not really gave him an opportunity to do the job, and I think she's very capable. So right now, as far as I'm concerned, we can move that person right into one of the positions. You go out and hire the other ones, and I'm all for the three positions. Like I say, I'm leaning towards four really to do the job.
We're absolutely happy to keep the PIO if you want to.
Yeah, well, because I think what I've seen so far over the last year, and if it doesn't meet up to social media, I think she's very, very capable of social media. That's what we hired her for to begin with, and we took her away from that. Okay, and now we trying to handicap her. Going back to social media, we talked about, I hear you mentioned about the police department and everything else. I still think the police department, I'm not sure about the fire department, but at least the police department need their own social media person because, and I totally agree with that because it's a lot of rules and things that they have to adhere to that a regular hearer may not be able to handle. Okay, so I totally agree with you, keeping it somewhat separate. Okay, on that, the police and the regular social media for the rest of the department, and maybe even the fire department. I'm not quite sure, but I know the police has a lot of little legalities that they have to be aware of. Okay. Other thing I heard you talk about crisis communication, which is always one of my big things, and why we got to have our own in-house. As I explained to you before when we met, I truly believe in in-house personnel, and especially for emergency crisis, the emergency situation. Can we continue to handle emergency situation, crisis situation in a consistent manner? That one person that always makes sure it gets out here and things happen in the middle of the night. When things happen, we got that one person we can call and make sure the message that we send out is consistent each time, because that's the key to crisis management. I was just in a class on crisis communications here about 4 or 5 months ago, and everything with mayors and all we met, and that's one of the classes we talked about crisis communication and some of the scenarios they carry us through. Man, it was really tough, but that's why I spoke to you. When I spoke to you, I always felt like crisis, we got to have that in-house person that we can rely on, okay, for emergencies and all. Branding, I totally agree with you. We rebranded ourselves some years ago. I think it was more or less around 2012, 2013, thereabout. And actually, I'm thinking it's just not catching hold. Choice of champion. Even though we branded ourselves, we went out and spent all this money to put it all over new logos and everything. We didn't start really utilizing it until the last couple of years. And I know myself, every chance I get, I try to use it as much as I can in speeches and things like this. And I think we need to, if we're gonna be choice of champions, I think we need to utilize that a little bit more. And I don't think we've been using it to its fullest potential. And we even still have some problem, and I'm guilty of it. Want to refer back to the Gym of the Hills, okay, and everything. I have seen Main Street, a lot of stuff I just saw tonight. Main Street had Gym of the Hills in it and things. And I'm guilty of it too because I love Gym of the Hills. I grew up on the Gym of the Hills, but I've come to realize that choice of champion is where we are now, and we need to do more branding of that. And with the amount of people and the different people coming in the city and the successes of the city, we need to capitalize on it, not just with veterans, but with all the
absolutely.
resident. For one of the things I really that came to me in that area was our medical service here in the city of Clermont have grown tremendously, and we can be champions of medical service. And with the new center we just opened up over here on Hook Street and everything, the surgical clinic over there, it came to me that, wow, why aren't we promoting more champions of medicine with the quality of medical we got here, and especially with our big amount of senior citizens we have here, which is medical is very important too. So I agree on all that, but so I'm willing at this point. I'm willing to say, hey, let's give council, city staff, an opportunity to go ahead and, as far as I'm concerned, let's go out and hire the three. I'm willing to go to 4 people myself. and everything. But I've always felt like we needed at least three. I came in here, we had one, we got the second hired, but shortly after we lost one. And we've been basically trying to operate the department with one person. And she's been kind of handicapped, but I think she's capable, got some skills that we can really utilize and everything. So, okay.
I move to
I was gonna
direct
say, I was getting
staff
ready to
to move forward with a transitional consulting agreement with True North if they're willing, and to immediately move for the fulfillment of the positions as described by True North, so long as we stay within the current budget, and that if we need to exceed that budget, that staff come back with specific requests and an explanation for what they need.
Hold on, just go ahead. You have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Mr. Matthew, were you going to say something?
No, sir. I was just going to say I agree. I agree with you.
Oh, I thought before she started, I thought I saw you get ready to say
No,
that.
sir.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second to go ahead and move forward with hiring True North for consultant and fill the position?
Yeah, to start filling the positions at the recommendation with the guidance of True North, as long as we stay within budget, and if we need to adjust the budget, to have it come back with an explanation of what we need.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Just a clarification question with that, because it's the way we're doing it. Will that come back as another action to approve the actual positions, or is this actually doing it all right here?
I think it's doing it all right here.
Sounds good. I support that.
And
Thank you.
actually, mine, what I'm seeing, we're proving it all right here with the city manager having the authority to hire.
Right.
Okay. Again, any other further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? And the chair vote aye as well. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you all.
Have a good one.
Thank you, Lord.
If council, I would like to make a motion for us to adjourn.
I second.
Okay.
Call for a vote?
Well, it's a privileged motion, so it's not one that can be debated, actually. So it is up for a vote.
Before I got Mr. Van Wagner, any?
Painfully, yes.
I'm sorry, I'm going to call a point of privilege or point of order here. If there is a motion to adjourn, I don't think we have the ability, the chair has the ability to ask for additional information. I think we have to vote on it before we do anything else. I'm frustrated by that, to be honest, and I'm going to vote against it. But I think I was going to actually make a motion that we actually enforce our rule of 3 minutes for all reports. But there's a motion on the floor. Correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney.
You are correct.
We have to vote.
Well, we have a motion on and a second on the floor for to go ahead and adjourn. Is there any further discussion? Now, at that point, I think I can ask, is there anything urgently pressing that the council need to hear?
Again, unfortunately, I'm going to call the point of order because I don't think we can. That's the frustrating part of the motion being made that way, is that we have to vote this up or down, and if it approves, we adjourn. I'm not agreement with it. I'm not. But that's I think we have to vote.
To help me make my determination whether I'm gonna vote yes or no, I've got to gather some more information. It's the motion been made. It's been second. I'm asking for this in this discussion.
Discussion on the vote.
Well, yeah, for the whole motion, yes. And my question, my concern is, hey, is there any? I asked Mr. Van Wagner, our city manager, is there any pressing information this council need to hear? Okay, and that's gonna help me determine whether I say yeah or nay when I call the motion. Okay. I mean, I think normally when we make a motion, we have a discussion period that follows.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree with you, but parliamentary wise, this is a privileged motion that doesn't allow for debate or conversation, and that's the frustrating part with it. I agree with you. It's just, but it is what it is.
Yeah. But we do have a motion and a second on the floor. If no further discussion, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
And chair vote, and then chair vote nay as well, 3-2. Again.
Okay.
Again, I feel like our residents get cheated because we don't want to, adhere to our elected. Not, meeting adjourned.